Chapter 581. A dragon's roar resounded in all directions, and amidst the surging flow of true energy, a black divine dragon swooped down from midair. A deafening roar. A huge, deep crater split open in the ground. Two figures emerged from the crater. One was the heavenly evil cult leader, and the other was naturally the head manager. The head manager was in dire straits. His bones had been crushed by Chu Qing's dragon claw hand, and intense pain filled his entire body, making it difficult for him to move. Especially when he landed, the heavenly evil cult leader's carelessness had caused him to vomit blood. "Why are you vomiting blood again?" The heavenly evil cult leader frowned as he glanced at him, grabbing one of his limp arms. "I help you." "Stop." The head manager had no faith in him. Besides, even if the heavenly evil cult leader genuinely wanted to help, using their cult's methods might not be a good thing. What constitutes evil martial arts? It's either harming others for personal gain, harming oneself for personal gain, or harming both oneself and others without any benefit. He didn't doubt the heavenly evil cult master's ability to help him reshape his broken bones, but he was very suspicious of the price he would pay. The heavenly evil cult master was no ordinary person. He knew what he was thinking with just a glance and immediately sneered. "With injuries like this, if I don't help you, are you planning to die here?" "I have medicine in my robes, help me get it out," the head steward said with difficulty. The heavenly evil cult master didn't say much, directly reaching into his robes, and quickly pulling out several small bottles. He picked them up one by one to examine them. They were all extraordinary treasures. When he saw the last bottle, he suddenly realized, "You wouldn't be planning to use this 7-day life-breaking pill, would you? This stuff can indeed heal all your injuries immediately after you take it. Even if your bones are broken, you can stand up again. Although they won't be completely healed, they just be barely held together by the medicine's effects, allowing you to feel no pain for 7 days. It can even stimulate your potential, unleashing even greater internal energy. But the problem is, once 7 days have passed, you will undoubtedly die. Unless you take this stuff and immediately come back with me to cause trouble for Chu Qing, you absolutely must not use it." "Humph." The head manager sneered. He now has both Dongfang Jinghong and Song Chengdao by his side. "Even if we go back, it'd just be another repeat of today's defeat. Since you know that, what do you plan to do?" "I know a secret place." The head manager hesitated before finally meeting the heavenly evil cult leader's gaze, then seemed to have made up his mind. "With your help, plus the benefits there, the mere threat of the 7-day life-breaking pill is nothing to worry about." "But what benefit would that bring me?" The heavenly evil cult leader sneered. "We are not friends." He was exceptionally perceptive. Their fight had been a close call, and he thought the head manager would rather take a hit from the heavenly tyrant blade than leave. Now, thinking back, he understood that the manager's refusal wasn't due to any chivalrous spirit. It was because he couldn't leave. Chu Qing had used his methods inside. That secret place might also be of immense benefit to you. I'm sharing this place with you, not for any other reason than to join forces to kill Chu Qing again." Hearing this, the heavenly evil cult leader remained silent for a moment. Finally, he nodded. They all knew very well that what stood in their way now was not the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. With the deaths of Fist Emperor Luo Kongming and Martial Emperor Li Juechen after the battle at Forgetful Manor, 4 of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were now dead. The remaining 4 were Dongfang Jinghong, Xian Emperor Shang Qiuyu, Dao Emperor Xian Song, and Ancient Emperor Yi Sheng. Even if these 4 joined forces, they were no match for them. The head steward had this confidence because he hadn't acted before, due to the heavenly evil cult leader, this tiger descending the mountain. He was plotting to use one tiger to devour another. He only wanted them to weaken each other before reaping the benefits. But now it seemed that using one tiger to devour another was pointless. If they didn't join forces, even they would die at Chu Qing's hands. Therefore, these minor details were no longer worth considering. What kind of place is that? Jiang clan territory. Forgetful Manor, ruins. A bloodstained sword lay askew in the ground. Song Chengdao's gaze darted back and forth between the sword and Chu Qing, then swept over the chaotic scene. He couldn't help but sigh softly. Compared to Little River Bay, Alliance leader Chu's martial arts seemed worlds apart. He had already gathered the disciples of the first path and tallied the casualties. Overall, it was still within an acceptable range. Chu Qing smiled slightly. "Down master, you flatter me." "Not flattering at all." Dongfang Jinghong, his face somewhat pale, walked towards Chu Qing and Song Chengdao, holding in his hands the barely mended body of Luo Kongming. He had come here specifically to find Luo Kongming. Although he misunderstood at first sight, believing Luo Kongming and Li Juechen were in cahoots, later, after Chu Qing's reminder, he learned that, after Luo Kongming was killed by Li Juechen, he fell into the hands of the heavenly evil cult's prince of the play. He became his puppet in the puppet show. This filled Dongfang Jinghong with inexplicable grief and indignation. With Luo Kongming's martial arts skills, he shouldn't have met such an end, but among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, there was a traitor like Li Juechen. That's why the Mighty Fist King died such an undignified death. Now, looking at the barely repaired corpse, and then at Chu Qing, he said softly, Alliance leader Chu is now able to rival the heavenly evil cult master, and even their combined attack was utterly defeated by you. Such skill is probably already the greatest in the world. The hope of this martial world should be transferred from us, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, to Alliance leader Chu. I have important matters to attend to now. We meet again another day, and then we share a drink and laughter. Chu Qing looked at Dongfang Jinghong, hesitating slightly. Returning to 5 Emperor City? Indeed. Dongfang Jinghong nodded and smiled. Very well, take care. Farewell. Dongfang Jinghong clasped his hands in a fist salute and left with Luo Kongming's body. Li Juechen's body is still buried under the ruins. He only took Luo Kongming with him. Our Blade Emperor is a man of clear likes and dislikes. Song Chengdao chuckled, but after glancing at Chu Qing, he frowned slightly. Why do I sense that you have other concerns? Chu Qing nodded slightly. In the past, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had a total of 8 top masters, so naturally they could easily control the world. Now, after various unexpected setbacks, the Ghost Emperor, Sword Emperor, Fist Emperor, and Martial Emperor have all died. Only 4 people remain. And of those 4, 1 stayed in the western regions. Within the entire 5 Emperors city, only Dongfang Jinghong, Xian Song, and the ancient Emperor Saint remain. Does Lord Song think that the 3 of them can still support this world? The 3 of them certainly can't. Song Chengdao smiled. But don't you still have me? Chu Qing was speechless. But for me, I have never acknowledged the so-called Knight Emperor position among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. I believe the ancient Emperor Saint and the others feel the same way. I don't acknowledge them, and they won't acknowledge me either. So whatever decisions they make, they will absolutely not involve me. Nor will they consult me. Otherwise, Chu Qing's people would have already settled in the northern region, instead of remaining entrenched in the southwest regions. Song Chengdao muttered to himself, seemingly pondering Chu Qing's words. Finally, he frowned slightly. What kind of decision will they make? He thought long and hard, concluding that the decision of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors was the most important factor in Chu Qing's words. As for whether they would approve or not, it didn't seem to be the point for either Chu Qing or the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Chu Qing turned his gaze to Song Chengdao. I once heard a legend that the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were both the pillars of this world and a formidable obstacle. They held on to this world and were unwilling to relinquish it. But if one day they were forced to let go. Song Chengdao looked at Chu Qing quietly, his expression gradually turning grim. You mean, they will betray this world and the martial arts world? How many of those who stand at the pinnacle are willing to be reduced to the ranks of the common people? Chu Qing lightly rubbed his fingertips together. The 5 emperors city of Zhongzhou and the entire northern region are worth some silver. Song Chengdao chuckled dryly. Not really, are they? Who knows? Chu Qing sighed. I only hope that when that day comes, a man as straightforward as Dongfang Jinghong won't be too heartbroken. He didn't care about Xian Song and Yisheng's choices. On the contrary, he had a good impression of Dongfang Jinghong, with whom he had joined forces several times along the way. Song Chengdao savored the magnanimity in Chu Qing's words, then smiled. Would you like to visit my first Dao sect? You can also borrow the primordial Dao scripture for a look. Never mind. Chu Qing shook his head. To be frank, what I cultivate now is probably no less than your primordial Dao scripture. Besides, I'm not lacking in martial arts techniques. I haven't even practiced the Huangfu family's heavenly will sword technique yet. How could I have time to study your sect's supreme martial arts? Song Chengdao was momentarily annoyed. You're complaining? That's truly outrageous. He then clasped his hands in a fist salute. Regardless, thank you for your help, Alliance Leader Chu, which allowed me to avenge my great grudge. In the future, if you need anything, just let me know, and Song Chengdao will be there without hesitation. You flatter me. Chu Qing returned the salute. Afterwards, Song Chengdao led the first path members away, while Jiangli stayed behind. Chu Qing looked at her strangely. What's wrong with you? The first path isn't my home. You temporarily placed me there. Now that my identity has been exposed, it's no longer appropriate for me to remain in the first path. Jianli looked at Chu Qing. Where to go from here? We ask Alliance leader Chu to provide a plan. Chu Qing glanced at Jianli thoughtfully, then suddenly laughed. Swish, swish, swish. His laughter immediately drew the attention of Wu Qianhuan, Wenru, and Mudomer. Chu Qing immediately sat up straight. Don't misunderstand. Jianli chuckled. I didn't expect Alliance leader Chu to be so henpecked. Don't say such things lightly, Wu Qianhuan quickly interjected. Leaving aside internal matters, they couldn't let this reputation of being henpecked spread. Otherwise, how could Chu Qing maintain his dignity? And if word got out into the martial arts world, it wouldn't sound good either. Jianli nodded. I misspoke. Chu Qing waved his hand. It's all right. Speaking of which, Master Jiang, you must be quite accomplished in business, right? I suppose I have some experience. Jianli looked at Chu Qing strangely. Why are you asking this? Chu Qing smiled. Look, now that your identity is exposed, you can't stay here any longer, otherwise, you'd be in endless trouble. Looking across the martial world, the only person who can protect you is me. So for now, you can stay by my side. But I don't keep idle people around. Fortunately, Master Zhang's business acumen is extraordinary, and I happen to have some spare cash. How about I ask Master Jiang to lend me a hand, so that this little bit of money can slowly generate more money? He wondered if the clients of the recent missions he received had all agreed not to pay him anything. Although Chu Qing's goal wasn't to make money, who would complain about having too much money? Since making money through tasks was impossible, it was better to find someone knowledgeable to help earn money. Jianli smiled upon hearing this. It was exactly what he wanted. He didn't care how much Chu Qing intended to exploit him, and asked with a smile, I wonder what kind of business alliance leader Chu plans to pursue. Chu Qing gestured with his arm. Come on, let's talk as we walk. You see, the so-called food, clothing, shelter, and transportation all require money, right? We can. He spoke as he walked, holding Wu Qianhuan's hand to avoid suspicion. The shepherd boy skipped along behind the three, turning back to call out, Wenru, let's go. Coming. Wenru, who had been squatting on the ground, stood up, holding a book in her hand. The cover bore 5 large characters, The Original Path to Enlightenment. This book must have been on Li Juechen. She didn't know when it had been lost, but she had somehow found it. Song Chengdao had already left, and Wenru decided to keep it for now, returning it to them if Chu Qing were to visit the first path next time. The bustling Forget Love Manor was instantly shrouded in silence. A deafening explosion echoed across the sky, and dark clouds rolled in, covering the heavens. A torrential downpour began, soaking the ruins of Forget Love Manor, scattering among the corpses. The blood, which had already dried, began to flow again under the rain. As if drawn by some strange force, it gradually converged towards a central point. As the blood energy grew stronger, a sudden bang was heard. A withered hand shattered the countless rubble covering the body. Then, it crawled out of the ruins. Its body was withered, yet brimming with life force. The flesh on its left chest surged and grew back. But when he pressed his hand against its now healed chest, he found no heartbeat. I see. The gate of life and death, broken and then rebuilt, reveals the primordial wonder of the 5 ghosts. Chu Qing, it seems I must thank you properly. Chapter 582. There's a small town at the foot of Jiaxiao Mountain. After descending Jiaxiao Mountain, Chu Qing, inexplicably encouraged by everyone, bought a 2-courtyard house there. It was already past midnight. Chu Qing sat in his room, turning to look at the 4 girls lined up beside him, staring intently at him. His mind was a jumbled mess. How did things turn out like this? The whole thing started after he descended Jiaxiao Mountain. Chu Qing was no ordinary person now. He was an extraordinary individual possessing 4 crimson treasure chests. His desire to open the chests was irresistible. However, considering that last time he tried to open the chests, first Wenru, then a shepherd boy, had caused Chu Qing half a night of trouble and wasted a lot of time, he decided to issue a notice of seclusion before even opening the chests this time. His original intention was to prevent them from disturbing him, so he could focus on opening the chest. However, as soon as he said this, all of Wu Qianhuan and the others, except for Jianli, were on high alert. They had all witnessed Chu Qing's seclusion before. It was no ordinary feat. Wu Qianhuan immediately asked him where he planned to cultivate. Chu Qing replied without hesitation, I find an inn in the city. This immediately drew fierce opposition. Everyone shook their heads. If he cultivated in an inn, what would happen to the guests? Even staying in the inn's backyard wouldn't work. The impact would be too great. Even an entire city would be within the range of the powerful winds Chu Qing unleashed. Chu Qing then suggested, why not find a cave on Jiaxiao Mountain? Wu Qianhuan and the others refused again. They hadn't had a proper wash in ages after all that travel, and now that it was finally over, how could they still be acting like savages in the mountains? Finally, Wenru suggested that Chu Qing buy a small courtyard. It didn't need to be big, just a little secluded, the advantage being that no one would disturb him during his seclusion. Wu Qianhuan thought it was a good idea, Mu Tong'er had no objections, and Jiangli wanted to take the opportunity to see Chu Qing's financial resources. In the end, they all agreed, and in one afternoon, they bought a small courtyard. Chu Qing thought he could finally focus on his seclusion and opening the chests. But then Wu Qianhuan and the others requested to be his close protectors. Their enthusiastic appearance also piqued Jiang Li's curiosity. He couldn't resist joining in the fun. Chu Qing didn't mind at the time. It was just seclusion. Having more people to protect him was always a good thing. But now, looking at the four stunningly beautiful women sitting on the bed, he suddenly felt a bit tormented. Were these supposed to be protectors? Was this some kind of test for an old man? Composing himself, Chu Qing silently chanted, "Red-faced skull, illusory bubble." Then, with a thought, he summoned the system. The Crimson Treasure chest required presetting a category before it could be opened. Compared to the optional treasure chests, the Crimson Treasure chest offered more flexibility. Chu Qing stared at the options, momentarily at a loss. His first choice was naturally internal energy cultivation. But the problem was, every time he activated internal energy, he had to be extremely careful, like walking a tightrope at high altitude. Although it could significantly boost his cultivation, the process was always fraught with danger. Besides internal energy cultivation, recent battles have given him some ideas about protective divine skills. His undying golden body was already quite good. But whether facing the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the heavenly evil cult master, or the grand manager, it's becoming increasingly inadequate. Even with the heavenly ultimate formless divine power, he's still easily torn apart by his opponents. So, should he add another protective divine skill, or should he focus solely on internal energy cultivation? Protective divine skill, internal energy, should I also get a sword technique and a saber technique? Strengthen 8 desolations and 6 directions, I am supreme? Thoughts raced through Chu Qing's mind, but he ultimately rejected the last idea. 8 desolations and 6 directions, I am supreme is indeed powerful, but its strength is far inferior to the Maha Boundless. If his internal energy is sufficient, the heavenly evil cult master and the grand manager are nothing but chickens and dogs, utterly insignificant. Chu Qing was quite surprised by the speed at which the heavenly evil cult leader fled today. Compared to whether or not to arrange sword and saber techniques, arranging a more advanced lightness skill, to prevent that from running away again after losing a fight. That might be the more important matter. After all, for the dignified heavenly evil cult leader to run away after losing a fight, that's really a bit unreasonable. His mind was filled with mixed thoughts, and he felt the gazes on him grow even hotter. He knew it was those girls who had been staring at him, and they were probably thinking, "Didn't you say you were going into seclusion? Why did you sit here and then nothing happened?" Chu Qing decided to ignore them, and, according to his thoughts, preset the internal skill options for the first blood-red treasure chest. Preset complete. Do you wish to open the Crimson Treasure chest immediately? Open! Chu Qing silently recited in his heart. Opening successful. Obtained internal skill, E Jing Jing. Chu Qing's eyes lit up slightly. This internal skill was quite good, perfectly suited to his current state. This internal skill didn't have such a strong attribute bias. It could enhance his internal strength without shaking his physical body. Thinking this, he felt a pure internal energy rise from his dantian, gradually filling his meridians. Flowing, it merged into Chu Qing's heavenly extreme formless divine power. In an instant, Chu Qing had a flash of inspiration and silently activated the heavenly extreme formless divine power. With each activation, his internal energy grew stronger, and his blood and physique also became more robust. As his internal energy circulated, the previously unbroken meridians and acupoints opened up rapidly, one by one. Not only that, Chu Qing could even sense the surging, ever-flowing energy throughout the 8 directions and 6 realms. He already possessed a wondrous ability to connect with heaven and earth thanks to the demonic light heart technique, and now, with the help of the I Jing Jing, he advanced even further. With a thought, his previously stagnant heavenly ultimate formless divine power leaped lightly, entering the 8th level. His inner force surged. The wind and cloud energy, and the yin and yang energy merged even more seamlessly. With a thought, the energy flowing and surging throughout the 8 directions and 6 realms gradually established a wondrous connection with Chu Qing. At this moment, Chu Qing felt his spirit was boundless and limitless. With a flick of the wind, it could reach thousands of miles away. Everything he sensed was as if he saw it with his own eyes. Every flower, every tree, every drop of dew, every wisp of breeze, all were vividly displayed. However, the phrase seeing every detail doesn't seem quite right here. Chu Qing didn't know how to describe it for a moment, but she could clearly feel that she was incredibly close to this world. It was as if he were the universe itself, and the universe was him. It's the unity of heaven and man. The ultimate goal of the martial emperor's divine technique cultivated by the first martial emperor 1,000 years ago was the unity of inner and outer, the oneness of heaven and man. Although Chu Qing had never cultivated the martial emperor's divine technique, all things in this world ultimately lead to the same destination. The paths may differ, but the destination is the same. While it wasn't as grand as when he acquired those divine techniques before, at this moment, Chu Qing could clearly feel that his martial arts had taken a huge leap forward. This leap completely distanced him from the heavenly evil sect master and the grand manager. His inner energy continued to circulate within his body, constantly surging and growing stronger. Finally, when he had progressed a little over halfway through the 8th level of the heavenly extreme formless divine power, this inner energy subsided. It didn't stop circulating, but rather the increase in inner strength became imperceptible. But Chu Qing didn't care about this. His heavenly ultimate formless divine power encompasses far too many techniques. In fact, individually, many of these martial arts techniques have their own independent operating levels. However, when they are combined, it's difficult to achieve this. But now, his internal energy circulates naturally, with feedback every time it cycles. Therefore, reaching the final level of the heavenly ultimate formless divine power is only a matter of time. However, the 9th level of the heavenly ultimate formless divine power is a possibility planned using the martial arts monument and the system's assistance, combined with my own insight and knowledge. Whether I can break through to that level is hard to say. Chu Qing slowly opened his eyes, clasped his hands together, and exhaled a breath of stale air. Carefully sensing his own state, he felt it was different from before. He had just broken through to the 8th level of his cultivation. His spirit seemed to be able to attach itself to the wind, traveling 1,000 miles in the blink of an eye. But now, he could no longer do that. It was likely a gift of breakthrough, a temporary experience. However, now that he had opened his eyes, he felt an even deeper connection with heaven and earth. With a single thought, he could draw the energy of heaven and earth into his body, transforming it into his own internal energy. The energy of heaven and earth was inexhaustible. In other words, from now on, his internal energy was truly limitless, with no possibility of it being lost. It was no longer the case that during combat, he could only internally control his energy, allowing him to reach a state of limitless power. Ultimately, that level of power still has its limits. It's just that the actual exertion during combat wasn't truly expended. However, once a technique like the Maha Boundless is used, truly consuming countless amounts of internal energy, that false infinity becomes unsustainable. But at this moment, Chu Qing could clearly feel that, in his current state, wielding the Maha Boundless and drawing upon the energy of heaven and earth, every bit of internal energy consumed was replenished, truly achieving infinity. If he were to encounter the heavenly evil cult leader again, the Maha Boundless wouldn't be just for intimidation. He could truly use this technique to chase him 1,000 miles away, until he was completely annihilated. Thinking of this, Chu Qing suddenly felt an unprecedented brightness in his heart. His gaze shifted to the several girls sitting on the bed. Wu Qianhuan spoke immediately. How was it? Not bad. Chu Qing's lips moved, uttering 2 words. Wu Qianhuan was slightly taken aback. Just not bad. Not bad means? Roughly, I'm already invincible. A smile curled at the corner of Chu Qing's lips. With the Maha Boundless power before him, the unity of heaven and man after him, plus his own accumulated experience. These characteristics combined, Chu Qing could confidently claim invincible, and no one should disagree. Jiangli had been waiting to see the grand spectacle that Wu Qianhuan and the others had described during Chu Qing's seclusion. But after watching for a long time, he hadn't seen any such grand spectacle. Now, hearing Chu Qing say this, he couldn't help but smile. Alliance leader Chu says he's invincible. I suppose no one dares to deny it. A hint of joy lingered in Wu Qianhuan's eyes. Everyone assumed that Chu Qing's early fame was inevitably accompanied by arrogance. Wu Qianhuan, however, was well aware of her fiancé's caution, far exceeding that of his peers. The fact that he could utter the words invincible under heaven meant he possessed terrifying martial power capable of confronting the entire world. Otherwise, he would have already been the undisputed #1 in one-on-one combat. Chu Qing remained silent. He had already reaped such a huge reward from just opening one of the 4 treasure chests. He didn't want to wait for the remaining 3. However, the crimson treasure chests were extraordinary and required caution. He couldn't open them all at once. One must take things one step at a time. But his previous plan now needed to be revised. He had originally intended to open 3 internal cultivation techniques at once, but now, at his level of unity with heaven and man, other internal cultivation techniques were of little use to him. Even if it could further enhance his internal strength, it wouldn't surpass the benefits of achieving harmony between heaven and man. It's better to open more techniques. With this thought in mind, he preset the second crimson treasure chest to a sword technique. His experience opening crimson treasure chests had taught Chu Qing that the items obtained after presetting were almost always top tier. This showed that the types of treasure chests weren't just selectable, but also random, and the quality varied considerably. Of course, getting the Maha Boundless from a random treasure chest was purely a matter of Chu Qing's luck. Preset complete. Open the crimson treasure chest immediately? Open! Chu Qing felt a faint sense of anticipation. Open successfully. Obtained sword technique. Holy Spirit sword technique. Chu Qing's heart skipped a beat. Holy Spirit sword technique. Sword 23. Using essence, energy, and spirit to create a primordial spirit, he unleashed a single sword strike, freezing everything in heaven and earth, time itself. This time freeze was different from Chu Qing's previous move. Heaven and earth lose color. The world may lose its color, but it cannot imprison a master. However, Sword 23 can. No matter how unparalleled your martial arts, facing this sword, you cannot move, cannot block, cannot defend. Only death awaits. It was worth it. Chu Qing calmed the trembling in his heart. The next moment, layers of sword energy emanated from his body. What he wanted was not merely the Holy Spirit sword technique. Whatever martial arts the system rewarded him with, he had to integrate them into his own body. To make them his own. Even the Holy Spirit sword technique was no exception. After fully accepting the reward, he sank into his inner lake and arrived before the martial arts steel. 8 desolations and 6 directions, I am supreme instantly appeared on it. Chu Qing's thoughts shifted, and he imprinted the Holy Spirit sword technique onto it as well. His spirit instantly soared, entering a state of divine enlightenment. Begin the deduction. Chapter 583. Compared to the previous times, Chu Qing's seclusion this time seemed rather unremarkable. Jiangli, who was prepared to watch the show, wasn't exactly disappointed. After all, Chu Qing's martial arts skills were genuine. And for someone like him to say he was invincible was quite an achievement. This showed that his seemingly ordinary seclusion had yielded some gains she couldn't understand. Seeing him close his eyes again, Jiangli was puzzled. Why is he doing this again? A second round, Winru said with an air of experience. Third brother isn't satisfied with just 1 round, he'd definitely do it again. Jiangli suspected Winru's words were loaded with meaning, the evidence being that Wu Qianhuan's face suddenly turned red. She even pinched Winru's hand in annoyance. Jiangli was speechless. The little girl had become naughty. She wasn't like this when she saw him at Wanbeilu. When did she become so lively? Just as she was thinking this, she suddenly felt a burst of sword energy erupt from Chu Qing's body. In an instant, it shot straight into the sky. Jiang Li's heart tightened, and he instinctively wanted to stand up, but Wu Qianhuan pressed him down. Don't move, be careful something happens. Jiang Li immediately dared not move. Not because of Wu Qianhuan's words, but because as Wu Qianhuan spoke, sword energy began to circulate in the room. Each strand exuded a terrifying power. Of course, a single strand wouldn't be enough to cause fear, but so many. Once they formed a surging tide, anyone would perish on the spot. Jiangli finally witnessed the grand spectacle he had longed for, only to discover that this was merely the beginning. As Chu Qing's aura shifted, the sounds of swords and blades clashing filled the air. Those within the scene, unaware of the specifics, could guess that Chu Qing's will caused all the swords and blades to become restless. Initially, they could sense an extraordinary subtlety within the flashing blades. But gradually, the aura of the swords and blades that permeated the surroundings began to change. This change was initially subtle, but eventually, the swords grew increasingly sharp, even imbuing the sword intent with a certain flavor. At this point, everything around them began to slow down. A slight breeze had been blowing in the room, occasionally causing the curtains to flutter, but now the fluttering curtain slowed more and more, eventually freezing completely. Jiangli even found herself unable to move. She tried to circulate her inner energy, but the instant she slightly activated it, an extremely dangerous feeling crept up from her tailbone. It was as if she dared to make the slightest movement, these swords and blades would instantly pierce her. Jiangli dared not act rashly again, and as her inner energy ceased, the sense of danger dissipated. She didn't know how much time had passed, but all the flashing swords and shadows swirled around Chu Qing before finally vanishing without a trace. The bead of cold sweat that had hovered above Jiangli's forehead finally trickled down her cheek. Wu Qianhuan, Wenru, and Mu Tong'er also breathed a sigh of relief, as if they had escaped death. Chu Qing slightly opened his eyes, and he too let out a breath, a hint of joy on his face. "What tricks have you up your sleeve this time?" Wu Qianhuan asked softly. Chu Qing chuckled. "I gained further insights into 8 desolations and 6 directions, I am supreme, and added some new techniques. If taken out of context, it's an extremely formidable sword technique. I teach you later. Just now, when you were channeling your energy, time seemed to stop." Winter said gently. "Was it that move you used, the world loses color?" "No." Chu Qing shook his head. "This sword technique is extraordinary, far surpassing the world loses color. Alright, I won't chat with you anymore. While my martial spirit is still intact, I need to think some more." He closed his eyes again, leaving Jiangli and the others looking at each other in bewilderment. Jiangli couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "What is martial spirit?" Wu Qianhuan and the other two shook their heads simultaneously. "We don't know." Jiangli asked again, "After every major battle, his power always surges like this?" "More or less." Wenru was quite knowledgeable about this, having followed Chu Qing the longest. Even without major battles, every so often, Third Brother's cultivation suddenly surges. "I suspect that Third Brother is some kind of naturally born martial arts master, capable of comprehending things in battle that others cannot perceive, and then integrating that experience to create his own unique skills." Jiangli thought for a moment. There were such people in the martial world. Not to mention those from distant past, even the heavenly evil cult leader's talent and comprehension were far beyond what ordinary people could compare to. But to reach Chu Qing's level is simply too outrageous. No wonder he's been able to establish such a reputation and reach such heights in less than 2 years since entering the martial world. Throughout thousands of years of history, such a prodigy is probably unique, isn't he? No wonder these 3 beautiful young women are so devoted to him. Chu Qing paid no attention to the girl's idle chatter, nor did he have the time to. The Holy Spirit sword technique was integrated into 8 desolations and 6 directions, I am supreme, causing a remarkable transformation in the move. He completely incorporated the techniques of Sword 23 into this move. This formed a layer similar to a domain or an aura. Once activated, time would stand still within the area covered by the move. However, Chu Qing's soul would not leave his body. He eliminated the drawbacks of his physical body, which, while weakening the move's power, remained within an acceptable range. From then on, 8 desolations and 6 directions, I am supreme truly lived up to its name. After opening his eyes, and giving a brief explanation, he continued. He had already decided that the 3rd Crimson Treasure chest would contain a protective divine art. The undying golden body had been deduced to its limit, but it was still lacking. Now, his killing techniques and internal energy had both achieved new breakthroughs. In terms of defense, we need to improve it. Preset complete. Do you wish to open the Crimson Treasure chest? Open. Opening successful. Obtain protective divine art, innate gang qi. Innate gang qi. Chu Qing felt somewhat disappointed when he saw these 4 words. After all, when he thought of a protective divine art, it was definitely something like the Golden Bell Shield or the Vajra Indestructible Divine Art. Although Chu Qing didn't want to become a golden statue, he had to admit that if it was the Vajra Indestructible Divine Art, that would indeed be a very formidable technique. As for innate gang qi, while this martial art is good, he remembered that it should have some flaws. Just like the undying golden body has its weaknesses. For the Crimson Treasure chest to produce such a martial art is, at least in Chu Qing's opinion, a bit of a slip of the tongue. However, ultimately, the Crimson Treasure chest didn't guarantee the best. The category is selectable, but what martial art appears is ultimately the system's usual quirk, random. These random thoughts flashed through Chu Qing's mind in an instant. He quickly cleared them. The method for cultivating innate gang qi entered his mind, containing a pure and extremely yang internal force. Chu Qing first extracted this internal force, merging it into the yang energy of the heavenly ultimate formless divine power, then sank it into his heart lake, and imprinted this innate gang qi on the martial art steel. In an instant, words began to roll across the steel. The first thing eliminated was the flaw in the innate gang qi. And among these flaws, the most crucial one was the yin-yang imbalance. Innate qi is an extremely powerful and yang-oriented martial art, but isolated yang cannot thrive. Isolated yin cannot arise. When pure yang reaches its extreme, yin will inevitably arise from yang. This greatly reduces the power of this protective divine skill. Strictly speaking, the problem lies in the improper application of yin and yang transformations. This minor issue doesn't even require Chu Qing's personal intervention. The martial arts steel can correct it. Once this problem is solved, the remaining issues will naturally be resolved. Because the remaining two issues also arise from the transformation of yin and yang. For example, the reduced defensive effect against cold attribute internal energy. If the yin and yang transformations weren't improperly applied, how could such a problem exist? From then on, everything falls into place logically. Chu Qing closed his eyes, and sensed the innate qi, then his eyes suddenly lit up slightly. After mastering this innate qi, it actually followed the path of connecting with heaven and earth. Perfectly suited Chu Qing's current state of oneness with heaven and man. Thinking this, Chu Qing no longer hesitated and directly imprinted the undying golden body onto the martial arts steel. The two martial arts began to merge at an extremely rapid speed. Chu Qing's body, sitting in the room, also began to change, providing Jiangli and the others with another spectacle. However, this time the spectacle wasn't as exaggerated as the previous Holy Spirit sword technique. After a while, Chu Qing opened his eyes. The innate qi and the undying golden body had completely merged. This method was based on the undying golden body, fused with innate qi. It didn't rely on solitary yang, but rather followed the orthodox path of embracing yang while embracing yin. Therefore, this protective energy and the protective energy of the undying golden body merged into one, achieving the wonder of yin and yang transformations while also drawing upon the primordial energy of wind and clouds to circulate endlessly outside the protective energy. On one hand, this greatly enhanced the ability to rebound. On the other hand, it further strengthened the power to deflect force. The most wonderful aspect of this method is its connection with heaven and earth. This further confirms the principle that all things, though different paths, lead to the same destination. Once this method is used, it naturally connects with heaven and earth, and the consumed true energy does not originate from Chu Qing's body, but is drawn from the energy of heaven and earth, thus creating a continuous and inexhaustible cycle. By combining the two techniques, Chu Qing gave this method a new name, Undying Heavenly Qi. He cleverly took two characters each from the undying golden body and the innate protective energy. However, it sounds quite acceptable. The word immortal not only extends the true meaning of the immortal golden body, but also hints at the profound mystery of this technique's connection to heaven and earth. As long as heaven and earth endure, the heavenly qi will never cease. After briefly experiencing this martial art, Chu Qing felt quite satisfied. Although the innate qi had its flaws, they were not insurmountable. Most importantly, this martial art was extremely easy to use, requiring very little mental effort from Chu Qing. Furthermore, this qi was not merely for show. Chu Qing could use it to transform qi into blades. He tried it briefly, and felt it was as easy as using his own limbs, achieving an effect similar to the sword capturing technique, even surpassing the sword capturing technique in effect. However, whether he would ultimately use it was another matter. With his current martial arts skills, these were all minor matters. After chatting casually with Wu Qianhuan and the others for a while, Wu Qianhuan, feeling a bit tired, asked, "Is your martial art still there?" "Yes." Chu Qing nodded. There was still one treasure chest unopened, so of course, it was still there. Then continue. Wu Qianhuan said, then suddenly remembered something. By the way, should we return to the southern region or the western region tomorrow? Chu Qing thought for a moment and said, returning isn't urgent. I plan to take advantage of our time in the eastern region to clean up the heavenly evil sect. By the way, there's something we can do. What is it? Wu Qianhuan asked curiously. Do you remember the golden fragments we obtained at Taihang Gate and Tianin Mansion? Chu Qing smiled and said, the location depicted on them should be in the eastern region. But I didn't know this before. Until we came to Zhaixia Mountain and obtained the map of the eastern region, I discovered a place that was extremely similar to the location recorded on the golden fragments. Maps change, and there are always differences between the old and new, especially since 300 years have passed. However, even if tectonic plates, even if mountains shift, the difference wouldn't be too significant. So I plan to take you on a trip. If we can find that one of the 9 treasures of heaven and earth, that would be even better. Mentioning this, the women all seemed a little concerned. Jiangli, as the owner of Wan Beilu and the second in command of Wan Beilu in 5 Emperor City, had countless secrets under his command, yet he knew nothing of this matter. Wu Qianhuan seemed to realize something. So it's in the eastern region. We have to go. Mutonger became excited upon hearing about the treasure hunt, while Winter didn't care. She could go or not, it was all up to Chu Qing. No matter where Chu Qing was, she would always be there. Seeing that they had no objections, Chu Qing closed his eyes again. He preset the last blood-red treasure chest as a movement technique. Preset successful. Do you wish to open the crimson treasure chest immediately? Open. Open successfully. Obtain lightness skill, soaring immortal step. Chu Qing's eyes lit up instantly. This was the legendary lightness skill that could break the sound barrier. Of the 4 crimson treasure chests, only one contained an HE, which was somewhat below average. The remaining 3 were all divine martial arts. Moreover, even the innate chi could be combined with Chu Qing's own martial arts. Saying it turned trash into treasure was a bit of an exaggeration. After all, innate chi wasn't exactly useless. But in any case, after combination, it created a remarkable protective divine skill. Now, in terms of lightness skill, he also had the soaring immortal step. Whether he was traveling the martial world or hunting down the heavenly evil cult members in the eastern region, even if he faced the heavenly evil cult leader again in the future, he probably wouldn't let the kid escape from his grasp. Thinking of this, Chu Qing's mind once again sank into the depths of his heart. Chapter 584. In the 100 Rivers Valley of the eastern region lies a perilous place called the Killer's Forest. Local legend says that this forest is haunted by vengeful ghosts and vengeful spirits. Any ordinary person who steps into it will be consumed by evil thoughts and rampant desires, leading them to commit all sorts of incomprehensible acts. Therefore, it is considered a forbidden zone by the locals, a place no one should set foot in. Thus, for over 100 years, no one has ventured into this area. The environment is serene and extremely quiet. But today, the Killer's Forest, usually only occasionally punctuated by the sounds of insects and birds, suddenly erupted with a deafening roar. Several figures burst forth from the ground, scattering mud and sand, cratering surrounding trees, and leaving ruins everywhere. When the figures landed, it became clear that they were a group of 5. 1 man and 4 women. It was Chu Qing and his group. After leaving the small town and courtyard, the 5 of them had proceeded according to their original plan. Following the map, they arrived at the Killing Forest. After inquiring with the locals, they quickly learned about the forest's layout. Stepping inside, they indeed felt something stirring their innermost thoughts. Thoughts suppressed deep within them kept wanting to surface. Fortunately, they were no ordinary people. Chu Qing, needless to say, was also highly skilled in internal energy cultivation, as were Wu Qianhuan and Jiangli. Gentle and indifferent to emotions, now possessing the unchanging heavenly book, had improved somewhat. This stirring of their hearts worked on them without causing harm, rather, it was an aid. Only the shepherd girl kept changing her mind, sometimes wanting to have a child with Chu Qing, sometimes wailing and saying she would steal her mother's treasured wine to give to Chu Qing. Chu Qing didn't know why she wailed when this topic came up. However, this poor girl's greatest evil thought was actually stealing her mother's treasured wine. It's hard to know what to say about her. After Chu Qing used the heaven-shattering earth-striking technique to suppress her slightly, she began to unleash her abilities. She used various techniques, such as dragon seeking, gold dividing, and locating the burial site, and quickly found the key. Chu Qing didn't waste any time and directly used brute force to blast open the ground. He ventured deeper, dismantling mechanisms and traps, and found the 9 treasures of heaven and earth. Now this thing was in Chu Qing's hands. He picked it up to examine it, and after a while, gently shook his head. Who would have thought that what resides in the Killing Forest isn't some vengeful ghost, but a lamp? The lamp in his hand was very strange. Its overall shape resembled an 8-treasure pagoda, but it wasn't as tall, only about 3 inches long. The specific material was unclear, but its interior shone brightly. Through the crack, a faint flame could be seen, seemingly about to be extinguished by a mere gust of wind, but Chu Qing tried to extinguish it with a palm strike, and the flame flickered incessantly in the wind, completely unaffected. The lid above resembled the roof of a pagoda, the difference being that each eave was inlaid with a face. Some were crying, some laughing, some angry, some sorrowful, 8 emotions in total. Looking at them for a while, one seemed to be infected by the emotions on their faces. Seeing anger often would breed anger in one's heart. Seeing laughter often would bring joy to one's heart. The ability of all these emotions to infect one's heart was truly bizarre. A black chain pulled the entire lamp body, connecting it to a horizontal bar. This horizontal bar was also entirely black, with somewhere on the handles, revealing a faint white beneath. One can't help but wonder if this thing might be the bone of some kind of creature. It's incredibly hard. While it looks like a lamp when lifted, It can be used as a sword or a meteor hammer in combat. Furthermore, the flame from its wick can stir deep emotions. In actual combat, its use would likely be incredibly effective. The shepherd boy pouted. If I remember correctly, this thing is called the heart lamp. However, there's not much information about it in the record of rare treasures. I reckon it's quite dangerous. You better be careful, lest you go from a respected martial arts leader to a universally hated demon, a lecherous villain. Chu Qing squinted at the shepherd boy. When they first arrived, this girl had made quite a fool of herself. She seemed genuinely wary of this heart lamp. After thinking for a moment, Chu Qing looked at Winru. You try it. Winru thought for a moment, and understood Chu Qing's meaning, reaching out to take the heart lamp. The next moment, a strange sensation emanated from the wick. The shepherd girl's originally clear eyes were instantly filled with desire. She instinctively went to Chu Qing's side, about to make a move, when Chu Qing touched her brow with a finger. Chu Qing softly said to Winru, try circulating the unchanging heavenly book, connecting your inner strength with this lamp, and see if you can control it. Chu Qing had previously tried this, using the heavenly ultimate formless divine power to control the lamp. Under Chu Qing's inner energy, the lamp had no power to resist, and was easily taken into his grasp. Winru followed his instructions, and saw the lamp flicker, seemingly unwilling to surrender. But soon, the flame stabilized. The strange feeling dissipated, and the shepherd girl's eyes cleared. She glared at Chu Qing through gritted teeth. Why did you block me? Chu Qing was speechless. Instead of blaming the heart lamp for embarrassing her, she blamed him for stopping her from attacking. There was never any reasoning with women, and Chu Qing had no intention of arguing with her. Seeing that Winru was holding the heart lamp, and seemed to be in relatively good condition, he took her hand and checked it. He almost got bitten by the rice paste. This little hamster-like creature seemed to be affected by the heart lamp's influence, displaying its two rather prominent front teeth in a fierce, snarling manner, telling everyone it wasn't a coward. Everyone was indeed impressed. Daring to bite Chu Qing, the number one in the world. It certainly wasn't a coward. Winru then subdued the heart lamp's power, and the rice paste finally returned to normal. Then, with a whoosh, it slipped into Winru's sleeve, probably recalling what it had just done, and was now trembling. Little thing, your courage comes quickly, but it fades just as fast. Chu Qing chuckled, placing his hand on Winru's wrist, examining it for a moment, then nodded. It's all right, not a big problem. I check you every 7 days from now on. This thing has the power to bewitch the mind, creeping in silently like a gentle breeze at night, nourishing things without a sound. One must be careful. But for now, it's only good for you. If one day I find it poses a threat to you, then you can return it to me. Winru nodded. Okay. The 9 treasures of heaven and earth are all extraordinary. Chu Qing could understand the concerns of the person who had hidden the heart lamp back then. This thing is manageable in the hands of a master, they can suppress it. But in the hands of an ordinary person, it would only become a slave to the lamp. The dark side of their heart would be awakened, their desires unleashed, and the ensuing tragedy and slaughter would be inevitable. Therefore, the person who went to great lengths to hide this item back then can be considered to have performed a great deed. Counting back now, he has probably seen, acquired, or heard of 8 of the 9 treasures of heaven and earth. The Wutong divine wood, the heavenly demon robe, the weeping god iron, the heaven and earth 4 directions vessel, the genuine stone, the transmission bell, the earth soul armor, and this heart lamp. Legend says there are 9 of the 9 treasures of heaven and earth, but what is the 9th one called, and who possesses it? Not only that, the heavenly demon robe was taken away by Yuzong, and the weeping god iron is temporarily stored in the Wan Bailu. Whether it has reached the hands of the head manager is uncertain. The genuine stone is still in the 10 absolute caves, hidden in the tomb of the first martial emperor. The remaining 4 treasures of heaven and earth, the 4 directions wine vessel, the sound transmission bell, the earth soul armor, and the heart lamp, were all in Chu Qing's possession. Of the 9 treasures of heaven and earth that Chu Qing knew of, the only one whose whereabouts were unknown was the Wutong divine tree. This was a legendary divine object. Many people debated endlessly whether it truly existed. Chu Qing shook his head, no longer dwelling on it. This matter is settled, let's go. All right. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Qing flicked his sleeves, and 5 figures soared into the sky, covering 10 miles in a single step. This technique of soaring through the heavens and shrinking the earth to an inch was a method Chu Qing developed after obtaining the soaring to immortality steps. He combined all his own lightness skills, taking the best and compensating for the worst, to create this immortal wind and flowing clouds. Using the wind's force and employing a wondrous technique, He could ride the wind and shrink the distance to an inch, traveling 1,000 miles in no time. If ordinary people witnessed this, they would probably kneel down and worship, thinking they had encountered a living deity. October was already halfway over. These past 2 weeks had been quite eventful for the eastern region. First, there was the battle at Forget Love Manor, where Chu Qing, the leader of the Southwest Two Regions Alliance, along with Song Chengdao, the #1 Taoist master of the Central Plains, fought against the master of the Mirror of Karma. The 5th King Luo Kongming died tragically in this battle, and the martial emperor Li Juechen was instantly killed by Chu Qing's awakening of insects move. The grand manager of Wan Beilu joined forces with the heavenly evil cult master to deal with Chu Qing. The result was a crushing defeat, forcing them to flee. To be honest, before Alliance leader Chu rose to power, the heavenly evil cult leader was incredibly formidable. Even the combined might of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors couldn't gain any advantage against him. Instead, they suffered repeated defeats, but unexpectedly, Alliance leader Chu rose to prominence overnight. In the battle at Yusong Mountain in the western regions, he routed the heavenly evil cult leader, leaving him practically naked, and in the battle at Wanqing Manor on Jiaxia Mountain, he was forced to flee in terror. It was truly gratifying. Beside the official road, in a tea house, a group of merchants were resting and chatting. This Alliance leader Chu is truly a living bodhisattva. If it weren't for his efforts over the past half-month, traveling throughout the eastern regions, slaying the heavenly evil cult villains, restoring order, and deterring the wicked, how could we dare to leave our homes to do business? We haven't even encountered many bandits along the way, all thanks to Alliance leader Chu. Indeed, in my opinion, Alliance leader Chu's martial arts are now far beyond what the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors could match. We're just waiting for the day he kills the evil cult leader and subdues the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. If we could get him to unify the world, wouldn't that be a blessing for us? We wouldn't dare say such things carelessly, lest we create enemies for Alliance leader Chu. Sigh, I wonder what Alliance leader Chu is thinking. These martial arts masters are all so powerful and imposing. But the only one I truly admire is Alliance leader Chu. Alliance leader Chu's martial arts are indeed divine, but I wonder how he compares to that ghost fiend. What is that ghost fiend, daring to compare himself to Alliance leader Chu? You don't know? This ghost fiend has only risen to prominence in the martial arts world in the last 10 days or so. This person is very mysterious, and his methods are extremely terrifying. He seems to enjoy eating human flesh and drinking human blood, and his whereabouts are unpredictable. Wherever he goes, he stirs up a bloodbath. He's not someone to be trifled with. Chaotic times breed monsters. In this world, all sorts of demons and monsters have emerged. However, I believe that if Alliance leader Chu knew about this, he would definitely seek revenge on that demon god. Slay the demons and eliminate the monsters, restoring peace and order to this world. The merchants chatted casually, some filled with righteous indignation, others with anticipation. Unbeknownst to them, in a corner of the tea house, a man and 4 women were quietly drinking tea. But when they heard the words demon god, the man's expression shifted slightly, and he turned around to ask a few questions. The others assumed he was just another customer, and didn't hide anything. After explaining what he knew, the man thanked them, left money for the tea, and then set off with the 4 women. This group, needless to say, was Chu Qing's. After walking for a while, Wu Qianhuan spoke up. We heard about the ghostly fiend several times along our journey. It doesn't seem fake. That person just said the ghostly fiend recently appeared in Dahong City to the north. Should we go take a look? Mu Tonger suggested. Chu Qing nodded. For the past half-month, we've been fighting across the eastern region, and we almost wiped out the heavenly evil sect. Although we still haven't found the 7 Killings master, he should be leading the remaining people to the northern region to meet up with the rest of the heavenly evil sect. Dahong City is on our route, a gateway between the northern and eastern regions. We might as well go and see if we can find any clues about this so-called ghostly fiend. Hearing this, everyone naturally agreed. The group immediately headed north. With Chu Qing's immortal wind and flowing clouds, their travel speed was far beyond what was common. They set off at dusk and arrived in Dahong City by nightfall. Under the cover of darkness, the group entered the city. Just as Chu Qing and his party landed, Winry suddenly sniffed the air. Third brother, there's a bloody smell. It's someone we know. Who? Dongfan Jinghong. Upon hearing this, Chu Qing paused, then said, lead the way. Winry didn't say much, carrying a heart-shaped lamp, and led the way, quickly arriving at a narrow alley. The place was foul-smelling, filthy, and muddy. Chu Qing frowned slightly. Looking up, he saw a person lying in the mud not far away, blood flowing from various parts of his body. Upon reaching him, he turned him over. In the darkness, he recognized him. It was Dongfang Jinghong. Chu Qing reached out and pressed his wrist, his expression changing slightly. Such a serious injury. Chapter 585. Chi Feng Inn, inside a guest room on the second floor. Dongfang Jinghong's injuries had been mostly treated, and he lay on the bed with his eyes closed. Chu Qing had channeled some internal energy into him to maintain his heart meridian. Combined with his own internal energy, the internal and external energies combined, and his condition stabilized. The door creaked open, and Wu Qianhuan and the other three poured in. Jianli, carrying a bowl of medicinal soup, approached him. It's ready. Chu Qing stood up and helped Dongfang Jinghong sit up. He blew on the scalding hot soup, making it palatable. He pried open Dongfang Jinghong's mouth and poured the soup down his throat. With his other hand, he used his index and middle fingers together to guide the medicine down his throat, preventing spillage. A moment later, the bowl of medicine was completely finished. Not a drop was wasted. Chu Qing then returned the bowl to Jianli and put Dongfang Jinghong down. After drinking this medicine, he should wake up soon. He's the mighty sword emperor. Who in the world could injure him like this? Could it be that after leaving the forgetful love manor that day, he encountered the fleeing heavenly evil cult leader and the head manager? Wu Qianhuan wondered. Chu Qing shook his head. If he really encountered them, he would have died long ago and wouldn't have held on until now. His injuries should have occurred within the last few days. The remaining internal energy in his body wasn't caused by the heavenly evil cult leader and the head manager. Then who could it be? Mu Tongwa suddenly had a different idea. Could it be the ghost fiend god? Chu Qing thought for a moment and shook his head. That's probably unlikely. That ghost fiend god eats people and drinks blood. He must practice evil martial arts. Although his injuries are severe, it's clear that the person who attacked him cultivated a righteous Xianin sect, the orthodox lineage of the Xianin. Several people murmured these 4 words, each harboring some suspicions. Chu Qing waved his hand. No need to think about it. He know when he wakes up. Just then, Dongfang Jinghong's fingers twitched slightly, and he opened his eyes groggily. Immediately, his brows furrowed deeply. Chu Qing initially thought he was in pain, but instead, he heard him say with a frown, "What's this strange taste in my mouth? Who gave me this medicinal soup? It's sour, astringent, and bitter, utterly unbearable. I want to drink." Chu Qing rolled his eyes. You're already incredibly lucky to have survived, and you want to drink? I advise you not to entertain such a delusion. Alliance leader Chu? Hearing Chu Qing's words, Dongfang Jinghong finally let out a somewhat dazed sigh. It really is you. I thought I'd never see you again in this lifetime. Chu Qing waved his hands repeatedly. That doesn't sound right. A grown man shouldn't be so pretentious. Tell me about your injuries. Were they inflicted by Xian Song? As a member of the orthodox Xianin sect, capable of injuring Dongfang Jinghong, Chu Qing couldn't think of anyone else besides Dao Emperor Xian Song and the ancient Emperor Yi Sheng. Dongfang Jinghong paused slightly, then sighed. How did you find me? By chance, Chu Qing said. We were just about to come to the Hung City on some business, when we found you lying in a pile of rubble, barely alive. That's why we brought you to the inn. To be honest, the waiter didn't even want to open the door for us, afraid you'd die there and bring bad luck. Dongfang Jinghong looked somewhat embarrassed. It's only human nature. So is that so? Chu Qing didn't intend to go along with his wishes and let the topic be changed. Dongfang Jinghong was silent for a moment, then finally nodded. Xian Song and Yi Sheng acted together. The reason? Chu Qing's expression was calm, and there was no anger or killing intent in his eyes. Dongfang Jinghong lay down weakly. There's no real reason. They just wanted to secretly offer the northern region and the 5 emperor cities of Central State to the heavenly evil sect leader, and I overheard it. In a fit of anger, I appeared and rebuked them, and the 2 of them tried to kill me to silence me. Actually, it's not as simple as Dongfang Jinghong makes it out to be. After the battle at Wanqing Manor on Jiaxia Mountain, Dongfang Jinghong returned to Wudi City with Luo Kongming's body. Xian Song and Yi Sheng were also filled with grief and indignation upon seeing Luo Kongming's corpse. However, after hearing Dongfang Jinghong's account, their attitudes changed somewhat. On one hand, they angrily criticized Chu Qing for lacking a sense of the bigger picture and actually killing Li Juechen. On the other hand, they seemed worried. Though they didn't say it outright, they were clearly concerned about something. Dongfang Jinghong's nature. Open-minded and rather simple-minded, he didn't notice anything amiss with the 2 men. After finishing his business, he went about his business. For the next 2 days, every time he saw Xian Song, he noticed his tense expression. Even if Dongfang Jinghong were a fool, he could tell something was wrong with Xian Song. That's why he secretly took notice. A few days ago, he noticed Xian Song acting suspiciously again, so he secretly followed him. He witnessed Xian Song's secret conversation with Yisheng, proposing to offer the 5 Emperor City as a gift to the Heavenly Evil Cult leader in exchange for a high position within the Heavenly Evil Cult. It's hard to describe Dongfang Jinghong's feelings at that moment. His entire worldview shattered. He never dreamed that the mighty Tao Emperor Xian Song and the ancient Emperor Yisheng would fail to stand up for the world in this crisis, instead considering betraying their cause for personal gain. In his rage, he disregarded everything and impulsively rushed out. By the time he realized he couldn't defeat them both alone, he was already being beaten to a pulp. He barely managed to escape when they were outnumbered and headed towards the eastern region. He knew Chu Qing was still in the eastern region. He believed that as long as he found Chu Qing there, he would be safe. But it wasn't until he reached Dahong City that he remembered something. He didn't know where Chu Qing was in the eastern region. How could he possibly find Chu Qing in such a vast place on his own? Despair, coupled with his injuries, finally broke him, and he fainted. Who could have imagined that when he awoke, he would see Chu Qing? His understated manner wasn't because he wanted to hide anything. It was mainly because he wasn't very good at narrating. So he simply condensed it into a single sentence. However, the problem this sentence raised was impossible to ignore. It seems, as young Master Chu predicted, the ancient emperor and the Tao emperor are indeed unreliable. Jiangli frowned slightly. But I don't understand why they would rather choose the heavenly evil sect leader than you, young Master Chu? Dongfang Jinghong looked at Chu Qing with puzzlement. When did you say those two were unreliable? If you had said so earlier I wouldn't have returned to 5 Emperor City. I was inexplicably angered to the point of near death, and even got beaten up. If you hadn't taken this beating, would you have listened to them? Chu Qing sneered. As for why they didn't choose me, there are many reasons. Perhaps they don't think highly of me, or perhaps they overestimate themselves. Also, unlike the heavenly evil cult leader, I don't wear my ambition on my sleeve. What they want, I might not give them. What do you mean? Dongfang Jinghong asked, frowning, not only because he didn't understand, but also because of the pain. Chu Qing had to explain. In the battle at Yusong Mountain, I defeated the heavenly evil cult leader. In the battle at Wanqing Manor, the head manager and the heavenly evil cult leader joined forces, and they still retreated. But neither battle was easy. There are many things that can turn the tide of battle. For example, the ancient emperor and the Tao emperor. They thought that while I could defeat the head manager and the heavenly evil cult leader together, I might not be able to defeat the head manager, the heavenly evil cult leader, and the 4 of them combined. Moreover, there are still some members of the heavenly evil cult who haven't shown themselves yet. For example, those few holy maidens. Also, I remember when Prince Mei mentioned the internal divisions of the heavenly evil cult, he mentioned the sword-holding hall and the rusty brush hall. I now suspect that the rusty brush hall might have some connection with the literary heart pavilion. Because when Prince Mei mentioned the rusty brush hall, some of the things he said matched those of the literary heart pavilion. But the sword-holding hall hasn't made a move yet. Prince Mei once said that the sword-holding hall is the leader's personal guard. In the context of the Great Qian dynasty, that would be equivalent to the Imperial Guard, or top-tier palace guards. With all these resources combined, plus the Emperor and the Emperor, they naturally don't think I have any way to contend with them. But what kind of people are the heavenly evil cult? Dongfang Jinghong, still indignant, struggled to sit up. Insidious and ruthless, committing all sorts of evil deeds. They knew perfectly well what was going on, yet they still wanted to aid and abet the wicked. They're utterly unworthy of the titles of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Jiangli glanced at Dongfang Jinghong. To say something you might not want to hear, Senior Dongfang, in the current state of the world, the so-called 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are ancient history. Dongfang Jinghong froze, then his face fell, and he slammed heavily onto his pillow. The porcelain pillow nearly cracked from the impact. He cried out, rubbing his head, and said, "Ancient history is ancient history, but we can't be so blind to right and wrong. Those 2 old bastards deserve to die. They're clearly just doing it for their own selfish reasons, using the greater good to deceive me every day. You have no idea what kind of life I've been living all these years. Well, not just all these years. These past few years haven't been bad, mainly because I've been kept in the dark. If I'd known there was so much shady stuff going on, I would have killed everyone already." "Alright, quiet down." Chu Qing gently patted Dongfang Jinghong's shoulder. "Now that you're awake, These injuries shouldn't be a problem. Focus on healing. You need to be able to keep up before leaving the Hong City. Okay. Dongfang Jinghong nodded, not giving it much thought. Wu Qianhuan, however, sensed the unspoken meaning. What are you going to do? Naturally, I'm going to 5 Emperor City. Chu Qing smiled. They're all planning to sell 5 Emperor City, handing over Zhongzhou and the northern region to others. Giving it to the heavenly evil sect leader and the grand manager is one thing, but why can't they give it to me? You can convince them? Dongfang Jinghong asked, her face full of surprise. Chu Qing smiled and raised his fist. Well, everything in this world boils down to reason. Even the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had to reason. My reasoning is quite strong. I'm sure I can persuade them with logic. Wu Qianhuan was speechless. This guy was planning to storm their city. In the past, she would definitely have advised Chu Qing against this. Attacking the 5 emperors' city and seizing Zhongzhou, that was simply absurd. But now, it seemed unnecessary. Chu Qing himself had said he was invincible. He wouldn't speak carelessly, he must have absolute confidence. Then she would go with him to the 5 emperors' city, and see how he would persuade them with reason. Thinking about it, attacking the 5 emperors' city was quite exciting. Dongfang Jinghong wasn't stupid, just straightforward. Seeing Chu Qing's gleaming fist, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. Then wait for me. My reasoning is strong too, I lend you a hand. Then it's a deal. Chu Qing nodded. Suddenly, a gentle voice said, Tell me, where did the heavenly evil cult leader and the head manager go after their defeat? No one could answer this question. Chu Qing simply chuckled. No matter where they went, they always show themselves. Crack! A huge stone door was opened, revealing a new secret chamber. The heavenly evil cult leader followed the head manager inside with some anticipation. Inside, the walls were covered with stone carvings. The contents on the left and right sides were somewhat strange, consisting of marks. And in the center was an internal energy cultivation manual. The head manager suddenly rushed forward, scrutinized the items carefully, and after a moment, sighed with disappointment. No. Still no? The heavenly evil cult leader's face darkened. The 2 of them had been in the Jiang clan's territory for almost 10 days. They had searched through various secret chambers underground and indeed found some valuable items, which had healed the head manager's injuries in a short time. However, they hadn't found anything that could allow the heavenly evil cult leader to advance further. After arriving here, the head manager no longer concealed anything. He told the heavenly evil cult leader that what could allow him to advance further was the Jiang family's ancestral internal energy cultivation method. This method was called the Creation Scripture, and as its name suggested, it possessed the power to create and transform the world. The heavenly evil cult leader was wary of Chu Qing's Maha-boundless power, and also had many dissatisfactions with his own Supreme Emperor's world-shaking treasure record. If he could obtain this creation scripture mentioned by the head manager, he might have a chance to break through the barriers and achieve unparalleled supernatural powers. As long as he could break through the Maha-boundless barrier, Chu Qing was no threat to the heavenly evil cult leader. However, despite searching extensively and nearly turning the Jiang clan's territory upside down with their combined abilities, they still hadn't found the key. It should be in the innermost secret chamber. The heavenly evil cult leader turned to leave. The head steward didn't move. It's useless. That secret chamber can't be opened. Why? It requires a member of the Jiang family to open it. Utter nonsense. The heavenly evil cult leader sneered. Don't think I don't understand mechanisms. It's nothing more than some strange and ingenious tricks. A bunch of dead objects, how can they recognize people? That's because you don't understand the Jiang family. The head steward's gaze fell on the carvings on the walls. Don't use your limited perspective to measure their terror. So what if they're terrifying? Aren't they still all dead? The heavenly evil cult leader sneered. Otherwise, how could this place have fallen into your hands? Chapter 586. The head manager showed no smugness upon hearing this. After thinking for a moment, he said, You don't understand the Jiang family's affairs. Sigh, I don't know how to explain it to you. Oh! The heavenly evil cult leader became somewhat curious. Hearing you say that, I'm even more curious. Come, tell me in detail what's going on with the Jiang family. Why don't even I know anything about them? He was the heavenly evil cult leader, with profound foundations. They were a continuation of the Great Qian dynasty. Although the Great Qian dynasty had collapsed, even a broken ship has some nails. Not to mention the heavenly evil cult had secretly developed for 300 years. Even he didn't understand the existence behind one Bailu. Otherwise, he wouldn't have initially just wanted to use them as a money bag. Having nothing else to do, the The head manager clicked his tongue and said to the heavenly evil cult leader, the Jiang family's ancestor was named Jiang Feng. He was the first patriarch of the Jiang family. This person possessed profound internal energy and divine swordsmanship. In his time, no one could rival him. However, his era was too distant. Aside from the Jiang family, there are no records of him elsewhere. But there is one thing. Before this person appeared, no one in the martial world had ever cultivated such internal energy, nor had anyone ever used such swordsmanship. Only after his appearance did the Jiang family line come into being. What do you mean? The heavenly evil sect leader was somewhat confused. The head manager sighed. This matter is mysterious. I only discovered it from some rare books passed down in Wanbeilu, and within the Jiang family. Jiang Feng has no lineage, no brothers or sisters, no parents or relatives. He seemed to appear out of nowhere, instantly possessing terrifying, unparalleled cultivation. The heavenly evil cult leader scoffed. What's so mysterious about that? This person probably had some fortuitous encounter, secretly practicing in some hidden corner, and only after mastering it did he emerge and sweep across the world. That's certainly one explanation, the head manager said. But do you know why the Jiang family opened the Wanbao Pavilion and never publicly displayed their power? If they didn't publicly display their power, how could Jiang Feng have swept across the martial world? Only Jiang Feng has swept across the martial world. Among the disciples of subsequent generations, although some occasionally appeared for various reasons. But unless there's a special reason, they never act in public. Why is that? Their ambitions lie elsewhere, the head manager said. I discovered from the Jiang family's notes that the Jiang family patriarch Jiang Feng spent his entire life searching for a way home. In his later years, he even took a group of close relatives to sea, and never returned. From then on, the Jiang family seemed to be trapped in a curse. The final destination of each generation is that sea. Some have seen Jiang family members sailing out to sea, believing they are going to visit immortal islands overseas, hoping to ascend to immortality. So much so that at certain times, many martial artists followed suit. But I know that they all want to follow in the footsteps of their ancestor, searching for the so-called path home. What you mean by that is? The heavenly evil cult leader frowned, struggling to use his imagination. This Jiang Feng is not a person of the mortal world, they are immortals from the upper realm. No, impossible. If there truly are gods, how could they stand idly by? He trailed off, then fell silent. He was the leader of the heavenly evil cult. In the context of the great Qian dynasty of that time, he was undoubtedly the supreme ruler. The right of kings is divine right. The so-called supreme ruler must be ordained by heaven. If Jiang Feng truly is a god descended to earth, it means that gods truly exist in heaven. But if the gods don't protect their great Qian dynasty, doesn't that mean their great Qian dynasty has lost the will of heaven, incurring the wrath of the gods, which is why the great Qian, the dynasty has fallen? Could he, leading the heavenly evil sect, truly regain power in this way? Although the heavenly evil sect leader possessed unparalleled martial arts skills, a strange unease stirred within him. The head manager shook his head. I dare not speak of things I do not know. But as I said before, while I was indeed instrumental in the Jiang family's downfall, the main problem wasn't me. It was that the person who truly managed the Jiang family back then left the 4 regions, and 1 province once again, to sail overseas. The remaining people had no interest in Wanbeilu, and I interfered, using some methods to wipe them out in one fell swoop, severing the Jiang family's foundation. If those people hadn't gone to sea, even if I had 100 lives, I wouldn't dare do such a thing. The heavenly evil sect leader suddenly realized that the head manager was indeed incredibly audacious. However, this also seems to indicate that Jiang Feng isn't a deity. Otherwise, how could he not be furious after the head manager had severed the Jiang family's foundation? His anxiety instantly subsided by about 80%. Then he frowned slightly. Did you really wipe out all the descendants of the Jiang family? There is one more person. Jiangli? The heavenly evil cult leader instantly recalled the entanglement between the head manager and Jiangli at Forget Love Manor. The head manager nodded. She is the only remaining bloodline of the Jiang family in the world. Over the years, he hadn't used Jiangli to open the final secret chamber because of his concerns. Furthermore, he had always been confident he could easily control Jiangli, which was why he hadn't acted. But he hadn't expected Jiangli to have already harbored rebellious intentions. A single misstep had led to this outcome, filling him with deep regret. Within Forget Love Manor, he had intended to seize Jiangli. Since the pretense of civility had already been exposed, he no longer cared about anything. But he hadn't expected that Chu Qing's feint to the heavenly evil cult leader was actually aimed at him. If he hadn't already mastered several advanced techniques from the Jiang family's swordplay and possessed many exquisite internal energy cultivation methods, he would likely have been easily killed by Chu Qing. After hearing this, the heavenly evil cult leader was indeed furious. You're utterly useless and a complete hindrance. Such an important person, and you didn't manage her properly? Why did you let her go to that damned little river bend and open someone Bailu? If it were me, I'd break her arms and legs, use her to open the door, and get the unparalleled divine skill first. You don't understand. The head manager waved his hand. He too had been sold off from Wan Bailu when he was young, and the Jiang family had treated him fairly well. However, these people seemed detached from the world. Apart from clan affairs, few things could truly capture their attention. Initially, the head manager had wanted to be loyal to the Jiang family. It wasn't just the debt of gratitude for his upbringing, more importantly, he was in love with a woman from the Jiang family. But that woman didn't reciprocate his feelings. The head manager, feeling his sincerity had been misplaced, harbored resentment. Slowly, this hatred grew, ultimately leading to his ruthless act. Therefore, his feelings for the last vestige of the Jiang family bloodline were complex. He wanted to kill Jiangli, yet couldn't bring himself to do it. He wanted to reveal her identity and then scorn her, accusing her of being blind to the Jiang family's worth, causing him to waste his sincere affections, yet he dared not. He could only torment Jiangli time and again, granting her the high position of second-in-command, yet ensuring she always remembered that she was merely a commodity. Seeing the Jiang family bloodline, who should have been high and mighty, reduced to such a state, filled him with an inexplicable satisfaction and pleasure. But ultimately, he underestimated the Jiang family bloodline. The ingrained nature cannot be changed. Upon realizing her predicament, Jiangli also displayed a resolute determination to die rather than surrender. Although they initially went astray, colluding with the heavenly evil cult, they eventually realized their mistake and corrected their decision after meeting Chu Qing. However, this left the head manager and the heavenly evil cult leader sitting together, staring at each other in worry. The only hope of defeating Chu Qing lay in that secret chamber. The only hope of opening the secret chamber was with Chu Qing. Trying to snatch him from Chu Qing, they couldn't win. Without snatching him, they couldn't open the secret chamber, and they still couldn't win. What should we do? The two looked at each other, and finally, the heavenly evil cult leader narrowed his eyes. A direct confrontation is definitely not going to work. Perhaps we can think of another way. You mean? The two huddled together, gradually forming an agreement. Within Dahong City, Chu Qing and his group didn't linger for long. Their initial purpose was to investigate the rumors surrounding the ghostly fiend god, but after several days without finding any information, and with Dongfang Jingheng's injuries gradually improving, they decided not to delay any longer. After leaving Dahong City, the group headed straight for the northern region. The terrain here changed dramatically. Just moments before, they had been within the Tontian Ridge, which blocked the northeastern two regions, but with one step outside, the wind felt different, and even though they hadn't completely left the Tontian Ridge, they could see a lot of dust and sand. Once they stepped out of the Tontian Ridge, a desolate landscape stretched before them. This marked their complete entry into the northern region. Chu Qing occasionally glanced back at the intricate and chaotic Tontian Ridge, feeling that if it weren't for this barrier, the northern region would likely be even larger. The northern regions are vast and sparsely populated. Traveling along the way, it's common to go for long periods without seeing a single house. Finally, they came across a village and intended to fetch some water and buy some dry rations, when they heard a series of cries. Most of the villagers were gathered at that end. Chu Qing and his group, being somewhat intrigued, went closer to see what was going on. The villagers, seeing that their clothing and appearance didn't seem to belong to the locals, became wary. Most of their slightly malicious glances fell on Dongfang Jingheng. They all felt that this fellow didn't look like a good person. Chu Qing stepped forward, explained his purpose, and after clearing up any suspicions, asked what had happened. The village chief answered Chu Qing, puffing on his pipe and sighing, "We encountered some trouble, but fortunately, a few heroes are staying here for the night. But unexpectedly, they were killed by that monster because of us. The ones crying now are the families of those heroes. They come to claim the bodies." Dongfang Jingheng's gaze swept through the crowd, his brows furrowing slightly. Among the dead, could two of them have been the Flying Eagles? The old village chief was taken aback. "Young man, are you perhaps also a member of the martial world?" Dongfang Jingheng chuckled dryly. "I practiced farming techniques for a few days." The old village chief sighed. "You don't seem like much of a formidable figure, but this young master is quite handsome. It would be a good job for you to accompany and protect him." "You're right, They called themselves Flying Eagles or something. This old man, don't understand. They were all good people. Could you tell us the details, sir? On our journey, we're bound to face dangers. Knowing more might save our lives if we encounter them, Chu Qing said softly. The old village chief waved his hands repeatedly. Don't run into him. If you do, it's all over. Alas, how can I put it? That's a monster. His eyes were bloodshot, and his 10 fingers were like swords. With a casual swipe, he shattered the swordsman's arm into several pieces. When we collected the bodies, we found that his arm was frozen solid, incredibly cold. Also, although that monster was very thin, knives clanged and jingled when they struck him. You couldn't hurt him at all. Instead, when he pressed his palm on those 2 people's heads, they instantly burst into flames. It was terrifying. He trembled as he recounted this. Although it was already past mid-October, the weather in the northern region was still scorching hot, and it hadn't cooled down yet. At midday, the sun was blazing, but he seemed to be freezing. His voice trembled. Chu Qing asked again which direction the monster had gone, so they could change direction to avoid encountering it. The old village chief was a kind man. After telling them the direction, he repeatedly warned them, even advising them to stay the night, and absolutely not let the monster run into them. Chu Qing thanked him profusely and agreed, leaving the village to chase after the so-called monster. This chase lasted 2 days, but they found no trace of the monster. On the 3rd day, near the entrance to Zhongzhou, they discovered the second group of victims. This time, without the Flying Eagle duo's selfless rescue, the entire village perished, without exception. Winry tried to find the monster scent, but time was too long and she failed. Later, based on clues, the group deduced that the person had likely headed towards Zhongzhou. On this occasion, they returned to Tontian Ridge. They happened to pass by the Sword Emperor Palace and decided to take a look. Upon reaching the gate, they saw a charred corpse kneeling on the ground, its hands raised, seemingly struggling to break free from its opponent's grip. This sight immediately alerted everyone. Sure enough, upon entering the Sword Emperor Palace, they found the ground littered with carnage and corpses. Chu Qing's eyes twitched slightly. He hadn't been able to examine the corpses of the Flying Eagle duo closely, and later, he had killed the villagers with a single blow. But the retainers of the Sword Emperor Palace were no ordinary martial arts figures. From these corpses, Chu Qing finally discerned the clues. He glanced at Dongfang Jinghong, who happened to look at him. Their eyes met, and both spoke simultaneously. Li Juechen. 5 Ghosts Heavenly Corpse Token. Chapter 587. Zhongzhou, 5 Emperors City. No matter how turbulent the outside world, the peace of 5 Emperors City will never be broken. This seems to be everyone's perception. Therefore, even the guards stationed on the walls of 5 Emperors City don't care much about their duties. Actually, this isn't entirely wrong. For many years, no one has dared to offend 5 Emperors City. So why bother making a fuss every day, standing here so solemnly on guard duty? With that free time, they could take a nap, and then, full of energy, go to a brothel to listen to music with girls. Wouldn't that be more enjoyable? The brothels of 5 Emperor City are different from others. They have beauties who can enter the gates of jade, each one exceptionally beautiful. If one were lucky enough to have a kiss with one, who knows how intoxicating it would be? One guard was dreaming of meeting a beauties who could enter the gates of jade, and just as things were getting intimate, he suddenly felt the urge to urinate and woke up from his dream with a look of displeasure. He gave himself a small slap. I should have drunk less at noon. I was woken up by the urge to pee. What a pity. He shook his head and stood up, intending to find a place to relieve himself. But after taking only 2 steps, he felt as if he had caught something out of the corner of his eye. He frowned slightly, glancing towards the outside of the city wall, following his memory. The next moment, his pupils contracted sharply. What he had caught out of the corner of his eye wasn't a hallucination. Right outside the city, a figure stood in midair. The figure was shrouded in a black robe, making it impossible to discern anything. Only his right hand was toying with a round, chubby object. He could vaguely see that the hand exposed outside the sleeve was black and withered. The guard couldn't help but rub his eyes, still somewhat incredulous. Suddenly, the figure flicked their wrist, tossing the object onto the city wall. The object rolled a few times, landing at the guard's feet. Face up, it was a human head. As a guard of the 5 Emperor City, he was quite knowledgeable, and quickly recognized the head. It belonged to Xiao Qianhe, the leader of the One Yu sect. The guard had once been fortunate enough to see her. She was an unparalleled beauty, captivating and alluring. Especially her eyes, so mesmerizing. A single glance was enough to seduce and enthrall. Her figure was graceful, perfectly proportioned, neither too voluptuous nor too slender. That one glance had haunted his dreams for years, providing him with countless nights of fantasies. But he never dreamed that seeing Xiao Qianhe again would be like this. The once stunning woman was now completely devoid of her former beauty. Her face was contorted with grotesque ugliness. Once, a single glance from her could make countless men willingly die for her. But now, those wide-open eyes still held fear and despair. The voluptuous body was gone, leaving only the severed head. How could this be? The guard couldn't help but crouch down, wanting to touch the face of the woman who had helped him escape the Jade Gate. But the next moment, his body was involuntarily suspended in midair. Not only him, all the guards on the city wall, including those standing guard at the gate below, were all lifted into the air. While in midair, they felt something frantically draining from their bodies. It was true energy, blood, their very essence and spirit. Then, in utter terror, they all watched their bodies slowly being consumed by fire and frozen by frost, until finally everything vanished into darkness. The corpses fell to the ground. Li Juechen looked at his withered hands, his bloodshot eyes no longer capable of expressing any human emotion. He moved through the air, and in one step, he had already entered the Five Emperors' city. The people on the streets looked at him with strange eyes. These were seasoned residents of the Five Emperors' city, not particularly concerned about someone dressed in strange clothes. Even the death of their guards hadn't made them particularly nervous. Or, not that they weren't nervous, but rather that they didn't know how to react. After all, they had lived in peace for far too many years. Lacking the caution of those outside, they had also lost much of their instinct for self-preservation in the face of danger. Until Li Juechen swept his finger across the street, dozens of people, their heads rolling on the floor in an instant, were beheaded. The remaining people, only then realizing what had happened, let out a scream and began to flee in panic. Some, in their haste, fell into ditches, struggling to jump out, but their weakness and lack of stamina prevented them from doing so. Others broke into homes, went straight to the beds, huddled under the covers, trembling, only to be kicked off by the wives, who cursed them relentlessly. Still others, unable to escape, grabbed a vegetable leaf from a nearby stall and used it to cover their faces, as if it were the best disguise to fool the most skilled hunter in the world. In short, chaos reigned in Five Emperors' city. Li Juechen's blood-red eyes watched this scene, a slight smirk playing on his lips. With a casual flick of his finger, wisps of wind swept through. He didn't consider the consequences of his actions, leaving the rest to fate. Screams, wails, and angry curses rang out amidst the chaos. These sounds filled him with a strange kind of pleasure. This was one of the few times he had found joy since waking up again. The Five Ghosts' Heavenly Corpse token lives up to its name. To achieve the unity of the five elements and unleash its full power, one must not be human. Only by crossing the gates of life and death and comprehending the chapters of the other shore can one attain its true meaning. Now that I am dead, how can a dead person die again? Having obtained the Heavenly Corpse body, an immortal and indestructible body, who in the world can rival me? A surge of boundless joy welled up in Li Juechen's heart. His only regret was that achieving the Heavenly Corpse body meant losing the joy of being human. His body lacked the sensations of a human. Moreover, all the activity within him came solely from the Five Ghosts' Heavenly Corpse token. Although he could still activate Thousand Yuan Dao, myriad transformations returned to one and stealing heaven demon art, he had absolutely no human senses left. Furthermore, because his body was dead, even if he circulated his powers, he couldn't generate internal energy. Therefore, he could only borrow from others. Blood, internal energy, essence, and spirit were all highly nourishing. His Heavenly Corpse body was like a bottomless pit, constantly storing energy. Since awakening at the Forgetful Mountain Villa in the eastern region, he had traveled to the Central Plains, occasionally killing experts and attacking civilians, all to accumulate power for himself. After setting foot in Zhongzhou, he first slaughtered the disciples of the Sword Emperor Palace, then proceeded to the four major sects one by one, annihilating them all. Carrying the head of Xiao Qianhe, the leader of the Wanyu sect, he finally arrived at the Five Emperors' city. With the resources he had plundered, he might be able to live peacefully for hundreds of years. This thought thrilled him immensely. There was no method of immortality before, and he created the first secret method of immortality since the beginning of time. This was an unprecedented feat. Of course, this method of immortality had some side effects. After mastering it, one would no longer be human. But what did it matter? Li Juechen felt that the Five Ghosts' Heavenly Corpse token might still be worth studying further, and the potential of the primordial Tao opening scripture had not been fully explored. If he had a long lifespan to use, and unparalleled martial arts skills to do as he pleased, it might not be impossible to perfect the 5 Ghosts Heavenly Corpse token in the future and regain a normal human body. The martial world is boundless, with no end in sight. The most wondrous thing in this world is exploring the true essence of martial arts. He spoke softly, but his steps suddenly halted. He looked up abruptly and heard a voice say calmly, "Who are you? How dare you act so presumptuously in 5 Emperors City?" A young man with white hair stood atop the street gate, frowning slightly as he looked at Li Juechen. "You don't even recognize me?" Li Juechen chuckled, then spread his hands. "But it's no wonder, my current immortal appearance is indeed quite different from you mortals. It's only natural that you don't recognize me. Dao Emperor Xian brows furrowed slightly. Then suddenly he pointed his fingers like a sword, his fingertips pointing out. With a whoosh, the energy shifted 3 times, moving along 3 paths, directly targeting Li Juechen. Li Juechen neither dodged nor evaded, letting the 3 energies strike him, knocking off his hood. A withered, ashen face, devoid of any human vitality, appeared before Xian Song. Xian Song was slightly startled, recognizing the face. Li Juechen. "Xian Song, long time no see." Li Juechen chuckled. Xian Song's face darkened. Looking at the surrounding corpses, he gritted his teeth and roared, "What are you doing? Indiscriminately killing the innocent? Did Luo Kongming really die by your hand? How did you become like this? What's wrong with how I am now?" Li Juechen smiled, but the smile on his face appeared even more ferocious. "Xian Song, you don't understand. I feel more comfortable than ever before. Indiscriminate killing of the innocent. In this world, who is immune to death? Their deaths please me, then they died a worthy death. No sound in this world pleases me more than their screams. Also, you're right, Luo Kongming did indeed die at my hands. Blame him for his stubbornness. What is Chu Qing anyway? I wanted to join forces with Luo Kongming to kill Chu Qing, but he refused. Unfortunately, he can't stop me from doing what I want. Even if I can't change his mind, so what? He still has to obey my orders. Even in death, I can manipulate his corpse at will. In the end, didn't he still help me? However, Xian Song, you are ultimately a Dao Emperor, with an extraordinary status. I will give you a chance. Submit to me, and if you behave properly, I might even grant you immortality. You're insane." Xian Song looked at Li Juechen with pity in his eyes. The next moment, he slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they were filled with fierce intent. "Today, you shall die in 5 Emperors City." In the past, he might not have made such a decision. But now, he was willing to join the heavenly evil sect alongside the ancient Emperor Yisheng, and the so-called overall situation would naturally change. He no longer cared whether the power he had accumulated was enough to fight against the heavenly evil sect master. 5 Emperors City was his bargaining chip to gain a higher position from the heavenly evil sect master. How could he allow Li Juechen to wreak havoc on it like this? Xian Song took a step forward, slowly descending from the gate, his white hair gradually turning black in the process. A resounding sword cry echoed throughout 5 Emperors City. A flash of sword light swept across 1,000 miles in an instant. The moment Xian Song landed, a sword appeared in his hand. The Dao Emperor's sword, the Xian Yuan sword. The moment the sword entered his grasp, countless blades materialized, and with a single point of Xian Song's sword, it aimed directly at Li Juechen. Li Juechen stood with his hands behind his back, seemingly possessing immense confidence in the face of this dazzling sword strike. But then, a clang rang out. The sword struck Li Juechen, producing a metallic clang. The dissipated sword energy and a wisp of grayish-black turbidity erupted simultaneously, creating a deafening roar. The gate behind Xian Song was the first to be hit. Under the clash of their inner energies and the resulting bursts of energy, it crumbled instantly, shattering into countless fragments. The ground also cracked inch by inch, and a powerful gale swept into the houses on both sides. The people inside watched in despair as rooftops were ripped off, followed by bodies buried under collapsing walls, blood flowing from beneath the ruins. Unaffected by the gale, the blood flowed towards Li Juechen's feet. The 2 figures locked in combat remained motionless, yet the street beneath their feet collapsed by more than 3 zhang, approximately 10 meters, leveling a 10 zhang, approximately 33 meters, radius area and creating a massive crater. Xian Song stared in astonishment at Li Juechen before him. Even as a Dao Emperor, second only to the ancient Emperor and saint in age and seniority among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, he couldn't help but change color. What kind of martial arts is this?" asked the King of Hell. Li Juechen casually grabbed the Xian Yuan sword, a gray-black aura spreading from it. But before Xian Song could retreat, a hand slammed down on his head. "Spare him!" A voice as resounding as a great bell rang out. Li Juechen looked up and saw not a figure, but a bell. A massive bronze bell descended from the sky, trapping him inside. Boom! The bell, bearing down on Li Juechen, was slammed into the deep pit, emitting a deafening roar. A robust, bare-chested, white-haired old man landed on the bronze bell, his hands clasped together. The giant bell beneath his feet trembled violently once more. "Li Juechen, you gone too far." "Insolent?" Li Juechen's voice from within the bell was icy. "You think this Jinkuan bell can imprison me? I advise you, if you're not blind and deaf, submit to Xian's song. Otherwise, you two are only fit to become my food. You dare to be so arrogant even when death is imminent." The ancient Emperor Yisheng was furious. A suppressed laugh came from within the bell. "Death? I am immortal and indestructible. You two dare to kill me?" As these words fell, a tremendous roar resounded, and a palm-shaped protrusion suddenly appeared on the Jinkuan bell. Chapter 588. This bell belonging to the ancient emperor is called the Ancient Emperor Bell. The materials used are unknown. It is a treasure passed down through generations of the ancient emperor lineage. Ordinary people, let alone making a dent in it, wouldn't even be able to leave a scratch, no matter how hard they try. But Li Juechen is different. He has now crossed the threshold of life and death, comprehended the chapter of the other shore, and his 5 ghosts' heavenly corpse token has been pushed to an indescribable level. The 5 elements are unified, and he possesses the divine power of 8,000 elements in one path, 10,000 transformations returning to one. Even the ancient Emperor Bell couldn't withstand his attack. However, the materials of this object are extraordinary. This single strike didn't destroy the bell, but Li Juechen didn't care, continuing his attacks. As a martial emperor, he has dabbled in the martial arts of all schools and sects under heaven. Only in this way could he comprehend the technique of 8,000 elements in one path, 10,000 transformations returning to one. Previously unused and unnecessary, now trapped inside the bell, having lost the initiative, his only thought was to escape. Therefore, he unleashed a barrage of fist, finger, and palm techniques. The ancient imperial bell bulged continuously from the blows, leaving Yisheng somewhat stunned. But this lasted only a moment. The next instant, Yisheng leaped into the air, headfirst, and struck the ancient imperial bell with his palm. Just as a small bulge was beginning to appear on the flat surface, Yisheng pressed it back down. Thus, the two, one inside the bell and one outside, clashed across the 3-inch thick ancient imperial bell. The sounds of their blows echoed loudly. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors each possessed unique strengths, evident even in their names. Whether it was Shang Qiuyu Modua, or the likes of Dongfang Jinghong, each had their signature moves and distinctive characteristics. The defining characteristic of the ancient emperor Yisheng is his unparalleled physical strength. The cultivation technique he practices is called the ancient Panwang scripture. Whether there was a Panwang in ancient times is unknown, but everyone knows that in ancient times, there was a great god named Pangu who created the world and proved his Tao through strength. The person who created the ancient Panwang scripture was neither a person from ancient times, nor Pangu himself. It's just that once this technique is mastered, one's physical strength surpasses all others in the world, hence the use of a divine name to highlight the technique's power. In fact, the ancient Panwang scripture truly lives up to its name. To give a brief example, the bell possessed by the ancient emperor Yisheng is over 2 meters tall, with a diameter of 1.5 meters and a thickness of 3 inches. It weighs a staggering 8,900 jin. The ancient emperor Yisheng casually lifts it, as if it were a bamboo basket. The immense weight seems non-existent to him. Therefore, all the hand seals that Li Juechen made from inside the bell were pressed back down by the ancient emperor. However, this couldn't continue indefinitely. Although the ancient emperor bell was made of extraordinary material, and wouldn't easily break, such repeated hammering would inevitably cause cracks. With the combined internal force of the two, it might shatter into countless fragments. Therefore, while fighting Li Juechen through the bell, the ancient emperor Saint turned to look at Xian Song. This man wielded the Xian Yuan sword, its blade constantly shifting and changing, casually unleashing sword energy around the ancient emperor bell. After 72 consecutive strikes, he casually unleashed another 36. Fighting speed against speed, in just a moment, the surrounding area was filled with sword energy, creating a sense of natural perfection. At this point, he nodded slightly to the ancient emperor Saint. Then, the ancient emperor hooked his foot between the 9 teeth of the ancient bell. After landing, the teeth were firmly anchored to the ground. His foot hooked onto the tiny gap in the middle. With a quick lift of his foot, the massive ancient bell shot into the sky. Along with him rose the ancient Emperor Saint. Li Jueqin's figure reappeared in the light of day, but before he could make a move, countless sword energies locked down all directions. His gaze swept over them indifferently, then he let out a cold laugh. The 108 heavenly and earthly fiend sword formation. Xian Song, wielding the Xian Yuan sword, suddenly unleashed a massive Tai Chi diagram behind him, embracing both yin and yang, slowly rotating, yet instantly merging with the 108 heavenly and earthly fiend sword formation. With a single strike of Xian Song's sword, each sword energy within the formation multiplied into 3. Xian Song cultivated the Taoist secret scroll, the 3 Pure Ones original Tao scripture, and this 1 Qi transforms into 3 Pure Ones technique was something he had mastered through practice. The original 108 sword energies, imbued with Taoist essence, could already be considered deadly. These 108 sword energies, further enhanced by the 1 Qi transforms into 3 Pure Ones technique, multiplied into 324. Each sword energy could be controlled by Xian Song through the Tai Chi Dharma image behind him. It was as easy as using an arm or finger. Its power was indescribable. Even with 8,000 elements returned to 1, 10,000 transformations returned to 1, Li Jueqin found this attack ineffective. He simply stood there, neither dodging nor evading, allowing the sword's edge to strike him. But the strange thing happened at that moment. He was clearly standing at the core of this sword formation, yet all the sword intent passed over him without leaving the slightest mark. It was as if he were merely a shadow, untouched by the dust of this mortal world. How could this be? Xian Song was greatly shocked. His 3 Pure Ones original scripture combined with the 108 swords formation of heavenly gang and earthly fiends was not invincible, but even the leader of the heavenly evil sect had to avoid its sharp edge. Now Li Jueqin didn't even flinch, taking the hit head-on, yet he couldn't even scratch him? This was the first time in Xian Song's life he doubted his own martial arts skills. Even worse, this sword formation was extremely taxing on internal energy. In a short time, nearly half of his internal energy had already been depleted. Xian Song dared not continue. With Li Jueqin's skill, even if he continued to hone his skills here, exhausting all his internal energy, he probably still wouldn't be able to harm his opponent in the slightest. With a thought, the sword energy within the sword formation instantly dissipated by more than half. Li Jueqin slightly opened his eyes, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Is that all? With that, he spread his 5 fingers, directly attacking Xian Song. Suddenly, he heard the sound of wind breaking from above. Li Jueqin looked up slightly, and saw the ancient Emperor Saint wielding the ancient Emperor Bell, smashing it down fiercely towards him. Boom! Perhaps due to the suddenness of the attack, Li Jueqin didn't react in time. Or was he simply not going to react? The bell struck Li Jueqin directly on the head, but he showed no expression, only silently watching the ancient Emperor Yisheng. The ancient Emperor Yisheng naturally wouldn't let the opportunity pass, slamming the ancient Emperor Bell down with all his might, each blow causing the ground to tremble violently. In just 2 or 3 blows, Li Jueqin was forcefully driven into the ground by the ancient Emperor Bell, like a nail. But just as Yisheng was about to strike for the 4th time, the massive ancient Emperor Bell was suddenly caught by a hand. That hand was withered and emaciated, the complete opposite of the broad and heavy ancient Emperor Bell. Yet, the extremely heavy ancient Emperor Bell could no longer be pressed down even an inch. The ancient Emperor Yisheng, whose strength is unparalleled in the world. It's utterly a laughingstock, Li Jueqin said, pulling his other hand from the soil and pressing it to the ground. This strengthened his grip on the ancient Emperor Bell. Let go! The ancient Emperor Yisheng's face was ashen. His muscles bulged, and despite his age, his strength hadn't diminished in the slightest. But no matter how hard he pressed, Li Jueqin wouldn't sink any further into the ground. Just then, a sword silently appeared, slashing diagonally at Li Jueqin's eyes. His entire body was incredibly hard, except for his eyes, which Xian Song naturally didn't intend to let slip. But at that moment, Li Jueqin's hand, gripping the ground, suddenly rose and seized Xian Song's Xian Yuan's sword. One hand gripping the bell, the other holding the sword. The 3 of them struggled simultaneously, powerful forces coursing through the air. Rumbling, rumbling. The entire ground trembled violently, the terrifying force making the 5 emperors' city seem as if an earth dragon had overturned. The collapsing force suddenly erupted, kicking up huge clouds of dust. Just then, Li Jueqin suddenly roared, and a series of cracking sounds rang out. The edge of the ancient Emperor Bell was twisted from his grip, and Xian Song's Xian Yuan's sword looked like a torn rag. Seeing this, ancient Emperor Yisheng felt a pang of heartache and, disregarding everything else, suddenly lifted himself up. Li Juechen immediately followed the momentum. After landing on the ground, he gripped the ground with both feet and grabbed the weapons of the two men. Then, with a twist of his waist, Ancient Emperor Yi Sheng and Tao Emperor Xian Song simultaneously felt a vast and sinister force pulling at their bodies. Under this force, their inner strength almost simultaneously crumbled. The force of the impact slammed into their meridians, and their bodies were violently flung away. One flew south, the other north. With a series of thuds, the two figures smashed through countless gates, each traversing half of the Five Emperors city. One was ultimately embedded in the southern city wall, while the other was caught up by Li Juechen, who had arrived earlier, grabbed him by the throat, and then hurled him from midair, slamming him heavily to the ground. Li Juechen looked at Xian Song, whose black hair had been turned white again, and a ferocious smile appeared on his face. Do you know that you are the person I hate the most? Taking advantage of your age, do you really think that because I give you some leeway, I'm afraid of you? Before Xian Song could even speak, his face aged visibly. He was originally a youthful-looking man, with white hair and a handsome face. No one could tell whether he was young or old. But in this instant, he truly aged. Stop! An aged voice rang out from not far away. Li Juechen looked up and saw the ancient Emperor Yi Sheng, dragging the ancient Emperor Bell, standing not far away, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, struggling to speak. Release him. You two seem to have a deep bond. Li Juechen's lips curled slightly. I gave you a chance. Submit. Or become my food. With a thud, the ancient Emperor Yi Sheng knelt on the ground. Although Xian Song couldn't see, he knew Yi Sheng's choice from the sound. He closed his eyes and forced out a sentence. We too are willing to submit. Silence. Li Juechen remained silent for a full 10 breaths. Then, he suddenly burst into laughter, looking up at the sky. His voice was shrill and ghostly. Though devoid of internal energy, it still sent a chill down one's spine. Li Juechen felt an indescribable sense of exhilaration. This was the most exhilarating day of his life. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, though nominally one entity, were actually divided into ranks, with the ancient Emperor Yi Sheng and Tao Emperor Xian Song standing at the very top. These 2 mountains that had always loomed over him now submitted at his feet. This exhilaration was beyond description. He released Xian Song's hand and slowly rose. Xian Song also got up from the ground and looked at the kneeling Yi Sheng. At this moment, the 2 men, staring at each other, simultaneously saw the dejection on each other's faces. Follow me, Li Juechen said, stopping in his tracks and turning to look at Yi Sheng and Xian Song. The 2 couldn't help but ask, where are we going? What are we going to do? Right here in Five Emperors City. A large, but sinister smile curled at the corner of Li Juechen's lips. I want you to capture everyone in Five Emperors City, and gather them in the city square. Whether they are from the 4 major sects or ordinary people, I want them. Not one will be spared. Xian Song and Yi Sheng both gasped simultaneously. They knew what Li Juechen was going to do. From their previous encounter, they had gained a completely new understanding of him. At this moment, looking at Five Emperors City before them, they felt an extremely complex and sorrowful feeling. Everything had changed. The era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had become a thing of the past. 300 miles away from Five Emperors City, Chu Qing met an unexpected person. Severely injured Jian San. Chu Qing had only met this man once. The last time they met was at the Sword Emperor Palace, but this time he came from Five Emperors City. The moment Jian San saw Chu Qing, his eyes shone with an unprecedented light. He prostrated himself at Chu Qing's feet, clasping his hands in a fist salute. Jian San, a retainer of the Sword Emperor's Palace, greets Alliance Leader Chu. Alliance Leader Chu, something has happened in Five Emperors City. 2 days ago, Li Juechen appeared in Five Emperors City and defeated ancient Emperor Yi Sheng and Tao Emperor Xian Song. The 2 succumbed to Li Juechen's demonic arts, surrendering Five Emperors City. Now Five Emperors City is on the verge of collapse. We beg Alliance Leader Chu to avenge us. 2 days ago. Chu Qing slowly exhaled. He had just left the Sword Emperor Palace and no longer had the leisure to stroll. He used immortal wind and flowing clouds to head straight for Five Emperors City. Unexpectedly, Li Juechen had arrived 2 days earlier than him. Without further ado, he flicked his sleeve, summoned his sword, and the 300 li vanished beneath his feet in no time. With a light touch of his toes, he landed atop the city wall of Five Emperors City. What met his eyes was a massive, deep crater. Looking further, countless ruins and rubble lay scattered about. This was once the most bustling and prosperous place in the world. But at this moment, it was as quiet as a ghost town. Chu Qing didn't linger on the city wall. After a brief glance, he led the group to the plaza within 5 Emperor's city. Scattered, withered corpses lay scattered haphazardly. And at the far end of these corpses, atop a massive ancient bell, sat an old man cross-legged. Holding the Xian Yuan sword, Xian Song leaned against the ancient bell, his gaze somewhat vacant as he looked at Chu Qing, gently shaking his head. You come. Chapter 589. Having not seen you for a few days, why does the Tao Emperor seem to have aged so much? Chu Qing walked slowly forward amidst the sea of corpses, his gaze shifting from Xian Song to the First Saint. This must be the ancient Emperor First Saint, right? The ancient Emperor First Saint remained silent. His pride had shattered completely with that kneel, and everything that had happened in the past 2 days had made him even more silent. Xian Song gently exhaled. The Xian Yuan sword in his hand, twisted and deformed in the battle with Li Juechen, now appeared to have returned to its original state. He said softly, since ancient times, the 5 Emperors' city has been the center of this world. When the great Qian dynasty collapsed, the imperial palace was destroyed. When the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors rose to power, they built 5 mansions on the site of the former imperial palace. The central location connects to the former underground palace of the great Qian dynasty. It also became the place where the 3 sovereigns secluded themselves. For 300 years, no one has ever been able to breach the 5 Emperor city. Why does Alliance leader Chu think this is? I suppose it's not just because the martial arts world reveres the prestige of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors? Chu Qing's tone was somewhat strange. Xian Song chuckled. With Alliance leader Chu's current status and vision in the martial arts world, some things naturally can't be hidden from you. You're right. It's not because those martial arts world reveres the prestige of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, but because the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are very cautious. Being cautious isn't necessarily wrong, Chu Qing said quietly. Initially, this caution stemmed from the fear that some in the martial arts world would be dissatisfied, that someone would continue to cause trouble. Xian Song said with a smile, in my early years, when I read through the handwritten notes of my predecessors, I even thought that our ancestors back then were truly lacking in courage. Later we realized they were different from us. They stood up during the bloodiest time in the martial world, not for the sake of ruling the world, nor for wealth and glory, but because they could no longer bear to see innocent people bleed. They didn't consider themselves capable of governing the world, only possessing martial prowess. That's why they used barbarian techniques to control barbarians, using the martial world to fight against the martial world. What they were wary of wasn't those who rebelled against them, but those who outwardly complied but inwardly defied them, crossing the red line set by their rules that harmed the majority. Chu Qing paused slightly. That line, I'm afraid, wasn't very strict. A group of martial artists, how much skill do you expect them to have? Xian Song shook his head slightly. But it was precisely that group of martial artists who ended those decades of bloodshed, allowing everything to gradually return to silence. Among us, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, each of us, upon inheriting the throne, promised to be wary of the martial world, to be wary of the world. But slowly, that caution changed. From being wary of those who outwardly obeyed, but inwardly defied, committing massacres for personal gain and igniting fearless wars. Slowly it became being wary of someone rising in power, and pushing the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors off this mountain peak. Chu Qing listened without much expression. Time changes many things. Not to mention that the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, passed down through so many generations, would have their initial principles distorted. Even in a game of relaying messages, involving only a few people, the final person would be completely different from the original. The current 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors probably couldn't understand what their ancestors, born in such a cruel era, were thinking back then. The original 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors could never have imagined that the foundation they built would become like this. In fact, from Xian Song's words, Chu Qing quite admired the original 8 people. They knew what they were doing, and they knew what they wanted to do, and then they did it, and they did it for their entire lives. Xian Song continued, so, we killed all those who might push us off the mountaintop. Careful and cautious. Extremely careful. They coveted the power in hands, and held sway over the world. But we forgot. Even a powerful dynasty like the Great Qian dynasty, after being crushed by the wheels of history, could only obediently lie flat, becoming a rut. And we, even if we talk until the very end, are only 8 people. Faced with the true tide of events, even if we fight with all our might, what can we achieve? Even more tragically, we can't even fight with all our might. If you had fought with all your might, you probably wouldn't be here today. Chu Qing said softly, you're getting old, starting to reminisce about the past. But the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are destined to become history. Their glory began with chivalry, and their downfall stemmed from betrayal. You yourselves betrayed the chivalrous path of our ancestors. Reminiscing is futile. Enough of this idle talk. Where is Li Juechen? After you get past the 2 of us, the ancient emperor Yisheng slowly opened his eyes. You will see him. Chu Qing chuckled softly. If I were you, I wouldn't do this. Youngster, you think too highly of yourself. Yisheng spoke coldly. He hadn't wanted to speak before, but now his voice boomed like a bell. Chu Qing shook her head slightly. I didn't mean that you would die by my hand for doing this. While that's part of the reason, the main reason is, Xian Song, you lamented so much to me. But in the end, not only did you fail to reclaim the chivalry you once abandoned, you became Li Juechen's dogs. The 5 Emperors' city, untouched for 300 years, has fallen. The man who deceived himself for most of his life by claiming to protect the world knelt at the last moment. How laughable. If I were you, even knowing I would be shattered to pieces, I would burn my last strength and fight him. Instead of standing here like a resentful woman, wallowing in self-pity. As Chu Qing finished speaking, he took a step forward. With that one step, the surrounding sword light suddenly surged. The 108 heavenly and earthly fiend sword formation. This was something Xian Song had prepared long ago. He wasn't just reminiscing with Chu Qing, nor was he simply wallowing in self-pity. Chu Qing smiled slightly. But I must admit, you all possess extraordinary talent when it comes to being dogs. A Tai Chi Dharma image rose from behind Xian Song, 324 sword energies instantly reflecting across the heavens. As Xian Song pointed his sword, it simultaneously attacked Chu Qing. Yin and Yang converged, transforming into heavenly chi, coiling around Chu Qing's body, each strand emanating from heaven and earth, merging into him. Chu Qing stood with his hands behind his back, not even glancing at Xian Song. The sword energies that landed on the chi were all set flying backward. Not only did it fail to break through Chu Qing's undying heavenly chi, it didn't even cause a tremor. Xian Song's pupils contracted sharply. Compared to Li Juechen, Chu Qing's response was even more unacceptable to him. Li Juechen's martial arts had reached the level of the supernatural. The various supernatural abilities of the 5 ghosts' heavenly corpse order were too inconceivable. It could even leave a trace, untouched by dust. Such martial arts left Xian Song at a loss as to how to fight against it. But Chu Qing clearly told him that the undying heavenly chi was a purely protective divine skill. But your heavenly chi and earthly fiend 108 sword formation simply couldn't pry open this protective chi in the slightest. There was no trickery, no deception whatsoever. It was all fair and square, leaving one speechless. Xian Song had already lost his essence under Li Juechen's attack, and now he was even more unable to withstand the enormous drain of the heavenly chi and earthly fiend 108 sword formation. He had thought he could immediately put Chu Qing on the defensive, giving Yisheng an opportunity. But he hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Thinking of this, he sighed inwardly, turning his sword to try and retract the powerful sword formation. But the next moment, a tremendous pulling force caused his expression to change drastically. You really think I didn't notice something strange here? Chu Qing shook his head slightly. Since reaching the 8th level of the heavenly ultimate formless divine power, the unity of heaven and man had become the norm for him. How could he not notice something strange here? He simply didn't care. You think you can attack and retreat as you please? Do you take me for a joke? With a hook of his 5 fingers, Xian Song lowered his waist and mounted his horse, pressing his index and middle fingers together on the sword, his feet sinking into a 1,000-pound weight, circulating the 3 Pure One's original Tao scripture throughout his body. Yet he still involuntarily rushed towards Chu Qing. Even more deadly, he discovered that the Tai Chi Dharma image behind him had severed its connection with the 108 heavenly and earthly fiend sword formation. Now, all the sword energy within seemed chaotic, yet it operated in a way he couldn't comprehend. If he wasn't controlling all of this, then who was? The instant this thought arose, a sudden, intense fear gripped Xian Song's heart. Who else could it be but Chu Qing? He had seized control of the 108 heavenly and earthly fiend sword formation. In other words, Chu Qing had taken all the sword energy Xian Song had left behind. Once he was pulled into the sword formation, all 324 sword energies would swarm towards him. Boom! Like thunder shaking the heavens. Without even looking up, Chu Qing knew that someone had already reached the heavens, and the giant bell in their hand was already falling towards him. Chu Qing slightly raised his eyes, without dodging. He let the bell crash down, enveloping him within its weight. Xian Song breathed a sigh of relief, but before he could even rejoice, he realized his joy was short-lived. His steps didn't falter. He continued rushing towards Chu Qing. The next moment, he was pulled into the 108 heavenly and earthly fiend sword formation. This was bad. Chu Qing had already controlled the 324 sword energies within the formation. Now, stepping into it meant he was about to experience his own ultimate technique. With a thought, the sword energy surged forth like a raging river. He spun his Xian Yuan sword, the Tai Chi symbol splitting into yin and yang, the four symbols. He wanted to divide and neutralize the sword energy, turning a major problem into a minor one, and a minor one into nothing. But how could he? Asterisk clang. Clang. Clang, asterisk. Several sword cries rang out in succession, and the Xian Yuan sword in his hand was already flying out of his grasp. He was now practically touching the ancient emperor bell, all the sword energy swirling around it like a whirlwind. In just a breath, Xian Song was covered in wounds, dripping with blood. Having reached this point, he simply took a step forward, pressing himself directly against the ancient emperor bell. But he only felt a weight on his shoulder, as Yi Sheng grabbed him, and pulled him to the top of the ancient emperor bell. But just as the two of them regained their footing, a tremendous force suddenly surged from beneath the ancient emperor bell. The ancient emperor Yi Sheng's face darkened, and the ancient Pan Wang scripture roared into operation, manifesting a gigantic, godlike Dharma form, its terrifying power pressing down in all directions. Crack, crack, crack. Countless corpses in the endless sea of withered corpses were instantly crushed and shattered by this immense force. Boulders and buildings cracked under this force, and collapsed with a deafening roar. Wu Qianhuan and the others dared not approach too closely. Only the Blade Emperor Dongfang Jinghong wanted to test his strength, but his sword, Jinghong, had been lost in his previous battle with Xian Song Yisheng, leaving him without a blade and unable to get close. Xian Song's expression did not improve much. He used the Three Pure One's original Tao scripture to heal his wounds, and in a short time, most of his injuries had healed. However, he also discovered that although the ancient Pan Wang scripture was powerful, the sword energy swirling around the ancient emperor belt was not suppressed by this pressure. This showed that this force had not truly suppressed Chu Qing. Ignoring his injuries, he and Yisheng joined forces, attempting to completely suppress the ancient emperor bell. Even with Xian Song's internal energy added, the force propelled by the bell remained steady and unhurried. At this moment, Xian Song suddenly recalled his earlier conversation with Chu Qing about the overwhelming momentum. Just like the force Chu Qing was wielding. Majestic and unstoppable, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't budge it in the slightest. Suddenly, that force erupted, first shattering the saint's Dharma image, then transforming the previously steady and slow force into a surging, deafening roar. The overwhelming momentum was irreversible. The ancient bell shattered, and the two of them were thrown forward with it. The powerful force shattered their bones, but while in midair, they noticed that everything around them seemed to slow down dramatically. They watched helplessly as cracks appeared on the incomparably sturdy ancient bell. It disintegrated and crumbled bit by bit. They watched as the sword energy, swirling around them, arced gracefully before slowing to a halt in midair. They too watched helplessly as their bodies floated there, seemingly frozen in place forever. But the next moment, a dazzling sword light suddenly reflected in their eyes. They couldn't explain what had happened. The instant the sword light erupted, everything that had been still suddenly returned to normal. The sound of the ancient imperial bell shattering reached their ears, fragments flying everywhere. Two figures plummeted from midair, each spitting out a mouthful of blood. The sword energy, swirling within the sword formation, swirled in midair, raining down on the two like a deluge. Asterisk swoosh. 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 Asterisk streams of sword energy pierced through their bodies. Threads of blood slowly spread beneath them. Chu Qing took a step forward, arriving beside them in the instant he landed. But they didn't stop, or even glance at them, as if they were just an insignificant rut in this world. Chapter 590. Chu Qing didn't pay much attention to Yisheng and Xian Song, but Dongfang Jinghong couldn't ignore them. This battle astonished him. Although he had considered that Chu Qing wouldn't be afraid of Yisheng and Xian Song, he hadn't expected the entire process to end so swiftly and decisively. The mighty ancient Emperor Yisheng and Tao Emperor Xian Song couldn't even last 2 or 3 moves against Chu Qing. Therefore, when Dongfang Jinghong arrived beside Xian Song and Yisheng, his expression became even more complex. You made the wrong choice. All his words boiled down to this one sentence. The wrong choice. Xian Song and Yisheng weren't dead yet, though their lives were still slipping away. There was an inexplicable mystery in Chu Qing's martial arts. Although they weren't dead, their life force had been completely severed. Death was irreversible. Xian Song's appearance was visibly aging. But when the words wrong choice reached his ears, he couldn't help but reveal a mocking smile. You think your choice is right? Chu Qing, perhaps, is not much better than the heavenly evil sect, or Li Juechen. Even though he's currently seen as very good by everyone. But when he ascends to the throne, will he still be the same person he is now? Human hearts are fickle, and the will of heaven is even more unpredictable. Instead of gambling on an uncertain future, why not choose something that can be understood from the very beginning? He lay on the ground, looking at the sky above. More than half of October had passed, and the autumn winds were bleak, yet today the sky was inexplicably clear and bright. The sky above was a clear azure, with large, fluffy white clouds drifting by, almost unreal in their whiteness. Xian Song gazed silently, seemingly unsure whether he was looking at the sky and clouds, or at something unseen by others. Dongfang Jinghong looked at Xian Song with an inscrutable expression, then shook his head. Your choice may not be wrong, your concerns are valid. The difference lies in what I desire. It is fundamentally different from yours. You desire power, you desire the future. I desire a moment of pure joy. Xian Song's pupils were somewhat unfocused, yet he still managed to move his eyes, searching for Dongfang Jinghong. Then you are even more unattainable. Back then, the great Qian dynasty could not tolerate the martial world. How could Chu Qing, in the future, tolerate those who break the law with their martial arts, heroes? Upon hearing this, Dongfang Jinghong's expression subtly changed. Since ancient times, Confucian scholars have used their writings to disrupt the law, while heroes have used their martial arts to break the law. For this world, the latter's calamity far surpasses the former, because a highly skilled martial arts hero can. The destructive power of such a force is simply too great. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, with their respective supreme techniques, were able to suppress the world for 300 years. Emperor Xian, Shang Qiuyu, guarding the eastern gateway of the southern region alone, could prevent the 7 Killings Lord and his tens of thousands of disciples from crossing the threshold. The power of a single person is equivalent to an army. The consequences would be extremely terrifying. No dynasty would allow such a martial world to escape its control. This was the case in the Great Qian dynasty 300 years ago. 300 years later, if Chu Qing truly ascends to the throne, would he allow it? Dongfang Jinghong didn't know. A solution that satisfies both sides seems difficult to find, but in reality, it's not that hard. Back then, the Great Qian dynasty wanted to subdue the world with force, but they underestimated the world, underestimated the martial arts world, and overestimated themselves. Chu Qing suddenly returned, his brows slightly furrowed, and slowly approached. Past experience is a guide for the future. How could I repeat such a mistake? Alliance leader Chu. Dongfang Jinghong looked at Chu Qing, somewhat surprised. Why are you back? Li Juechen is not here. Chu Qing looked at Xian Song and Yi Sheng with a slightly pitying gaze. They have been abandoned. Although Li Juechen didn't know Chu Qing would come looking for him, he could guess some clues. After all, he hadn't concealed his actions. Chu Qing was in the eastern region at the time, mainly targeting the heavenly evil sect, but how could he not have heard of the rumors surrounding the ghost fiend god? He arranged for Yi Sheng and Xian Song to wait here precisely to delay Chu Qing's possible appearance. This would give him more time. With Li Juechen's current martial arts skills, he could even disregard the heavenly evil sect leader, but he dared not underestimate Chu Qing. Before facing Chu Qing again, he needed to accumulate more experience. Therefore, he needed more time. Xian Song and Yi Sheng didn't care about Chu Qing's words. From the moment they submitted to Li Juechen, they knew they wouldn't have a good ending. Being used as a tool by Li Juechen, being abandoned, all of this was inevitable. Their downfall, seemingly at the moment of their defeat at Chu Qing's hands, had actually ended 2 days earlier. What do we do now? Wu Qianhuan stepped forward. Her conversation with Xian Song was irrelevant. He was just a dying man. The most important thing now was, what to do next. Chu Qing glanced at Wenru. He was here 2 days ago. Can we find him? Yes. Wenru nodded. He has a distinct smell of corpse on him. He can't have escaped. That's good. Chu Qing glanced at Dongfang Jinghong. I write a letter. Find a way to deliver it to Shanghai City. Lu Zhaonian and the others are waiting for my next move there. I have him send someone to Wudi City to meet you and handle the follow-up matters there. Okay. Dongfang Jinghong nodded. When Jian Sen heard that Chu Qing wanted to write a letter, he had already gone to fetch pen, ink, and paper. Before picking up the brush, Chu Qing hesitated for a moment, glancing at Wenru, but ultimately decided to write it himself. Even if Wenru mocked his ugly handwriting, it didn't matter. He didn't want any trouble caused by his handwriting, which could delay the task. After finishing the letter, he handed it to Dongfang Jinghong, asking him to find a way to deliver it. This was no problem for Dongfang Jinghong. Although 5 Emperors City had been completely ravaged, it wasn't without hope. Having lived here for so many years, although his cunning wasn't as great as Xian Song's or Yisheng's, he still knew things many others didn't, and had his own methods. After finishing this task, Chu Qing, along with Wu Qianhuan, Wenru, Mu Tong'er, and Jiangli, left first. Actually, Jiangli wanted to stay in 5 Emperors City to help. The city was currently in ruins, a perfect opportunity to put his skills to use. However, Chu Qing told her to calm down. Even if 5 Emperors City wanted to return to its original state, it would take time. At this stage, her strength alone was negligible. There was no need for her to stay. Chu Qing's words might not convince Jiangli, but since it was him, Jiangli had no reason to refuse. Whether persuaded or not, she would obey. In the blink of an eye, only Dongfang Jinghong and Jian San remained in 5 Emperors City. As they looked at each other, Dongfang Jinghong asked, "Not returning to the Sword Emperor's mansion?" Jian San's face showed sorrow. The Sword Emperor's mansion has been razed to the ground. What about Huangfu Changkong and Huangfu Yixiao? Their fates are unknown. As he spoke, he looked at the endless sea of corpses around him. The answer was in his heart, on the tip of his tongue, but he dared not utter it. Dongfang Jinghong slowly exhaled. It's not necessarily the only possibility. So many people among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors have their own secrets. Li Juechen may not know everything about the 5 Emperors City. Maybe there are things we don't know. Who knows, they might still be alive, waiting for us. Cheer up, let's search the entire 5 Emperors City. See if we can find any survivors. Okay. Jian San nodded. Although he didn't think it was possible, they couldn't just stay here doing nothing. Even if there was a sliver of hope, it was worth a try. After making up their minds, Dongfang Jinghong first managed to send the letter out, and then, with Jian San, began searching the 5 Emperors City. As for the sea of corpses, the 2 of them simply couldn't handle it. Unless the morticians arrive here. But the problem is, most of the morticians are currently collecting corpses throughout the eastern region. In the past, they collected the bodies of the dead, but later, as Chu Qing pursued the disciples of the heavenly evil cult throughout the eastern region, they also began collecting the corpses of the heavenly evil cult disciples. The events in 5 Emperors City have only occurred 2 days ago. Not a single word has leaked out, so the morticians have no chance of coming. So, it's best to wait until Lu Xiaoyan and the others arrive. Leaving aside Dongfang Jinghong and Jian San's busy cleanup of the mess in 5 Emperors City. With Winter's help, Chu Qing, along with Wu Qianhuan and the others, raced after Li Juechen. However, to Chu Qing's surprise, after leaving 5 Emperors City, Li Juechen headed south. At first, Chu Qing thought he was planning to take a detour before turning north. But unexpectedly, he arrived at Tontian Ridge in one go, and the smell hadn't changed at all. Only then did she realize that this guy actually intended to cross the Tontian Ridge. The Tontian Ridge was a formidable peak, extremely difficult for humans to traverse. The higher one climbed, the colder it became, with peaks tens of thousands of feet high and frozen solid. Even masters as powerful as the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors wouldn't dare claim complete certainty of crossing it. Therefore, the northern exit was crucial for Zhongzhou. Without that exit, the entire Zhongzhou would be a dead zone, with very few able to enter or leave. Furthermore, the magnetic field within the Tontian Ridge was unpredictable. After entering, even Li Juechen's scent grew increasingly faint. Not long after entering, Winra could no longer detect his presence. Winra was quite annoyed by this, her face full of guilt. Chu Qing rubbed her head. It's not your fault. The Tontian Ridge is inherently mysterious and unpredictable. Anything can happen. Li Juechen is heading south, and judging by his posture, he might be planning to go directly to the southern region. He's probably after you. Wu Qianhuan said softly. Chu Qing nodded. Even if we wanted to take a detour now, it's too late. This man's killing intent is too strong. It's probably related to his 5 ghosts heavenly corpse token. If he sets foot in the southern region any earlier, it will definitely cause a great disaster. So, even if we don't find his scent here, we cross the Tontian Ridge directly, and get to the southern region first. But if we do that, you inevitably have to risk your lives with me. The others are fine, but Chu Qing is starting to regret bringing Jiangli along. He thought it would be safer with her by his side, especially after seeing the head manager's obsession with Jiangli at Wanqing Manor that day. Chu Qing worried that if she left his side, and was found by the head manager, she would be in grave danger. But now, he's dragging Jiangli into danger while crossing Tontian Ridge. Jiangli is a shrewd and perceptive person. Although Chu Qing doesn't show his emotions, he can see through his thoughts. He smiles and says, "This is a rare opportunity. Everyone says that crossing Tontian Ridge is extremely difficult except for those few entrances and exits, but I don't believe it. Now that Alliance Leader Chu is here, there's no need to worry about danger. Who knows, we might even get to see what kind of scenery is on the highest peak of Tontian Ridge. Alliance Leader Chu, you can't abandon me now." Chu Qing was momentarily speechless, knowing she was deliberately trying to comfort him. So he nodded. "In that case, I trouble you all to risk your lives with me." Now that things had come to this, he no longer dwelled on Li Juechen scent, and simply rolled up his sleeves, using immortal wind and flowing clouds to guide him southward with the help of a special compass. At first, it was manageable. Although it was a mountainous terrain, Chu Qing's vision was unrestricted as he traversed the air. But as they continued forward, the terrain became increasingly steep, and the temperature dropped considerably. Anyone else would likely have given up by now. But Chu Qing was no ordinary person. He used the undying heavenly qi to surround them, blocking out the surrounding chill and cold winds, allowing him to move forward quickly. However, problems soon inevitably arose. It was too high, and the air was thin. Jiangli and Wu Qianhuan, with their profound internal energy, were somewhat able to cope. Wenru, with the unchanging heavenly book and her dual breathing techniques, managed to endure it for the time being. But Mu Tong'er, with her shallow internal energy, found it increasingly difficult to breathe. Noticing her distress, Chu Qing quickly brought her to his side, infused her with some internal energy, and then looked down at the precipice. Surrounded by ice and snow, Chu Qing dared not tread lightly, fearing another mishap. With a wave of his hand, layers of sword energy suddenly shot out, scattering the snow and carving an ice cave into the rock face, allowing the group to settle inside. They were still some distance from the summit, and if Mu Tong'er couldn't recover, she might suffocate beside Chu Qing before even reaching the Tontian Ridge. Chu Qing settled Mu Tong'er down, letting her sit cross-legged. Wu Qianhuan and the other two huddled together. Although the place offered shelter from the wind, it was still too cold. He gently extended a palm, placing it on Mu Tong'er's back, channeling his inner energy into her once more. Just as he was circulating his energy, his brow furrowed slightly. He vaguely sensed something descending from the sky, but as he turned to look at the cave entrance, he saw a gigantic eagle's head. "It's an eagle?" Chapter 591. The ice cave Chu Qing had created wasn't very large, but the entrance was nearly 2 meters in diameter. The giant eagle's head couldn't even fit through it for a moment. Its sheer size was unimaginable. Chu Qing was multitasking, keeping an eye on Mu Tong'er's internal condition while observing the giant eagle outside the cave. He was almost dumbfounded. How could such a massive eagle appear in this perfectly normal martial arts world? Or was this eagle a specialty of the Tontian Ridge Forbidden Region? He subconsciously looked at Jiangli. Of these people, Chu Qing was undoubtedly the most skilled in martial arts, while Jiangli was certainly the most knowledgeable. Of course, Mu Tong'er was also one. However, Mu Tong'er and Jiangli had different interests. Mu Tong'er was very knowledgeable about rare treasures and the like. The record of rare treasures that Yu Zong had taught her contained a vast collection of strange and unusual items. But when it comes to understanding this world, Jiangli is the one. Jiangli's pupils contracted. Could this be the legendary territory Sky Eagle? Sterile? Chu Qing didn't understand, but was greatly shocked. While the two were talking, the so-called territory Sky Eagle seemed to have finished its observation. The next moment, its figure disappeared from the cave entrance, but Chu Qing knew it hadn't given up. Instead, it circled in midair and charged again. Its enormous beak, like an indestructible spear, pierced deeply into the ice cave. Chu Qing's face darkened. "You beast, you're courting death." Without any warning, Chu Qing and Mu Tong'er had already switched places. He placed one hand on Mu Tong'er's back, channeling endless internal energy into her, while his other hand shot out, striking the eagle's beak directly. Chu Qing didn't care what the Sky Eagle of the desolate territory was. If it wanted to devour someone, it would have to pay the price. A muffled thud was heard. The eagle's beak was extremely hard. Chu Qing's palm strike hadn't shattered it, but the immense force severely injured the eagle, sending it flying backward. Dazed and confused, forgetting its flight instincts, it plummeted down the mountainside. Just as it was about to crash to its death halfway down the mountain, it regained its senses, spun around, and, creating a fierce gust of wind, soared back into the sky. But seeing the small entrance to the ice cave again, it hesitated to go in. The blow Chu Qing had just dealt it had left a considerable psychological scar, causing it to hesitate. Inside the ice cave, after Chu Qing helped the shepherd girl recover, her condition improved. Jianli then shared what she knew with the others. Since ancient times, Tontian Ridge, which divides the world into 4 regions and 1 state, has been shrouded in countless mysteries. The territory-piercing sky eagle is one of them. Some have ventured deep into Tontian Ridge, claiming to have seen enormous eagles that blot out the sky. With pure white feathers, not a single stray feather on its body, its wingspan can reach tens of meters. When it flies overhead, the shadow it casts is like the arrival of night. They dwell high above, their beaks carrying fiery serpents. Their bodies are impervious to blades and spears. If provoked, a sweep of their wings unleashes a fierce wind like a blade, resembling the sword energy and saber light unleashed by a peerless master. Their talons possess the power to shatter gold and cleave jade. Therefore, these curious onlookers call it the territory-piercing sky eagle. However, very few have actually seen it. Many have entered Tontian Ridge upon hearing the rumors, searching for years without success. Instead, many have died in Tontian Ridge. Gradually, this legend has been dismissed as a lie. But over the centuries, a few scattered individuals have claimed to have seen the territory sky eagle. Although each time a group of curious onlookers ventures into Tontian Ridge to search, no one has ever found it. Who would have thought that this so-called territory sky eagle doesn't live below Tontian Ridge, but rather roams on its towering peaks, thousands of feet high? The summit of Tontian Ridge is far too dangerous. Even the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors wouldn't easily risk such an adventure unless they were unparalleled masters. It's quite reasonable that such a wondrous giant eagle lives in such a remote place, unknown to most. Chu Qing withdrew his hand from Mutonger and softly asked, "How are you feeling?" Mutonger slumped weakly into Chu Qing's arms, saying softly, "I feel so uncomfortable. I can't breathe. Do you want to give me mouth-to-mouth resuscitation?" Her watery eyes looked at Chu Qing. Chu Qing's lips twitched. "Wipe your drool." "Ah!" Mutonger was startled and quickly reached out to wipe her mouth, only to find it clean. She was stunned. "Where?" "I was just kidding. Your wicked intentions have been exposed, haven't they?" Chu Qing snorted. Jianli couldn't help but chuckle. Miss Mu's courage is truly admirable. Mutonger blushed slightly, glancing at Jianli and Wu Qianhuan. Seeing their smiles, she became even more embarrassed. Wenru hummed, Come, no need for third brother to help you. How about I help you with your breathing? Don't worry, my breath is long and steady, you won't be out of breath." "Oh dear, what kind of lewd talk is that?" The shepherd girl, embarrassed to stay nestled in Chu Qing's arms any longer, scrambled out, eager to playfully wrestle with Wenru. Chu Qing pulled her back. "Don't be silly. The air here is thin. I channeled my inner energy into you. It will help you for a while. However, if you act recklessly and the energy becomes too intense, you might experience oxygen deprivation." "What do you mean by oxygen deprivation?" "It means you can't breathe." Chu Qing frowned slightly, turning back to look towards the entrance of the ice cave. "That beast hasn't left yet. We don't know much about this territory sky eagle, but since it's an eagle, they're probably all pretty much the same. This creature is intelligent and holds grudges. You just slapped it, it probably holds a grudge." Jianli said, however, having learned from what happened earlier, "It doesn't dare to easily come and bother us. I guess it's waiting for an opportunity." "Ha! Just an eagle, only a bit bigger and tougher, yet it dares to seek revenge. It seems that if we don't deal with it, it will inevitably block our way across Tontian Ridge, adding further complications." Chu Qing stood up. "You wait here, I'll be right back." An eagle holds a grudge. A peaceful resolution is unlikely. Although Chu Qing considered his immortal wind-flowing clouds to be the best lightness skill in the world, he dared not compare himself to this heavenly eagle, which had perched atop Tontian Ridge for countless years. He decided to kill the heavenly eagle first, then lead the group away. He arrived at the cave entrance and immediately saw the eagle circling in the air. Just as Jianli had said, this eagle was indeed magnificent. Its entire body was pure white, the same color as snow, without a single feather of a different color. Its massive body swirled in midair, yet it was incredibly agile. It moved silently through the air, barely perceptible even at close range. It seemed to possess an innate ability to conceal itself. Otherwise, Chu Qing wouldn't have only noticed its presence when it was almost within his reach. At this moment, the eagle's eyes were filled with sharp light. However, after it saw Chu Qing, a hint of mockery appeared in its sharp gaze. It seemed to be mocking something. It wasn't until it circled twice in midair that Chu Qing understood. "You wretched beast, you're actually mocking my inability to fly?" Seeing its smugness, thinking that Chu Qing couldn't touch it by keeping its distance, Chu Qing almost laughed in anger. He nodded slightly, took a step, and suddenly activated immortal wind and flowing clouds, his entire body shooting like an arrow, heading straight for the heavenly eagle of the desolate realm. The next moment, the performance of the territory sky eagle astonished Chu Qing once again. It twitched its wings, as if greatly frightened. It opened its beak, its eyes widened, and its tongue almost lolled out. Without hesitation, it spun its wings, creating a gust of wind that swept towards Chu Qing, while it itself shot off into the distance. Chu Qing swept his sleeve, deflecting the wind that resembled blades and sword energy. Immortal wind and flowing clouds unfolded, increasing its speed by 3/10. Aside from its initial escape, the territory sky eagle hadn't been flying very fast. Occasionally glancing back, it saw Chu Qing chasing after it again, and its fear flared, causing it to suddenly increase its speed. Chu Qing quickly understood. The reason it hadn't moved quickly earlier was because it thought that after Chu Qing was interrupted by that wing flap, he would inevitably fall off the cliff. However, it hadn't expected that Chu Qing could actually soar through the air, almost like riding the clouds. Looking back later, it realized it knew how powerful Chu Qing was, so how could it not flee for its life? The scene was quite miraculous. A divine eagle, its wingspan reaching tens of meters, almost sending sparks flying, was flying ahead in its escape. Following behind was a person, soaring through the air in pursuit. It was only because it was at the summit of Tontian Ridge that no one could see it. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain. However, as the chase continued, Chu Qing increasingly appreciated the rarity of this heavenly eagle of the desolate region. Its speed was almost on par with his own immortal wind and flowing clouds. If it weren't for the enmity already established, Chu Qing would have actually considered finding a way to subdue it. However, eagles are inherently arrogant, and since they already have a grudge, subduing them would be incredibly difficult. It's better to kill them sooner rather than later. Seeing that the distance was about right, Chu Qing flicked his finger to strike. This finger was the awakening of insect's finger from the awakening of divine techniques. But at that moment, right before his eyes, atop the summit of Tontian Ridge, there was a glimmer of fire. Yin gives rise to Yang, Yang gives rise to Yin. In this extremely cold place, there really is fire? Chu Qing was taken aback. Just as he was about to take a closer look, he heard an eagle's cry. The sky eagle of the absolute realm, which seemed to wish it had 2 more wings, swooped down and seized the flame in its talons. Only then did Chu Qing see clearly that it wasn't a glimmer of fire at all, but a giant, cylindrical, crimson serpent, as if engulfed in flames. The snake was caught in the eagle's talons, and with a swift sweep of its beak, the eagle plucked something from the snake's belly and swallowed it whole. A flicker of fire was reflected in the eyes of the sky eagle. Its aura surged instantly. Could it be a snake's gall? This thing, it's probably quite rare. Chu Qing thought to himself, but then the sky eagle released its grip, and the giant snake's carcass fell to the ground. The sky eagle then began circling the surrounding peaks, relentlessly pursuing Chu Qing. Though it possessed intelligence, how could it compare to Chu Qing? Chu Qing had already realized that the giant snake's gall, or something else, was extremely beneficial to the sky eagle. It planned to evade Chu Qing's pursuit while simultaneously capturing the snake and consuming its potent tonic to enhance its own strength, so it could then challenge Chu Qing. However, why did it wait until now to do this good deed instead of doing it in the past? There must be some danger involved. Thinking this through his mind, he wasn't in a hurry. The surrounding area was filled with mountains resembling bamboo shoots. He found a spot to land. Watching the eagle's performance, his gaze swept across the area, and he noticed several fiery red eggs nearby. These eggs weren't small, each was 6 or 7 inches long, with a crimson body and black patterns within. These are snake gallbladders? The eggs of the absolute sky eagle shouldn't be this small. Chu Qing was curious. He reached out and grabbed one. He gently shook it twice. The snake embryo inside was not yet fully formed. The absolute sky eagle was having a good time, so he used pure yang fire energy to cook the snake egg. Breaking open the shell, steam rose, and a fragrant aroma filled the air. Having been traveling for so long without eating, and confirming it wasn't poisonous, he simply took a bite. The moment it entered his mouth, he smelled the aroma of eggs. After swallowing, a warm current surged through his limbs and bones, and his inner strength seemed to have increased slightly. Chu Qing's eyes lit up immediately. This is truly a treasure. There are many things in the world that can increase inner strength, but most have only ordinary effects. With Chu Qing's current martial arts skills, anything that could increase his inner strength even slightly was undoubtedly a treasure of the martial world. Although this slight increase in inner strength was insignificant to Chu Qing, and far from enough to break through to a breakthrough, it was an invaluable treasure for Wenru and Mutonger. There were quite a few snake eggs here. He would collect them and take them back to share with them. He finished the snake eggs in a few bites, feeling completely satisfied. But the territory's sky eagle, which was catching snakes among the peaks, suddenly encountered an accident. Although Chu-Ching guessed what was going on, he was not omniscient. This snake was nameless, but it was a natural enemy of the territory's sky eagle. Snake gallbladders can enhance the abilities of the skyhawk, but they also contain potent poison. Eating one every 10 days or so wouldn't have much of an effect. It could digest it naturally. But now, it was impatient for quick results, wanting to improve itself as quickly as possible to make things difficult for Chu-Ching. After swallowing several snake gallbladders in succession, a numbing sensation immediately struck. Now that its body was stiff, the giant snakes lurking among the mountain peaks sensed an opportunity. Suddenly, one of the giant snakes lunged out, coiling around the skyhawk's body, its mouth opening to bite its neck. But with a sweep of the eagle's beak, the snake's head instantly shattered. Entangled by the snake's corpse, it slammed heavily into the mountain peaks. The next moment, countless giant, crimson snakes snaked out from the crevices, trapping the skyhawk within. Knowing it had messed up, and was now facing certain death, its eyes filled with sorrow. When it looked up at Chu-Ching, who was now standing in midair, a hint of pleading even appeared in its gaze. Chu-Ching thought he was seeing things, but upon closer inspection, the look was indeed pleading. He couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. "Little bird, you can't do this either." Chapter 592. Whether or not to save this little bird, Chu-Ching was genuinely hesitant. At first, he had considered killing it. After all, this creature held grudges, and if it suddenly attacked him while he was leading his family across the Tontian Ridge, it was hard to say what might happen. But as he chased it along the way, he increasingly wanted to recruit this eagle. His killing intent wasn't as resolute as before. Now that it needed his help, why not save it? If he could subdue it, that would be ideal. If it repaid kindness with enmity, then killing it later would be a simple matter. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Chu-Ching made his decision. The next moment, boundless sharpness rose from his body. He didn't even need methods like 8 desolations and 6 directions. "I am supreme to kill these giant snakes." He directly unleashed the innate body-breaking formless sword chi. A multitude of sword energies converged like a long river, hissing and slicing. The sound of wind being cut was continuous, and the first to be hit were several giant snakes that were about to reach the giant eagle, instantly pierced to pieces by the sword energy. Then the storm of sword energy turned and swept in all directions. Amidst this rain of sword energy, Chu-Ching stood with his hands behind his back, taking a single step and already standing in front of the sky eagle of the desolate domain. He reached out and patted the eagle's head. "Still dare to mock me?" This head was truly enormous. Even Chu-Ching, at 1.8 meters tall, felt a sense of oppression standing before it. The eagle's beak was long and hard, its slightly upturned tip gleaming with a chilling light. Chu-Ching's palm strike wasn't weak, yet it hadn't damaged the eagle's beak in the slightest. It seems the news Jian Li heard wasn't unfounded. This thing is probably truly impervious to blades and spears. As for the description of beak holding a fire serpent, it becomes clear upon seeing these snakes roaming the extreme and desolate realms. This was the first time in its life that the desolate realm sky eagle had been slapped on the head. For a moment, its eyes were filled with disbelief, then with grief and indignation. It fiercely turned its head away, refusing to look at Chu-Ching. However, since its eyes were on both sides, when it turned its head, its other eye met Chu-Ching's again. The sky eagle was furious. It simply buried its head, raising its increasingly numb wings to cover its head. Even if the sky eagle turned into an ostrich, it would never befriend this villain, Chu-Ching. Chu-Ching's lips curled into a smile, his eyes devoid of any amusement. "Still getting emotional?" He then slapped it again. The desolate realm sky eagle was enraged by the slap, stretching its head out, its beak sweeping out to peck at Chu-Ching. If its massive beak were to strike, it could peck Chu-Ching into a pile of mincemeat. Chu-Ching, not one to back down, leaped and landed on the eagle's beak, his foot firmly planted on it, instantly immobilizing the eagle. Chu-Ching breathed on his hands to warm them, then looked up and smiled. "You dare peck me? If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know the true value of the title Second Domain Alliance leader." With that, he unleashed a flurry of blows. At first, the eagle stared at Chu-Ching with its eagle eyes, a look of unwavering determination, but as the beating intensified, its eyes became unable to open. No matter how impervious it was to blades and spears, it couldn't withstand Chu-Ching's iron palms. In no time, it was covered in welts. Its eyes were dulled, and the corners of its eyes were slightly moist. Chu-Ching was taken aback, Did it cry? He withdrew his hand, glanced around, and leaped down from the eagle's beak. With a flick of his fingers, he snatched a snake's carcass. Only after holding it did he realize that this fiery snake was warm to the touch. No wonder it didn't hibernate in this godforsaken place. Is this even considered a cold-blooded animal? He muttered to himself, then brought the snake carcass to the sky eagle's beak. Here, eat. Chu Qing had heard the story of training a hawk. After capturing a falcon, to make it one's own, one had to train it. One criterion was whether the hawk would eat the food its master offered. If it did, it was considered a success. However, as soon as the territory skyhawk saw the snake, it immediately tilted its head back, its eyes filled with rejection. Seeing this, Chu Qing immediately understood that it hadn't succeeded yet. So he flew onto the hawk's beak, and under the territory skyhawk's puzzled gaze, his two large paws fell in succession. This time, white feathers flew everywhere, and blue marks could be seen between the feathers. Completely stunned by the beating, the sky eagle looked at Chu Qing with pleading eyes. Chu Qing coldly raised the snake carcass. Eat it or not! This thing is absolutely inedible. The sky eagle felt he should be called the despairing sky eagle. He had already eaten too much snake gall today, causing a buildup of toxins in his body, which would be difficult to digest for a while. And this guy was still trying to make him eat it. He was determined to kill him, but if he didn't eat it, he would be beaten to death. Eating it meant death by poisoning, not eating it meant death by beating. The sky eagle had never faced such a dilemma in his life. No way out. Seeing its continued resistance, Chu Qing couldn't help but wonder if he had made a mistake. This guy threw away the corpse earlier. I wonder if it swallowed the snake gall. Is it picky about food? Only eating snake gall and nothing else? But this wasn't a big deal. With a wave of his hand, Chu Qing removed a fist-sized, bluish gall bladder from the snake's belly. He handed it to the territory sky eagle. Eat. Chu Qing was both fierce and vicious. This time, the territory sky eagle truly cried. With tears in its eyes, it put the snake gall bladder in its mouth and swallowed it. Chu Qing was overjoyed. Good, good, good. From now on, you be with me. Hey! Why are you foaming at the mouth? After a flurry of activity, infusing it with internal energy, and feeding it antidote pills. He didn't know if the antidote would work on the eagle's body, but he treated the dead eagle as if it were alive, doing his best and leaving the rest to fate. Fortunately, the celestial eagle of the desolate territory wasn't destined to die. After all his haphazard efforts, Chu Qing actually managed to detoxify it. With a single roll, it stood up. When it lay down, its head was touching the ground, and Chu Qing already felt a sense of oppression. Now, standing up, its height instantly increased to another level, its head at least 3 zhan above the ground. Head held high, chest puffed out, and if it weren't for the bump on its head, it would truly be quite majestic. Chu Qing glanced at it, and reached out his hand. Come here, let me pat your head. The celestial eagle of the desolate territory wanted to pretend it didn't hear, but seeing Chu Qing's increasingly dangerous gaze, it still lowered its noble head in humiliation. Chu Qing patted its large head, instantly satisfied. The only drawback was that this guy had a bump on his head, affecting his grip. After letting go, he leaped onto the eagle's back. Little bird, let's go. The sky eagle was stunned, not realizing who Chu Qing was referring to as little bird. Only after Chu Qing called it a second time, adding the word idiot, did it begin to understand. It wanted to protest, but dared not. Filled with immense humiliation, it flapped its wings and soared into the sky without any cushioning. This soaring flight, its body straight upwards, carried a hint of personal emotion, a desire to throw Chu Qing off and vent its anger. However, Chu Qing's feet seemed glued to its body. Not only did he not fall, but he let out a triumphant cry. The sound carried far and wide, making the sky eagle feel its bones go weak. It quickly steadied itself, lest it be thrown off by that roar. That would be too humiliating. The fear of Chu Qing intensified. Chu Qing didn't return immediately, but instead collected a batch of snake eggs from the surrounding area. The territory sky eagle didn't quite understand this. For it, these snakes were its primary food source, but it couldn't eat too many. The snake eggs were utterly worthless. The real value lay in the snakes that hatched and grew. It subconsciously interpreted Chu Qing's behavior as hoarding food, taking it, hatching it, raising it, and then eating it. That's what it didn't understand. It was such a waste of time. And completely unnecessary. But out of fear and submission to Chu Qing, it dared not voice any protest. It would simply listen to whatever Chu Qing wanted to do. Looking at the submissive skyhawk, Chu Qing found it quite amusing. This creature wasn't unintelligent. Perhaps it was just because its head was so large, Anyway, it quickly understood whatever Chu Qing said. This pleased Chu Qing greatly. Besides, its back was very spacious. Several people could sit comfortably on its back. It was incredibly fast. It seemed that after consuming several snake gallbladders, the Skyhawk's speed had reached a new level. If this growth had no limits, it wouldn't be long before it surpassed Chu Qing's speed when using immortal wind, flowing clouds at full power. Then it would truly possess the value of a mount. The feathers on its back were different from those on its wings. They were softer, making it very comfortable to sit on. The feathers on its wings, however, were extremely hard, even sharp. But the hardest feathers were those on its belly, like an impenetrable armor, capable of protecting it from most damage. As far as this Skyhawk was concerned, Chu Qing considered it a top-tier mount. With this gain, the trip to the summit of Tontian Ridge wasn't in vain. Chu Qing named it Little Bird. The Territory Sky Eagle offered a small resistance, but it was futile, so they could only let it be. Riding Little Bird, the man and eagle quickly returned to the ice cave. The people inside were taken aback. Chu Qing said he'd be back soon, so why was it an eagle returning? They refused to believe Chu Qing would be defeated by an eagle and rushed to the entrance of the ice cave, intending to fight back. Then, they saw Chu Qing on the eagle's back. When they were still more than 10 feet away from the entrance, Chu Qing leaped into the ice cave. With a flick of his sleeve, he swept everyone into his embrace. Using the immortal wind and flowing clouds technique, he shrunk the distance to an inch, and they were on the eagle's back. The little eagle cried out, expressing its slight displeasure. Chu Qing gently patted it, quiet. The little bird immediately became obedient. Wu Qianhuan sat on the eagle's back, looking surprised. You tamed this guy? So you can fly around in the sky now? The shepherd girl was excited. And this thing is so big and magnificent. How much meat do you have to feed it every day? Winter sat down on the bird's back, bounced a little, and nodded with satisfaction. Very soft. Jianli was both amused and exasperated. Don't you think this is amazing? Young Master Chu taming the divine eagle will surely make him famous again. Fame is no longer important to him. Wu Qianhuan casually plucked a white feather. So beautiful. I use its feather to make you a cloak later, Chu Qing said casually. The little bird, ? What's this? The shepherd girl noticed a large pile of snake eggs in a bag beside them. Chu Qing explained what he had just witnessed, then roasted several snake gallbladders with fire, and handed one to each of them. Jianli was surprised to find she had one too, and was momentarily flattered. Upon opening it, a wonderful aroma filled the air. One bite, and the fragrance lingered on her lips and teeth. The girls ate with great satisfaction, and Chu Qing said, after you finish eating, circulate your internal energy to digest it, and then we cross the Tontian Ridge directly. The girls also felt the extraordinary power of the snake egg, especially Mu Tonger, who felt waves of heat rising from her dantian to her limbs and bones. Her internal energy swelled, and her meridians even ached. Not daring to delay, she quickly sat cross-legged and began circulating her internal energy. Fortunately, Chu Qing had left a wisp of true energy within her body to help alleviate the situation. Otherwise, she might have suffered a chi deviation after eating. Seeing them both seated cross-legged, Chu Qing activated the undying heavenly chi to block the cold wind. He used to not need it because when he used immortal wind and flowing clouds, he was already protected by protective chi. But now, sitting behind the little bird, that protection was gone, so he simply used the undying heavenly chi to block the wind rushing towards him during their rapid journey. Moreover, apart from the initial moment when he activated the undying heavenly chi, as long as the chi was activated, it didn't require any internal energy consumption and could be kept active indefinitely. After making preparations, Chu Qing gently patted the little bird. Fly steadily, we crossed the summit directly. The little bird didn't know what the summit was, but Chu Qing gave it a direction, and it understood. Just as it was about to ascend straight up, it remembered Chu Qing's instruction to fly more steadily, so it reluctantly spread its wings gently, gradually increasing its speed. The girls sitting behind it barely felt any vibration. All the gale force winds were blocked outside the undying heavenly barrier. Watching this scene, Chu Qing suddenly felt a surge of excitement, wanting to build a small house behind the little bird. Later, when riding the bird, he could drink tea and chat in the house. I wonder if the little bird still has any relatives. If I could get them all, I'd launch a little bird spaceship. Buy a ticket to ride the bird, travel freely throughout the 4 regions and 1 state. How much silver would I earn? Chu Qing's mind raced, but when he looked up, he realized he had reached the true summit. Only upon reaching it did Chu Qing discover that there was an extremely fierce gale here. It was imperceptible from afar, even invisible, but only up close could one feel it. The gusts of gale formed a huge curtain that met the sky. The little bird seemed oblivious to all of this, letting out a sharp cry, and instead accelerated towards the target. Chapter 593. The gale at the summit of Tontian Ridge was extraordinary, stretching endlessly for miles. The closer one got, the more powerful it became. Chu Qing instinctively wanted to stop the little bird, but then he thought that this creature was too clever for its own good and wouldn't seek death. So he simply let it do as it pleased. Sure enough, as it approached the gale, the little bird spun its wings, its massive body suddenly spinning in the air, using its wings to protect itself, like an arrow released from a bow, directly piercing through the gale's barrier. Chu Qing was prepared. As the bird's wings changed shape, he used his inner strength to stabilize Wu Qianhuan and the other three. Once the little bird had passed through the gale and returned to normal, he withdrew his inner energy. Looking back, the gale was left behind. Further ahead, it was a downward spiral. They had finally traversed the Tontian Ridge. I never expected there to be such a fortress atop this summit. No wonder so few have been able to cross the Tontian Ridge over the years. If it weren't for those few gates, wouldn't all 4 regions and 1 state be like imprisoned walls? Chu Qing felt a complex mix of emotions. He gently patted the little bird's back, and the bird understood, slowing its pace considerably. Heading south, they soon reached the edge of the Tontian Ridge. Now, looking down from this vantage point, they could vaguely see the silhouettes of towns dozens of miles away. Upon reaching them, Chu Qing found a secluded spot and let the little bird land. Wu Qianhuan and the others also opened their eyes. They hadn't fully digested the benefits of the snake eggs, but they could continue after checking into an inn in the town. The little bird, now quite adept at acting like a hawk, knew its size, and the difficulty of disembarking made it easier for them to spread one wing, extending it from its back to the ground. This caused the people who had originally planned to use their lightness skills to simply slide down along the wing. The shepherd boy wasn't satisfied with just one attempt and intended to try again. But Chu Qing waved his hand. That's enough. Little bird, if you're hungry, go back to Tontian Ridge to find something to eat, and remember to come back when you're done. When you're not busy, stay in the sky, don't stray too far from me, lest I can't find you. The little bird nodded its large hawk-like head, indicating it understood. Chu Qing then waved his hand, and a sudden gust of wind arose, sending the little bird soaring into the sky. The green grass on the ground rippled and undulated in the wind, only settling down after a long while. The shepherd boy shaded his eyes with his hand, looking at the tiny black dot of a bird in the sky, and exclaimed in admiration, "How high is that thing flying? Such a big bird, and it's become so small?" "It's hard to say exactly how high, but it's at least above the clouds," Chu Qing replied casually. After all, this bird didn't need much oxygen, having lived year-round in places like the summit of Tontian Ridge. It could easily fly to unimaginable heights. By the way, from what you just said, you're not planning to feed it. The shepherd boy turned to look at Chu Qing. Chu Qing smiled and said, "You forgot? It eats snake gallbladders, and snake meat is probably its daily food source. It's not even certain if it eat other things. Instead of feeding it, it's better to let it find its own food. Anyway, it's fast. Even if we're far from Tontian Ridge, it can come back quickly." Everyone thought it made sense. However, they were somewhat envious of Chu Qing's free-range approach. He got such an eagle, without having to spend money to raise it. It could fly, fight, and was intelligent. If word got out, how envious would people be, especially since the heavenly eagle of the desolate region had only been a legend for so many years, and Chu Qing had actually brought a live one. If this news got out, Tontian Ridge would probably be in an uproar. Who knows how many reckless people would want to run to the summit of Tontian Ridge to find one. While chatting, Chu Qing didn't forget his business. He led everyone to circle the edge of Tontian Ridge, confirming that the surrounding towns were safe and there was no trace of Li Juechen, before choosing a town to settle down in. Judging from the current situation, Chu Qing felt they had arrived in the southern region before Li Juechen. However, they couldn't completely let their guard down. They had to prevent the possibility that Li Juechen had bypassed these towns and ventured deeper into the southern region. Therefore, he planned to stay here for a few days with Wu Qianhuan and the others. At the same time, he ordered all the martial arts masters in the southern region to be vigilant about Li Juechen's appearance. If there was any news, they were to report to him immediately. If they encountered him, they were not to attack, to avoid needlessly throwing their lives away. Of course, this last order was not a death order. After all, it was in the blood of martial arts people to speak out against injustice. If Li Juechen really penetrated deep into the southern region and went on a killing spree, if they discovered him, but did not stop him due to Chu Qing's orders. They would inevitably harbor resentment. Sometimes, some things are like this. Knowing it's impossible but doing it anyway isn't foolishness. It's a matter of principle. Even if it means death, there's no regret. Chu Qing did a quick search and discovered that the surrounding area fell within the sphere of influence of the Shaolin sect. One of the 2 gangs, 3 halls, 5 gates, and 1 manor. He wrote a letter detailing the situation, and sent it to the Shaolin sect. The rest would be handled by the Shaolin sect's experts. After returning to the inn, he went to Wu Qianhuan's room. Upon entering, he sensed something was amiss. A faint, oppressive heat seemed to be brewing within the room. Wu Qianhuan, however, appeared quite calm. Chu Qing approached her, and she happened to open her eyes. The next moment, she wrapped her arms around Chu Qing's neck and pulled him close. "Qianhuan, what is this?" Before he could finish speaking, Wu Qianhuan was already pressed close. Chu Qing was unconcerned, only somewhat surprised. On such a bright sunny day, Wu Qianhuan would never have dared to act like this before, but his fiancée had already extended an invitation. As her fiancée, how could he flee without a fight? He immediately brandished his spear, spurred his horse, and engaged in battle. Just as he was locked in a fierce battle with his opponent, he suddenly heard footsteps. A gentle voice came from outside the door. "Sister Wu, has third brother returned? I feel a slight burning sensation in my inner energy after circulating it. It feels strange. The same goes for Mu Tong." As they spoke, 2 figures burst into the room. Chu Qing knew something was wrong. The door wasn't bolted. He immediately wanted to call a retreat, to hang up the white flag. But battles are never a one-man affair. He wanted to retreat, but his opponent wouldn't let him go. After several struggles, it was too late. Mu Tong and Wenri entered at the same time, and seeing the situation, they immediately realized things were not going well. They rushed forward to assist Wu Qianhuan. Chu Qing, outnumbered, tried to retreat, but the 3 pressed on relentlessly. As the saying goes, enough is enough. With a roar, he disregarded everything else, unleashing all his skills to fight 3 against 1. The battle raged until the sky darkened, and the sun and moon lost their light. By the time the battle was finally over, it was already midnight. Chu Qing left the chaotic battlefield, and went to the table, pouring himself a cup of tea. After drinking it, he finally calmed down. The 3 on the couch were fast asleep, but Chu Qing took a deep breath, sensing something strange about what had happened today. Wu Qianhuan wouldn't usually act like this, and even though Mu Tong and Wenro liked to play pranks, they hadn't gone this far. Thinking it over, the words Wenro had said when she entered seemed to be the key to the problem. Could this snake egg have other effects besides stimulating internal energy? He pondered for a moment, then went to the bedside and placed his hand on Wenru's wrist. He sensed that her internal energy was pure and abundant, vastly different from before, if not drastically different. He then examined Mudonger. This girl's internal strength was truly vastly different from before. Chu Qing closed his eyes and carefully examined her, finally confirming that he hadn't caused any damage to their bodies. He figured that even if the snake egg had any problems, they had all been resolved. Not only resolved, but even assisted them. Otherwise, this single egg probably wouldn't have had such an effect. Chu Qing couldn't help but marvel again. What was the origin of this snake? He didn't even know if his guess was right or wrong. Without past records to corroborate it, everything was just trial and error. He thought for a moment, then decided to stop thinking about it. He named the snake himself, the Ice Domain Flame Serpent. The snake eggs had the ability to enhance internal strength, however, they seemed to arouse lust. But his own internal strength was profound, so it wouldn't affect him. Thinking of this, he suddenly thought of Jiangli. Jiangli had also eaten these snake eggs. How was she now? He intended to put on his clothes and go check on her, but a glance revealed that his clothes were all tattered. The battle just now had been brutal, with armor-piercing, mountain-splitting, and river-severing tactics used to the extreme, resulting in blood-stained spears and an inevitably gruesome situation. Fortunately, Wu Qianhuan had a change of clothes for him. He took out a new set, put it on, tidied himself up, and then left the room. He was initially worried that if he went to Jiangli's place and Jiangli also encountered problems, what would he do? The solution couldn't be the same as this situation. He needed to find a way to help her recover and prevent any lasting damage. But as soon as he stepped outside, he saw Jiangli coming up from downstairs after finishing dinner. Upon seeing Chu Qing, he nodded slightly to him. "Young Master Chu, are you all right?" Chu Qing quickly asked, but then didn't know what to say. Being too direct might seem presumptuous. Jiangli glanced thoughtfully at the door behind Chu Qing, then chuckled softly. "It's not a big problem." The effects of the snake egg aren't as terrible as I imagined. If my mind is clear, it will subside quickly. Using internal energy to guide the movement can greatly enhance the practice. However, if one already harbors expectations, I'm afraid they won't have the composure. Hearing this, Chu Qing understood. Those who have eaten meat and those who haven't are completely different. Those who have eaten meat naturally find the smell unbearable, and coupled with inner craving, how could they possibly resist? Conversely, those without such expectations are somewhat confused, but by shifting their attention, they can calm down. The problem today is that Wu Qianhuan has eaten meat before, and has developed a taste for it. Mu Tong'er and Wenru wanted to eat it but lacked the courage, having mentally rehearsed it countless times. Now that they've been given the opportunity, they naturally can't seize it. Only Jiangli, who has never eaten or seen meat, can calm his emotions. He remains unharmed. Chu Qing thought for a moment and said, "Could I take your pulse?" "Please." Jiangli reached out her hand. Chu Qing's fingers probed slightly, his inner energy flowing into her meridians, probing her body inch by inch. After a moment, he released her hand. His expression was somewhat strange. He felt that this snake egg seemed to be something else entirely. Jiang Li's internal energy had also improved, but compared to Wu Qianhuan, he was still a level below. If the four of them were to have the same level of internal energy, in terms of growth, Wu Qianhuan, Wenru, and Mu Tong'er's growth would be roughly the same, while Jiang Li's would only be half of theirs. The difference was obvious. Fortunately, although Jiang Li's internal energy improvement was not as good as Wu Qianhuan's and the others, he hadn't suffered any hidden injuries. Chu Qing thought for a moment and said, "However, Miss Jiang, you probably shouldn't be greedy with these snake eggs." "I understand." Jiangli nodded. It wasn't that Chu Qing was stingy. Wu Qianhuan and the others could eat them every day because of Chu Qing. Although Jiangli hadn't experienced any hidden problems after using the snake eggs this time, it's better to be safe than sorry. If she used too many in a short period, and that burning sensation accumulated in her body, it could cause serious problems if left unrelieved. Even more worrying was that if the burning sensation wasn't relieved in time, it could slowly become ingrained, potentially changing her entire personality. Seeing Jiang Li's composure, Chu Qing breathed a sigh of relief. "All right, Miss Jiang, please rest early." Jiang Li glanced at the door behind Chu Qing and smiled slightly. "Young Master Chu, please rest early as well, don't overwork yourself." "Ah, I was being nosy." With young Master Chu's profound cultivation, there was no need to worry too much. Was this a joke played on him by the girl? He shook his head, went back inside, and closed the door. He sat down at the table, and saw the shepherd boy open his eyes, and looking at him. Chu Qing was slightly taken aback, thought for a moment, and asked, "Were you still conscious then?" "Yes." "Do you regret it?" "No." Chu Qing breathed a sigh of relief. "Go to sleep." The shepherd boy remained silent, a slight smile playing on his lips, and drifted off to sleep contentedly. No need for much explanation, a few words sufficed. Chu Qing didn't dwell on it. There was no need for internal conflict, things had come to this point. Why agonize over them? As long as he knew she wasn't mentally unstable, but rather that her heart was set on something, that was enough. The night passed uneventfully, and dawn broke the next day. After everyone got up, they asked the waiter to prepare food. They didn't go out, eating in their room, but before the meal began, Wu Qianhuan, Wenru, and the shepherd boy all stared at Chu Qing. Chu Qing blinked. "What? Where are the snake eggs?" The three of them exclaimed in unison, "Give us another one." Jiangli nearly spat out his tea. Chu Qing thought for a moment, then without hesitation, brought out 3 snake eggs, baked them, and gave one each to Wu Qianhuan, Wenru, and the shepherd boy. "Eat up, all you can eat." Chapter 594. Springtime in a small town, a few days of debauchery. Leaving aside Chu Qing's continuous battles, deep within Tontian Ridge, a thunderous explosion resounded. A figure clad in black robes broke through the stone wall and slowly emerged. Looking back at the path he had come from, a hint of emotion appeared on his gaunt face beneath the black hood. "From Tontian Ridge in Zhongzhou, I carved a path through every mountain, and I actually managed to carve one myself. Such a feat is unparalleled. Even more remarkable is that along the way, I discovered a cave within a cave, where the divine jade heart fruit grows. Unfortunately, now that I possess the indestructible body of a heavenly corpse, I can no longer enjoy this. However, it's alright. This time, coming to the southern region, we must proceed cautiously, and cultivate a few more experts. With the jade heart fruit, their achievements will be limitless." He put one hand behind his back and walked forward. "Chu Qing, no matter how intelligent you are, I'm afraid you never imagined that I would come to the southern region in this way. As the leader of the two regions, I will recuperate in the southern region, which you consider your home base. When you and the heavenly evil cult leader and the grand manager are fighting to the death, I will then use this mountain passage to catch you off guard. After thousands of years have passed, I wonder if I will still remember that there was once such a peerless expert as you. With a touch of emotion, he moved swiftly, his figure appearing and disappearing, covering a distance of dozens of feet in an instant. Like a fleeting shadow in the mortal world. He was extremely fast, and in no time at all, he had already left Tontian Ridge. The moment he appeared, he felt a sense of being watched. He instinctively looked up, and saw a small black dot in the sky, rapidly moving away. What's that? Li Juechen strained his eyes, but couldn't make it out clearly. It was flying too high. However, he didn't think much of it. Just birds and beasts, not worth paying too much attention to. As he walked forward, he was still considering the uses of the jade heart fruit. This was a legendary item in the martial world, extremely rare. It was said that one of these could increase one's internal energy by 60 years. He was lucky. During the excavation of a passage through the Tontian Ridge Mountains to the southern region, he discovered a grotto and obtained 13 jade heart fruits from it. His heavenly corpse immortal body couldn't digest food, so he couldn't use the jade heart fruits himself. He planned to take out 5 to shape his subordinates. With the remaining 8 fruits, he could find 8 people to consume the jade heart fruit. After they digested it, he would use the heavenly stealing demon art and the characteristics of his undying corpse body to absorb their internal energy and blood, thus strengthening himself. 1 fruit takes 60 years, 8 fruits would take 480 years. There will inevitably be losses during the process, but even so, I will still have a full 400 years of cultivation to absorb. Chu Qing, by then, what will you use to fight me? Not only that, after he recreates 5 experts, who cultivate the cold corpse record and other supreme techniques, and they consume the jade heart fruit, they will also become reserve provisions. If they truly fight Chu Qing to a standstill, he can borrow them to plunder another 300 years of cultivation. He was certain he could beat Chu Qing to a pulp. Having meticulously planned everything, a small town appeared before him. He quietly entered the town, intending not to alert anyone. This was, after all, the southern region. The slightest disturbance could attract Chu Qing's attention. Therefore, he had to proceed cautiously. Even if he killed someone, he had to dispose of the body, and do it discreetly. Walking along the street, his eyes unconsciously scanned both sides. He was searching for suitable materials to cultivate those 5 evil arts. However, his black robes and furtive appearance quickly attracted the attention of the town's residents. Many people cast scrutinizing glances at him. As a martial emperor, Li Juechen was used to all kinds of stares, only occasionally glancing back without paying them any mind. Unexpectedly, the young men he saw were also in the heat of the moment. The leader, a boy who looked about 17 or 18, tilted his head and shouted, "What are you looking at?" Li Juechen was slightly taken aback, then pointed to himself with his gloved hand. "You mean, me? You?" The young man, clutching a cucumber he picked from who knows where, swayed with every step, and led several other men who looked menacing, approached Li Juechen, all in black robes, acting suspiciously, planning to steal something? "Let me tell you, this street is my territory. Stealing is fine, but afterwards, you have to give me 80%. Otherwise, I break your hands." Li Juechen was stunned for a moment. It took him a while to realize he encountered some thugs. However, the young man in the lead was quite talented. Li Juechen scrutinized him for a long time, and felt his potential was no less than that of Chu Huifeng, the cold corpse. Li Juechen had always felt sorry for Chu Huifeng. That was one of his earliest works. He was learning by trial and error in many areas, lacking experience, which limited his achievements. Otherwise, with his talent, his accomplishments should have been far greater. Looking at this arrogant young man before him, Li Juechen smiled slightly. "All right, I already made my debut today, but the silver isn't here. Why don't you come with me to get it?" The young men exchanged glances, all seeing the unexpected joy in each other's eyes. They called themselves local ruffians, but it was mostly bluffing. They had no real ability. They fooled whoever they could, and deal with those who couldn't. They didn't consider the consequences of their actions, often just going with the flow. Now, a single sentence had frightened Li Juechen, and he decided to take them to find the silver and share the spoils. How could I refuse? The young man in the lead, to solidify his arrogant persona, even lightly patted Li Juechen's cheek. "Good lad, you know what's good for you. Why are you so stubborn? Fine, lead the way." Whether this fool's face was stubborn or not didn't matter. What mattered was that he was about to have money. Alright, follow me. Li Juechen turned and walked towards the city gate. Several young men followed behind, occasionally exchanging nonsensical remarks. One companion mentioned that with the money, they could go to a brothel that night, which immediately caused a burst of laughter. The distance quickly disappeared beneath their feet, but the young men following Li Juechen slowly sensed something was amiss. Li Juechen led them through remote, sparsely populated areas. The more they walked, the more desolate the surroundings became, gradually spurring an unease in their hearts. The young man at the head of the group couldn't help but ask, "Where exactly did you hide the silver?" "This godforsaken place. It's precisely because the location is secluded that I can safely store the silver." Li Juechen didn't turn his head. Secrecy leads to success, while leaks lead to failure. Even with various methods, one must be cautious and careful, otherwise, not only will one fail to defeat the enemy, but one might also be controlled by them. The young man's head was buzzing. What nonsense! I'm just asking you, when are we getting to where you hid the silver? We arrived. Li Juechen's steps came to a stop. Several young men looked around in confusion. The leader scratched his head. There's nothing here. Then, looking at Li Juechen, he suddenly roared in fury. You're playing me. Brothers, let's go. Loosen his bones. Let me handle this, brother. Just you wait and see. A rather burly young man stepped forward, brandishing his fists, ready to attack. A red glint flashed in Li Juechen's eyes beneath his black robe. He flicked his fingertips. A head rolled off. Blood surged from the corpse, merging into Li Juechen's body. He took a deep breath. His blood and chi are quite abundant. A decent snack. The remaining young men were dumbfounded. They watched their companion, who had just been so arrogant, now have his head on the ground, his body shriveled. They felt utterly terrified. They no longer had any desire for the silver, only a deep regret for their lives remained. Unfortunately, the scene they had just witnessed had left their legs weak, rendering them unable to turn and flee. Li Juechen showed them no mercy. With a flick of his fingers, all but the young man involuntarily flew towards him, their bodies tearing to shreds in the process. They were already corpses before even landing. While the small amount of blood essence he had obtained was insufficient to replenish the energy consumed during their journey across Tontian Ridge, it was better than nothing. Li Juechen's gaze fell upon the young man in the lead. Do you want to die, or do you want to live? With a thud, the young man was merely a thug, skilled at fighting ordinary people and capable of swindling and cheating without a conscience. But where had he ever seen such a scene? He immediately knelt down. I want to live. I want to live. If you want to live, that's easy, Li Juechen said softly. Go dig a hole and bury them. In a moment, I will impart to you unparalleled martial arts and bestow upon you a peerless divine fruit, making you a top master overnight. Okay, I dig a hole right now. Although he had no illusions about unparalleled martial arts or divine fruits. But whatever, he'd do whatever this monster said. At least he could survive. Having no tools at hand, he found a rock. Li Juechen told him to dig with his hands. The young man dared not resist, and even as his hands bled and his skin tore, he didn't stop. Li Juechen was increasingly satisfied. Being able to endure immense pain meant he would achieve great things in the future. This was his first step in the southern region. He hadn't expected to be so lucky. In this small town, there was actually a young man with such talent. Just as he was feeling pleased, the sense of being spied on when he left Tontian Ridge suddenly returned. He looked up abruptly and, sure enough, saw another black dot above him. What is that? Li Juechen sneered, flicking his finger. His finger force shot upwards, piercing through clouds and splitting rocks, but it had no effect. Instead, the black dot suddenly began to grow larger, and a faint wind seemed to rise, enveloping its surroundings. Even with his indestructible heavenly corpse body, Li Juechen's blood-red eyes gradually showed surprise. What is this thing? The young man digging the pit felt as if the sky had suddenly darkened. He looked up, and when he clearly saw what was above him, he felt his legs tremble, and he almost couldn't hold his bladder. What kind of monster is this? A massive figure, with a wingspan of tens of feet landed lightly on the ground. This is an eagle. An eagle of unimaginable size. Li Juechen suddenly appeared before the young man. Go! With a turn of his foot, he was instantly dozens of feet away. Li Juechen saw Chu Qing standing on the back of the absolute domain sky eagle. At this moment, he didn't care about cursing, he only thought about getting away from here first. In his plan, he would meet Chu Qing sooner or later, but definitely not now. Therefore, before Chu Qing could react, he used his lightness skill to escape. He pushed the ghost corpse path to its limit, his figure darting about as if leaping wildly through another dimension. But Li Juechen's mood didn't improve for a moment, because he discovered that no matter how fast he went, he couldn't shake off the eagle behind him. Although the eagle was enormous, its speed and agility were completely illogical. What the hell is this thing? Where did Chu Qing get such a beast? Li Juechen cursed inwardly just as he heard Chu Qing's voice from behind. Li Juechen, I've been waiting for you here for days. As soon as I heard you arrived, I rushed here to see you. Now that we finally met, why are you running away? A dignified martial emperor, are you afraid? Li Juechen's mind raced. He didn't know how Chu Qing had discovered his whereabouts. He also didn't know where Chu Qing had gotten this feathered beast. But for now, running was out of the question. At least he couldn't outrun that eagle. If he continued running, constantly depleting his reserves, Chu Qing, riding on the eagle, would be at ease, and any remaining advantage he might have would be completely worn away. Thinking this, he sighed and stopped. Looking back, he saw the eagle had already landed on the ground. Chu Qing stood atop the eagle's head, hands behind his back, looking down at him. Alliance leader Chu, long time no see. Li Juechen released the young man from his grasp. The young man was completely bewildered. Just moments ago, he was swaggering down the street, eating cucumbers and cursing people. How come everything around him suddenly seemed so abnormal? A monster who killed as easily as eating and drinking, a young man riding a gigantic eagle. The world had instantly become something he couldn't understand. But at least one thing he understood. This monster was afraid of this young man. Thinking of this, he secretly winked at Chu Qing. Save, save, save me. Chu Qing glanced at the man, not taking it seriously. He simply looked at Li Juechen in his black robes, and sighed softly. It's only been a little over half a month, Li Juechen. Why have you suddenly become so heartless? Chapter 595. Chu Qing spoke sarcastically, his words laced with mockery. Li Juechen remained unmoved, indifferent, and casually lifted his hood. Humans suffer birth, aging, sickness, and death. They endure the suffering of the 7 emotions and the harm of the 6 desires. What's so good about being human? Far from the joy I feel now. These words struck Chu Qing thoughtfully. But then he saw the young man beside Li Juechen's eyes roll back, and he completely fainted. He was mainly terrified. His earlier inner turmoil at calling Li Juechen a monster was merely a whispered complaint. Now, hearing Li Juechen's words, it was clear that his inner turmoil was being confirmed. The thought that the person beside him was truly a monster, coupled with the hideous and sinister face beneath the hood, overwhelmed him, causing him to lose consciousness. Li Juechen didn't take it seriously, only expressing some dissatisfaction with the young man's temperament. Chu Qing asked curiously, "Then what exactly are you now? A corpse that has become a spirit?" This question stumped Li Juechen. What was he now? A living person? Clearly not. He had no heartbeat, no pulse, didn't need to eat, and had no ability to digest food. A corpse? That didn't seem pure either. What corpse still had consciousness? A mind? Could think? A corpse that had become a spirit? That was even more wrong. Those that became spirits were monsters, and shouldn't monsters have magical powers? But what he possessed was internal energy, not magical power. Li Juechen was momentarily confused by Chu Qing's words. Chu Qing suddenly laughed. Not a person, not a ghost, not a corpse, not a monster. The 5 Ghosts Heavenly Corpse Order is indeed powerful. It can be called the most evil technique in the world. To actually turn a living person into a monster. Enough of this small talk. He paused slightly, his smile vanishing completely, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. Li Juechen, you deserve to die. After the battle at Forgetful Manor, Chu Qing thought he was dead. But unexpectedly, the 5 Ghosts Corpse Order brought him back to life, transforming him into this inhuman, ghost-like form. Afterwards, he indiscriminately slaughtered innocents, causing a horrific massacre in 5 Emperor City. Chu Qing had been pursuing him relentlessly, his killing intent growing stronger. He felt he had said too much, and in a flash, he was already in front of Li Juechen. With a flick of his finger, a beam of blue-white light, as thick as a bucket, crackling with lightning, hurtled towards Li Juechen's chest and abdomen. Awakening, bang! Li Juechen neither dodged nor evaded, letting the finger strike him. His hands spread. Chu Qing was forced back by the blow. With Chu Qing's current martial arts prowess, the power of this awakening of insect's finger strike far surpassed that of the Forgetful Manor. While that previous strike had instantly pierced Li Juechen's body, this one, even though it sent Li Juechen back dozens of feet, crushing boulders and trees along the way, and shredding his clothes, it hadn't broken through his body. With a muffled thud, Li Juechen stomped his foot on the ground, completely stabilizing himself. Chu Qing frowned slightly. Then heard Li Juechen laugh wildly. This emperor now possesses the indestructible body of the heavenly corpse, impervious to blades and spears, untouched by time. Chu Qing, you are but a mortal, what makes you think you can fight me? With that, he shook his arms, and a massive Dharma image suddenly rose from behind him. Chu Qing recognized the Dharma image. It was the fearless King Fist Dharma image once used by the Fist King Luo Kongming. However, when Luo Kongming used this move, the Dharma image radiated golden light. But now, when Li Juechen used it, the Dharma image was covered with a layer of gray-black qi, obscure and unclear, as if tainted by all the filth of the world. Li Juechen clenched his hands together, crossing them into a hammer shape. Then he raised them high, and the wind and clouds gathered. The clear sky above his head, just moments before, was now covered with dark clouds. Chu Qing immediately recognized that this punch was not only Luo Kongming's fearless King Fist, but also contained traces of Dongfang Jinghong's Azure Heaven Overlord blade. The martial emperor truly lived up to his name. Li Juechen's ability to create a technique like 1,000 elements, one path, 10,000 transformations returned to one, was a testament to his mastery of the strengths of many schools. Not to mention that he and Dongfang Jinghong had known each other for many years, and were intimately familiar with each other. Even without this relationship, with his talent and comprehension, if he had wanted to, he might have gained some understanding from observing the Azure Heaven Overlord blade a few more times. Now, having obtained the fearless King Fist through the Stealing Heaven demon art, and incorporating some techniques from the Azure Heaven Overlord blade, he summoned his Dharma image into the void. Suddenly thunder roared, and a deafening explosion echoed in the sky as lightning struck the raised fist. The Dharma image crackled with lightning and thunder. As Li Juechen's fist slammed down, the giant hammer crackling with lightning also crashed down towards Chu Qing. Even the eagle eyes of the Absolute Domain Sky Eagle couldn't help but widen in astonishment at this sight. It made him feel that the world was far too dangerous. Having a monster like Chu Qing, who defied all reason, was bad enough. How come there's more than one monster like this? The fearless king's fist, crackling with lightning, was far too powerful for the little bird to handle, especially with Wu Qianhuan and the others sitting behind it. It immediately flapped its wings and retreated over 100 feet in an instant. Just then, the giant hammer, crackling with lightning, descended. Boom! Boom boom boom! The powerful force erupted with a deafening roar. The ground beneath Chu Qing's feet instantly crumbled, the force sweeping outwards and tearing apart the surrounding earth. The little bird, having just retreated over 100 feet, saw this and knew the ground was far from safe. It immediately spread its wings and flew into the air. Looking down, it saw the surging force, like waves crashing, spreading across the ground like ripples on water. Accompanied by continuous rumbling and exploding sounds, the area within a 5 or 6 mile radius had been completely transformed. The location where Chu Qing stood was the point where all the power had concentrated and erupted. Although obscured by dust, it was still clear that a huge, deep crater had formed there. With a wild laugh, Li Juechen leaped into the dust cloud. He seemed intent on pursuing the attack. But the next moment, he was sent flying backward from the swirling dust, his body tumbling like a rag doll, his head slamming into trees, snapping them in half, or hitting the ground, carving deep craters. He rolled nearly 100 feet, his momentum undiminished. But Li Juechen had gradually regained his balance, and was about to use the 1,000-pound drop technique to stabilize himself. A hand grabbed his head. It was Chu Qing, who had arrived first despite being attacked later. Li Juechen was stunned, then felt himself being carried upwards by Chu Qing. He vaguely guessed what Chu Qing was about to do. While he wasn't necessarily afraid, he didn't want to fall into Chu Qing's trap, so he used close-quarters combat techniques to try and break free. But Chu Qing's dragon claw hand was no joke. The two exchanged countless blows in a short time, and this exchange gave Chu Qing a better understanding of Li Juechen's current condition. His physique was very special. Indestructibility was the first characteristic. Besides that, his shattered body could regenerate at an extremely fast speed. For example, Chu Qing could crush his joints with his dragon claw hand. Even if the heavenly evil cult master were here, it would take several breaths for them to recover. But Li Juechen was different. The moment Chu Qing released his grip, the bones that had just been crushed were already completely restored. This terrifying regenerative ability was the second characteristic. But Chu Qing knew that everything in this world that defies common sense has its price. Just like Ghost Emperor Moto's seemingly endless resurrection, it wasn't truly endless. While the heavenly corpse's indestructible body was powerful, each restoration to its original state inevitably came at a price. It was simply a matter of how much the price was, and how long it could last. The two fought their way upwards, the fierce wind sweeping across them, and in the blink of an eye, they were above the clouds. Suddenly, Chu Qing turned around, head first, grabbing Li Juequan's head, and with a celestial wind and flowing cloud spin, their two figures, like shooting stars, crashed down from midair, rapidly approaching the ground. As Li Juequan watched the approaching ground, even with his indestructible heavenly corpse body, he was confident this attack wouldn't cause him irreversible damage. Yet, a sense of fear still crept into his heart. Chu Qing hadn't chosen flat ground, but a towering mountain. A deafening roar erupted. Li Juequan's face had pierced the mountain peak. The immense power accumulated within, combined with Chu Qing's terrifying internal energy, instantly shattered the mountaintop into countless specks of dust. But this was only the beginning. Chu Qing pressed his head down, forcing him into the mountain's belly. Every few hundred meters of descent, a tremendous roar resounded. Wu Qianhuan and the others, atop the little bird, watched from afar as explosions echoed from the mountain, each one sending up a ring of dust. A ring appeared every 100 meters from top to bottom. From the mountaintop to its base, a deafening roar echoed, accompanied by a violent tremor of the earth, as the entire mountain began to crumble and disintegrate. Huge boulders collapsed, causing the ground to tremble violently. Chu Qing's figure, however, instantly emerged from the rubble and appeared in midair. He stood with his hands behind his back, surrounded by faintly visible clouds. His robes fluttered in the wind, making him appear like a celestial being. The rubble continued to crumble, lasting for a long time before finally settling. Dust covered an area of dozens of miles, creating a commotion far greater than before. Fortunately, this location was very close to Tontian Ridge, and the surrounding area was sparsely populated, so few people could see it. However, the sound did travel, and it was estimated that it wouldn't be long before someone came to investigate. In fact, people were already on their way. Dozens of miles away, a young couple was using their lightness skills to rush towards the scene. Feeling the immense tremors from the ground caused by the landslide, the two young people involuntarily stopped, exchanging a glance, both seeing the horror in each other's eyes. What on earth happened? Has the Alliance leader already found Li Juequan? They asked each other, unable to suppress their fear. Several days ago, the Shaoyan sect received a message from Chu Qing. A message from the Alliance leader was no small matter, and the Shaoyan sect naturally dared not take it lightly. They immediately ordered the message to be relayed to the other members of the 2 gangs, 3 halls, 5 sects, and 1 manor. The Shaoyan sect itself immediately issued orders to be vigilant for Li Juequan's whereabouts. At that time, Yi Wanqiu, the eldest daughter of the Yijian sect, the Purple Sword Silver Ring, happened to be a guest at the Shaoyan sect. She and Tang Qianyu, the chief disciple of the Shaoyan sect, were preparing to search for Chu Qing in the towns surrounding Tontian Ridge. The two weren't in a hurry, walking and stopping intermittently. Unexpectedly, before they could even find Chu Qing, they sensed the aftershocks of a battle between unparalleled masters. While the earlier commotion was considerable, the distance was too great, they had only vaguely sensed it, and weren't certain. Now, Chu Qing had directly shattered a mountain. The massive tremor spread for dozens of miles, reaching them with crystal clarity. The two dared not delay any longer, rushing towards higher ground. Shaking their eyes with their hands, they saw only billowing dust in the distance, unable to discern anything clearly. Yi Wanqiu was still confused when she heard Tang Qianyu murmur, "Wait a minute. I remember there was a mountain here." "A mountain?" Yi Wanqiu was taken aback. "What mountain?" "An unnamed mountain peak. Not too high. But it's still a mountain." "What happened?" Recalling the tremor earlier, Tang Qianyu had a vague idea. A chill ran down his spine, making his scalp tingle. Yi Wanqiu's pupils contracted slightly. "What are you trying to say?" "I don't want to say anything." Tang Qianyu waved his hand. "Let's go!" The two figures set off again. Meanwhile, Chu Qing, still in midair, had his gaze fixed on a rock. A loud explosion followed. The withered body of Li Juequan crawled out of the dust, looked up, and his blood-red eyes met Chu Qing's. He grinned, a sinister smile playing on his lips. "Alliance Leader Chu, your divine might is unparalleled. Unfortunately, with such limited abilities, you're far from enough to kill me, the Emperor." Chu Qing slowly descended from midair. "It's all right, we have plenty of time today. I can slowly torment you. Li Juequan, you reached this point. Even I can't help but look at you with new respect. Unfortunately, things have gone too far. This time you are doomed to die." "Ha ha ha." Li Juequan roared with laughter. "This Emperor is immortal. Chu Qing, what right do you have to kill me? I tell you, even if the mountain collapses, I will still be here. Even if the sun and moon revolve, and the universe shatters, This emperor will live on forever. With these words, his figure suddenly sprang into the air. Escape was impossible today. Even though he had considered using the moment the mountain collapsed to escape, he knew he couldn't break free from Chu Qing's aura. It was now a fight to the death. Then he might as well fight with all his might. The power he had accumulated through his killing spree suddenly erupted. His eyes flashed with bloodlust as he fiercely pounced on Chu Qing. Chapter 596. Bang! 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 The two figures clashed in midair. Each collision of fists and palms produced a violent boom, causing the energy to dissipate and gusts of wind to sweep across the sky. Li Juechen was truly fighting Chu Qing to the death. His title of martial emperor was not undeserved. He had cultivated his family's unique skills since childhood, integrating the strengths of various schools. This was how he created the profound technique 1,000 elements, 1 path, myriad transformations, 1 unity. Now, every punch and palm strike was a high-level move. It included long-lost techniques and methods now revered as sect-defining skills, yet in his hands, they all seemed like ordinary moves. Furthermore, 1,000 elements, 1 path, myriad transformations, 1 unity was interspersed among them, causing Chu Qing's techniques to be reflected back to Chu Qing. However, these various techniques were only effective against ordinary people. With his indestructible heavenly corpse body, defeating Tao emperors and ancient emperors would be a piece of cake. But against Chu Qing, it was far from enough. While the 1,000 yuan Tao, myriad transformations returned to 1 technique was powerful, Chu Qing possessed the divine ability of shifting flowers and jade, allowing them to exchange blows several times over with a single move. The force of their attacks swirled back and forth like a snowball, ultimately resulting in Li Juechen suffering the most losses. The more he fought, the more frustrated he became. This was a feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time, since achieving his indestructible heavenly corpse body. It's a pity I haven't had time to consume the jade heart fruit yet, otherwise, why would I be in such a predicament? If he had the jade heart fruit's assistance, his nearly 1,000 years of accumulated internal energy would surely give him a significant advantage in a battle against Chu Qing. However, at this moment, no matter what he thought, it was utterly useless. His gaze shifted, and he suddenly turned and left. The ghost corpse path technique unfolded, its form appearing and disappearing intermittently. Chu Qing was taken aback. Where is the martial emperor going? Knowing full well he couldn't escape today, why was he still trying to leave? A thought flashed through Chu Qing's mind, and he knew what the martial emperor was planning, immediately letting out a cold laugh. With a thought, swords and blades suddenly rang out. Li Juechen's rushing steps involuntarily halted on the spot. He forced himself to turn around and saw a sky full of sharp energy, sword chi, and blade light, instantly illuminating the heavens, far more exaggerated than Tao Emperor Xian Song's 108 swords formation of heavenly gang and earthly fiends. He knew this was Chu Qing's signature move, 8 desolations and 6 directions, I am supreme. Chu Qing had used this move more than once before. But in the past, Chu Qing never possessed the ability to freeze time like this. He's so young, yet he's already gained such profound insight? He's taken this pinnacle technique to the next level. Li Juechen was a martial arts fanatic. At this moment, his mind wasn't on the outcome of this battle, but rather a surge of inexplicable frustration. Besides frustration, this feeling also included an unconcealable jealousy. Why is it that Chu Qing, at such a young age, has achieved such mastery? If he were to give the primordial Tao opening scripture to Chu Qing, what kind of achievements could he attain with this scripture? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, an extreme sense of danger suddenly welled up within him. 1,000 sharp blades swept towards him in an instant. Even with his indestructible heavenly corpse body, he couldn't guarantee he would survive the onslaught of countless sword energies and blades. Danger? At this critical moment, Li Juechen began frantically circulating his inner energy. Clang, clang, clang. Before his internal energy could even circulate, sword energy and blade light descended, striking his indestructible heavenly corpse body with clanging sounds. Just as his flesh was about to be torn apart, the internal energy he had exerted with all his might finally yielded results. His figure suddenly became indistinct. The clanging sounds from the sword energy striking him vanished. He seemed to have become a mere afterimage in this mortal world. No matter how much sword energy and blade light swept over him, it wouldn't cause him the slightest harm. The most profound aspect of the ghost corpse path is this method of preserving the body and leaving an image. His body becomes ethereal, seemingly merging with heaven and earth. Though the image resides in the world, the body has entered another realm. This makes it impossible for any worldly laws to cause him the slightest harm. With a thought, Chu Qing's 8 desolations and 6 directions, I am supreme technique had already concealed its sharpness. Li Juechen, brimming with smugness, declared, Chu Qing, no matter how unparalleled your martial arts, you cannot harm me in the slightest. Is that so? Chu Qing's eyes narrowed slightly. Using immortal wind and flowing clouds, and shrinking the earth to an inch techniques, his figure instantly appeared before Li Juechen, his 5 fingers, like dragon claws, reaching out to grab him. Li Juechen understood Chu Qing's intentions. This time, he wouldn't confront Chu Qing head-on. His figure instantly vanished into preserving shadows, his feet retreating, disappearing into the distance. Chu Qing naturally couldn't let him escape. This fellow hadn't gained the slightest advantage in their fight. But having fought him for so long, Chu Qing, while not knowing everything about him, had a fairly good grasp of his situation. When fighting an ordinary person, the opponent's true energy is mainly generated from the dantian, which generates internal force, and sends it to the limbs and bones. Then, according to the application of the moves, it is used to enhance the power of the internal force. However, Li Juechen's true energy didn't originate from his dantian. To him, the dantian was no different from any other acupoint. His true energy was born from his indestructible heavenly corpse body. Judging from his stance, it was generated by burning his internal essence. But the indestructible heavenly corpse body wasn't a normal human physique. At this rate of consumption, it was clearly difficult for him to sustain himself until now. Considering the miserable state of those who died at Li Juechen's hands, Chu Qing guessed that this man must have used a secret technique to absorb the internal energy of living beings' blood and flesh. He stored the internal energy of living beings' blood within his body, constantly burning it to transform it into a continuous source of internal energy, which was why he had been able to fight until now. His turning and running away clearly indicated that he wanted to find a town, kill people, and use the lives of ordinary people to fight him. Therefore, Chu Qing would never allow him to escape. Thus, the two were locked in a chase, one fleeing and the other pursuing. The fleeing man was slower than the pursuing man, but once caught up, the image retention technique made it difficult to capture his opponent. However, even Li Juechen didn't notice that they were getting further and further away from the town. They were gradually approaching Tontian Ridge. This was intentional on Chu Qing's part. Although surveillance image made it difficult for Chu Qing to capture them, he deeply understood the essence of encirclement and interception. Mainly because he had tried something similar in the eastern region, leading all the remaining heavenly evil sect disciples in the eastern region to the northern region. Now, using the same tactic again, he naturally succeeded with ease. Only when he saw the lush, verdant trees of Tontian Ridge did Li Juechen suddenly realize what was happening. He abruptly turned to look at Chu Qing, his previously furious face instantly regaining its composure. Why did you do this? Even if you lured me here, you still can't do anything to me. I possess the 5 Ghosts Heavenly Corpse token, I'm already invincible. Chu Qing stood with his arms crossed, 3 feet off the ground, and merely chuckled upon hearing this. Li Juechen, you overestimate yourself. The 5 Ghosts Heavenly Corpse token is indeed the most evil technique in the world, and you, Li Juechen, are indeed one of the most difficult people to kill in this world. Unfortunately, you met me. Anyone can talk big, but talk without action is just empty words. Li Juechen sneered repeatedly. I'd like to know what abilities you have that could spare my life. Fine. Chu Qing nodded slightly. Then I show you. With that, his figure soared upwards. Li Juechen looked up at Chu Qing, a vague unease creeping into his heart. He didn't intend to stand there waiting for Chu Qing's methods. His figure swiftly vanished into the image retention space, intending to take advantage of Chu Qing's powerful attack. In the blink of an eye he fled. But at that moment, Chu Qing's figure instantly appeared directly above Li Juechen. This was the exquisite technique of shrinking the earth to an inch, which Li Juechen had seen more than once. However, because of preserving a shadow, he didn't pay much attention to it. But at that moment, a sudden gust of wind and thunder arose from the ground. At first, it was just a thin, winding line stretching upwards from the ground to the sky. It was extremely weak and convoluted. But the next moment, endless gales and dark clouds merged into it. In an instant, the sky darkened, and thunder rolled. A powerful pulling force was generated from within it. Li Juechen knew something was wrong. The reason why the heavenly evil cult leader was defeated at Yusong Mountain was because of Chu Qing's Maha-Boundless technique. Although he believed his indestructible heavenly corpse body far surpassed the heavenly evil cult master's great tranquility Zen sect, he still dared not clash head-on with Chu Qing's Maha-Boundless. Regardless of the outcome, it would at least severely deplete his own foundation. But just as he tried to use preservation image to escape, he suddenly discovered he couldn't activate it. No, to be precise, the The surrounding world seemed to be repelling preservation image. Just as his inner energy was circulating, about to enter that profound and mysterious state, countless hands seemed to appear out of thin air, forcefully pushing him out of that state. How is this possible? Li Juechen assumed it was an accident and wanted to try again. But then he heard Chu Qing's voice. No need to waste your time. Your mere tricks have come to an end. It's you? Li Juechen looked up at Chu Qing in disbelief. On one hand, he couldn't believe that Chu Qing had actually broken his image preservation technique. On the other hand, he couldn't understand it. Since Chu Qing could clearly break his image preservation technique, why didn't he act sooner? Why did he have to bring him to the foot of Tontian Ridge before finally revealing his true intentions? Little did he know, after Chu Qing entered the 8th level of heavenly ultimate formless divine power, he reached the state of oneness with heaven and man. From then on, he developed an extremely close connection with heaven and earth. His internal energy could draw from the natural energy of heaven and earth, and his spirit also merged with heaven and earth. When Li Juechen first used image preservation, Chu Qing had already discovered the mystery of this move, and in his state of oneness with heaven and man, he could completely force him out of the image preservation state. Chu Qing deliberately remained calm, relentlessly pursuing and intercepting Li Juechen, until he reached the outskirts of Tontian Ridge. This was for no other reason than to prepare for unleashing the Maha Wuliang technique. Firstly, the power of Maha Wuliang was too astonishing. If it were too close to a town, there was a risk of collateral damage. Secondly, he didn't know how much of Li Juechen's remaining energy could be converted into internal force. Therefore, he didn't know to what extent the Maha Wuliang would need to be unleashed to completely kill Li Juechen. To be on the safe side, he naturally wanted to find a secluded place where the Maha Wuliang could erupt continuously, spreading over 100 miles in radius, and lasting for an extended period without affecting others. Li Juechen couldn't understand these considerations, but he knew he was probably really in trouble this time. The next moment, the Maha Wuliang roared up. It was impossible for Li Juechen to leave a trace. He was directly engulfed by the Maha Wuliang. The endless sword energy, transformed into a raging storm, instantly shattered his withered body into fragments of flesh and blood upon colliding with his indestructible heavenly corpse body. However, his indestructible heavenly corpse body was indeed extraordinary. The moment his flesh and blood were scattered, he was completely restored. Li Juechen was unwilling to die like this. While the Maha Boundless continued to wear him down, he turned back to look at Chu Qing at its core. Your move won't kill me. I will make you die without a burial place. He gritted his teeth, continuously converting his inner strength into a continuous stream of internal energy, urging his body to traverse the endless Maha Boundless, to cross the vast storm of sword energy, and head towards Chu Qing, who floated at the core of the Maha Boundless, eyes closed, with a peaceful demeanor. It was hard to say how far he had gone forward, but the power within the Maha Boundless was growing increasingly violent. Li Juechen watched helplessly as his outstretched leg was gradually worn down to bone by the raging sword energy, only to instantly regenerate. His outstretched hand had already shattered and reformed 7 or 8 times in the process of reaching out. Even Li Juechen's head was constantly being annihilated in this process, only to be replaced by new, withered flesh. Li Juechen even discovered that, in this process, his heavenly corpse undying body was being further strengthened. Unfortunately, the power of the Maha Boundless was also constantly increasing. And it was increasing in a completely unreasonable way. Under the torment of the Maha Boundless, his heavenly corpse undying body would likely not be able to withstand the onslaught, and would be completely annihilated. His only chance of survival was to kill Chu Qing, and sever the root of everything. Li Juechen didn't know if he could succeed. He could feel the vital energy accumulated within his body being consumed at an extremely rapid pace. Yet Chu Qing's Maha Boundless showed no sign of stopping. This was simply illogical. During the battle at Yusong Mountain, Chu Qing clearly ran out of energy after using this technique. This meant that Maha Boundless consumed an immense amount of internal energy. Chu Qing could only use it for a dozen breaths, but now, how long had it been? Why was there no sign of it weakening? This instantly filled Li Juechen's heart with despair. Was he really going to die? Chapter 597. The gale seemed to merge with the heavens and earth. Even from dozens of miles away, one could feel the terrifying power contained within. Tang Qianyu dared not take another step forward, as if that step were the gate of life and death. He couldn't believe what his eyes were witnessing. When Chu Qing, as the leader of the 2 domains, led the southern domain to the western domain, he took many experts from the southern domain with him, including the leader of the Shaolin sect. However, each sect wouldn't send all its forces. They always had to leave some behind to guard their territory. Tang Qianyu, as the chief disciple of the Shaolin sect, was left behind by the sect leader. But after the battle at Jutian Pass, he learned from the sect leader's message via carrier pigeon that Chu Qing had transformed into a whirlwind, single-handedly killing tens of thousands of disciples of the heavenly evil cult. At the time, although Tang Qianyu dared not doubt the sect leader's words, he couldn't convince himself to believe them. After all, those few words were simply too shocking. A person is just a person. How could they possibly transform into a raging storm? Even a master swordsman, a grandmaster, who could create a storm with their sword energy, that was merely a description, not a real storm. But now, Tang Qianyu felt himself shaking violently. Although he couldn't see through the internal workings of the Maha Boundless, what he saw before him was exactly the same as the message sent back by the Shaoyin sect master via carrier pigeon. No, to be precise, what he saw now was far more breathtaking than what was described in the message. Could it be that all of this is real? This is the Maha Boundless, Yi Wanqiu murmured. Tang Qianyu was stunned. The Maha Boundless. Don't you know? After the battle at Jutian Pass, my father asked the Alliance leader what this move was called. The Alliance leader replied with the 4 characters Maha Boundless. Like you and me, neither of us has ever been to Jutian Pass, and we never witnessed this move, Maha Boundless, which I consider a great regret in my life. Unexpectedly, today we made up for that regret. Alliance leader. Truly a celestial being. Yi Wanqiu's eyes sparkled, filled with admiration, awe, and a touch of unspoken girlish sentiment. Knowing that attraction to beauty and youth is the same for both men and women. Tang Qianyu saw the emotions in her eyes, and couldn't help but sigh softly. His gaze swept over them, but he suddenly froze. Look at that. Yi Wanqiu followed his finger, and was immediately astonished. Where did such a huge eagle come from? As she spoke, the eagle suddenly coiled up and charged towards them. Tang Qianyu and Yi Wanqiu's hearts tightened, realizing they were in deep trouble. Such a large eagle was definitely not to be trifled with. Was it treating them like food? Immediately, they drew their swords, ready to fight the divine eagle. Even if they couldn't defeat it and were eaten, they would at least make sure the eagle suffered indigestion. Unexpectedly, as the eagle approached, it suddenly swept its wings. A gust of wind swept past, and their weapons flew from their hands, with a force so powerful that neither of them could stop it. Just as they were about to cry out in despair, "Our lives are over," they heard a soft shout. "Aren't you coming up?" The voice came from behind the divine eagle. Looking up, they saw several faces appear on its back. Tang Qianyu's gaze fell on Wenru and Wu Qianhuan, finding the 2 girls somewhat familiar. Wu Qianhuan turned and glanced at Maha Wuliang, her expression urgent. If we don't come up now, it'd be too late. Tang Qianyu and Yi Wanqiu were slightly taken aback. Turning their heads, they found that Maha Wuliang, who had been a little distance away, was now beside them. Without time to think, the 2 quickly leaped onto the eagle's back. Wu Qianhuan gently patted the bird's back. "Get away quickly." Tang Qianyu and Yi Wanqiu were astonished. The divine eagle beneath them obeyed, flapping its wings and carrying them away from Maha Wuliang's range. "I remember you too." Wu Qianhuan finally turned to look at Tang Qianyu and Yi Wanqiu. Tang Qianyu, the chief disciple of the Shaoyin sect, and Yi Wanqiu, the young lady of the Yijian sect, the purple sword silver ring? The 2 exchanged a glance, and Tang Qianyu suddenly had a flash of inspiration. "May I ask if you are Miss Wu Qianhuan?" He and Yi Wanqiu were present at the Taiheng sect sword-granting ceremony, and he had seen Wu Qianhuan and Wenru beside Chu Qing. Indeed. Wu Qianhuan nodded. So, this raging wind was indeed the work of Alliance leader Chu? Yi Wanqiu turned to look at the towering storm. Is this the Maha Wuliang? Wu Qianhuan hummed in agreement, raising her eyes to look at the increasingly exaggerated Maha Wuliang, a hint of worry creeping into her heart. Although she had complete confidence in Chu Qing, her opponent was ultimately no ordinary person. The fact that Li Juechen could make Chu Qing use the Maha Wuliang to this extent showed how terrifying this person was. Of course, what was even more terrifying was Chu Qing. The area affected by the Maha Boundless Force had now reached at least 10 miles, and everything within that range was swept up in the gale and reduced to dust. Even the heavenly eagle of the Absolute Domain dared not cross the line. Logically speaking, even with his indestructible heavenly corpse body, Li Juechen, once caught in such a Maha Boundless Force, should have no chance of survival. But Chu Qing hadn't stopped using the Maha Boundless Force. Didn't that mean Li Juechen was still alive? Li Juechen was indeed still alive, but it was only a matter of time before he was completely annihilated. He had initially thought that Chu Qing's use of the Maha Boundless Force would be extremely taxing. After all, the Yusongzhan incident wasn't far off. Li Juechen's martial arts knowledge wouldn't have been unaware of this. But as it turned out, He seemed to have been wrong. Chu Qing could completely withstand the drain of the Maha boundless force, and his attempt to defeat Chu Qing within it was nothing but a joke. His flesh and blood regeneration speed was much slower than before, and the accumulated strength within his body had been almost completely depleted. But Li Juechen was truly unwilling to accept this. Chu Qing! Chu Qing! He roared with all his might within the Maha boundless void. Even as his tongue was constantly being torn apart and regenerated by the violent power of the Maha boundless void, he persisted in speaking, "Don't kill me! Please, don't kill me!" Li Juechen was arrogant beyond measure, especially since his talent and comprehension were not only enough to bear the title of martial emperor, but also capable of advancing further. However, for him, martial arts in the world, apart from those he couldn't obtain, were no longer sufficient to serve as a stepping stone for him. It was precisely because of this that, years ago, after vaguely sensing the heavenly evil cult, he used this to deceive Song Chengdao. Although Song Chengdao was the leader of the first path was reclusive and detached from worldly affairs. Song Chengdao focused solely on martial arts cultivation, and didn't even have a woman. He was truly naive. The current martial emperor told him that someone wanted to seize power in the martial world, and that he needed to use the primordial opening scripture to innovate and create even more advanced martial arts to deal with those people. Song Chengdao foolishly believed him. Li Juechen used this to create an evil art, the Five Ghosts Heavenly Corpse token, and now he himself had become this inhuman, ghostly figure, and was abandoned by everyone. In Li Juechen's eyes, no one in the world could understand him, and no one stood by his side. But he didn't care. He still wanted to move forward. The Five Ghosts Heavenly Corpse token granted him immortality. Although the method is evil, using the lives of others to save his own, what does it matter? Everyone looks out for themselves. Moreover, he believed that given enough time, he could even make up for the shortcomings of the Five Ghosts Heavenly Corpse token. The distinction between good and evil in this world is but a matter of perspective. All principles are interconnected. All things carry yin and embrace yang. One day, this extremely evil method, the Five Ghosts Heavenly Corpse token, can become a legitimate and orthodox method. He just needs to continue his research. He just needs enough time. He believed he could do it. After all, he was Martial Emperor Li Juechen. Even if he couldn't compare to a genius like the Heavenly Evil Cult Master, he was still a genius who dominated his era. For this, even bowing down to Chu Qing, submitting, and becoming his dog, as long as he could survive, as long as he could continue researching the Five Ghosts Heavenly Corpse token, he was willing. Unfortunately, Chu Qing paid no heed to his cries. For Chu Qing, too, had entered a profound state. By achieving a state of oneness with heaven and earth, communicating with the universe, and drawing internal energy from its energy, he could indeed make his internal energy inexhaustible. At the same time, his spirit was also in an indescribable and wondrous state. Before this, he had obtained a stone tablet in the heavenly Buddha temple, inscribed with a secret script. This script possessed extraordinary power. Chu Qing would practice copying this script in his spare time, each copy tempering his spirit. However, this tempering was far less than what he was experiencing now. Chu Qing felt that in this state, his spirit was constantly being nourished, becoming increasingly vigorous, lively, and full of vitality. If possible, Chu Qing would even be willing to remain immersed in this state until Li Juechen's desperate cries repeatedly reached his ears. Finally, they jolted him awake from this state. He frowned slightly, a sense of lingering unease creeping over him. Yet, he inexplicably sensed a hint of danger. Just now, my spirit seemed to be assimilated by this world? Chu Qing's heart suddenly tightened. Feeling the world, plundering the world, achieving the state of oneness with heaven and man, these all have benefits. But if his spirit was assimilated by the world, was he truly alive or dead? Chu Qing, did you hear me? Li Juechen's shouts continued, and only then did Chu Qing see his surroundings clearly. The Maha Boundless continued to spread into the distance. A chasm had been carved into the ground, its depths unknown under the erosion of the storm. Water and lava were already being swept into the Maha Boundless, and its power continued to probe deeper underground. It was still spreading outwards. With a thought, Chu Qing stopped the spread of Maha Boundless, and its power became concentrated. This surprised Chu Qing somewhat. Although my mental state was extremely dangerous just now, risking assimilation by heaven and earth, it also brought me a great boost. Now I can easily control Maha Boundless. If Chu Qing's previous use of Maha Boundless was like a 3-year-old child wielding a large sword, the blade was sharp, but ultimately difficult to control. Now, it was as if the child had grown into an adult, possessing sufficient power to easily wield this sharp blade. Only now could Maha Boundless be truly brought under Chu Qing's control. Thinking of this, Chu Qing's mood improved greatly, and he could even hear Li Jueqin's shouts. At this moment, Li Jueqin's despair had reached its peak. His previous pleas had turned into furious shouts. Chu Qing, if you kill me, you will be a sinner to the world. Do you know? I, the Emperor, created the first ever method of achieving immortality. This method, though wicked, is the beginning of eternal life. You have taken my life, destroyed my life force, and severed the connection between heaven and earth. I hope everyone in this world can become a dragon, and you have destroyed the hope of 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years. Chu Qing almost thought he had misheard. After realizing what this fellow was saying, he couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. Li Jueqin, you overestimate yourself. This was the first time Li Jueqin had heard Chu Qing speak since Chu Qing unleashed the Maha Boundless. Just as he was about to feel excited, he noticed that the surrounding Maha Boundless had suddenly changed. The raging wind that had spread for over 10 miles suddenly dissipated. All the gale, all the sword energy, all the power, concentrated around him. And Chu Qing, he stood with his hands behind his back, directly opposite him. The endless gale didn't even lift the hem of his clothes, only tugged at his hair, causing it to flutter slightly. His brows held an indescribable gentleness, as if in a short time he had reached a higher level, making his temperament even more in harmony with the natural world. The power of the Maha Boundless aura surrounding him seemed to have diminished somewhat. But he was still unable to move, unable to cross the line. Then Chu Qing said, "What good is longevity? Someone like you is nothing more than a walking corpse. G. Yeshua's cultivation of the white jade longevity scripture can also extend one's lifespan, but it turns a person into a piece of white jade, a stubborn rock. To me, it's not even a righteous path. Humans are best off being human. Whether it's the 7 emotions and 6 desires, or birth, aging, sickness, and death, even 100 years of lifespan isn't very long. Some people can still live a truly fulfilling life. And some people, even if you gave them 1,000 years of lifespan, they would still inevitably waste their lives in the end. Moreover, this is the immortality method you obtained with your 5 ghosts heavenly corpse token. They are stubborn rocks. You are a mutilated corpse. Clearly just barely surviving, yet you dare to call yourself immortal, truly utterly laughable. You?" Li Jueqin was furious. He had so many words to refute Chu Qing, he desperately wanted to refute them. But after saying you, he couldn't utter a single other word. Chu Qing clenched his fist. "Go." The Maha Boundless aura surrounding Li Jueqin suddenly unleashed a terrifying power, and Li Jueqin, who was already struggling to hold on, was annihilated into dust without even uttering a cry of pain. Chapter 598. It's over. The sky returned to its original clear state, a gentle breeze blowing, all traces of its former sharpness gone. But the immense wounds inflicted on the earth by Chu Qing's Maha Boundless power silently testified to everything that had just happened. Chu Qing closed his eyes. In a state of oneness with heaven and earth, he clearly felt that Li Jueqin was truly gone this time. Even the last specks of dust, carried away by the wind, dispersed. This proves that so-called immortality is always relative. Nothing in this world is ever truly permanent. Chu Qing murmured, his eyes flickering with surprise. Why haven't they come yet? His gaze drifted towards the location of the sky eagle, only to find it inexplicably taking flight from the ground. He turned and went to meet it. With a shrinking earth to an inch technique, he landed on the eagle's back. His gaze first swept over Tang Qinyu and Yuanqiu, then turned to Wu Qianhuan. What happened? Nothing, just as I was about to come find you. Winra suddenly made the bird land once. Wu Qianhuan said, she seems to have picked something up from the ground again. What is it? Chu Qing asked curiously. Winru, as if presenting a treasure, took out several emerald green fruits, holding them out to Chu Qing with both hands. Third brother, look at these, they must have fallen from Li Jueqin. Ah? Chu Qing was taken aback. There were 6 fruits in total, larger than ordinary red dates. The color didn't look sweet at all, instead, it seemed like it might be very sour. He picked one up, somewhat curiously asking, what is this? Jiang Li's pupils contracted slightly. She wanted to speak, but then secretly glanced at Tang Qinyu and Yuanqiu, saying, since it fell from Li Jueqin, it's probably not an ordinary thing. Young Master Chu, you should keep it safe for now, and deal with the rest later. Seeing Jiang Li's expression, Chu Qing knew that the girl wasn't unaware, but rather choosing not to speak. He nodded, and put the fruit away. Then he looked at Tang Qinyu and Yuanqiu, smiling slightly. So it's young Master Tang and Miss He. It's been a long time. Actually, it hadn't been that long. The events at Taihang sect weren't that distant. But looking at Chu Qing now, both of them felt as if they were from another world. Although back then, when Chu Qing appeared at the Taihang sect sword-granting ceremony in red robes, stepping on a coffin, his charisma was already unmatched. But compared to the Chu Qing of today, it was like heaven and earth. The two men quickly clasped their hands in greeting to their alliance leader. Chu Qing waved his hand, telling them not to be so polite. Upon inquiring about their purpose, Tang Qianyu naturally dared not conceal anything, reporting Chu Qing's message to the Shaoyan sect and the reactions from the southern region. Chu Qing nodded slightly. At the time, I wasn't sure when Li Juechen would arrive, nor could I say for sure that I could stop him here. That's why we went to such lengths. Please trouble yourself, young Master Tang, to convey to your sect leader that the matter here has been resolved. Yes. Tang Qianyu nodded. Chu Qing then took the opportunity to inquire about the situation in the western region. Now, both the southwest and southwest regions were Chu Qing's territory, and information was shared between the two regions, with all the major sects aware of the situation. News traveled back and forth very quickly. After all, these are extraordinary times, and it's hard to say what unexpected situations might arise that would suddenly require reinforcements. Therefore, exchanging information is essential. Just like before with Xiangnan City, if Lu Xiaonian and the others hadn't taken the time out of their busy schedules to send a distress call to the southern region, Xiangnan City would likely have already fallen. And Chu Qing wouldn't have arrived. Sure enough, when it came to news from the western regions, both Tang Qianyu and Yi Wanqiu knew it all like the back of their hand. Chu Qing listened and nodded, finally saying softly, the ancient Emperor Yisheng and Dao Emperor Xiansong are dead, and the 5 emperor cities of Zhongzhou are now under my control. Furthermore, order the experts of the southern region to advance towards the eastern region. I spent half a month in the eastern region, basically clearing out the disciples of the heavenly evil sect, but I haven't had time to deal with them yet. Therefore, I request the experts from the 2 gangs, 3 halls, 5 gates, 1 manor, as well as the 3 prefectures, 3 gates, and 3 sects to go and take charge of the overall situation. Yes. Tang Qianyu and Yi Wanqiu obeyed respectfully. That was about it. Chu Qing smiled and said, now that I'm heading to the 5 emperors' city, I won't keep you any longer. We meet again another day. Tang Qianyu and Yi Wanqiu agreed. Chu Qing had the bird descend slightly, and the two flew down. Just as they landed, they felt a gust of wind sweep by. Looking up, they saw the sky eagle of the absolute realm soaring into the sky, heading straight north. Yi Wanqiu stared blankly for a while. Tang Qianyu couldn't help but cough. Miss Yi, there's something I'm unsure if I should say? I understand. Yi Wanqiu smiled slightly. I am neither his childhood fiancé, nor his confidant with whom he has traveled thousands of miles, with whom he shares a deep bond. He is high above, like a divine dragon. I am far beyond his reach. Tang Qianyu breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. It's good that Miss He understands. Yi Wanqiu smiled and said, don't worry, it's only natural to yearn for a dragon to roam the heavens. But if you think you can roam the heavens with that divine dragon, that's just wishful thinking. Just seeing him is already a relief. Let's go. The alliance leader has given orders. We have a heavy responsibility and cannot linger here. Tang Qianyu nodded repeatedly. Exactly, exactly. The two of them leaped up and headed towards the Shaoyan sect. On the back of the absolute sky eagle, Chu Qing held a bright green fruit in his outstretched palm. Now can you tell me? He looked at Jiangli. This is the jade heart fruit. Although Jiangli had calmed down after a period of time, her voice still carried a hint of shock. I don't know if you heard of it, but it's a legendary divine object in the martial arts world. It's said that if a martial artist consumes it, it can increase their internal energy by 60 years. Oh! Chu Qing's mouth opened slightly, sensing its power. If he had encountered one when he first transmigrated to this world, swallowing it would have made him a top-tier martial arts master. After all, that's 60 years of internal energy. How many people painstakingly cultivate their entire lives to equal this small fruit? He glanced at Wu Qianhuan and the others, then distributed the fruit to each of them, including Jiangli. Wait until the environment stabilizes before you consume this fruit. Chu Qing didn't know where Li Juechen had gotten this, but since it was a valuable item, there was no reason to waste it. After dividing the 6 fruits, Chu Qing had 2 left. He thought for a moment, then put them away, deciding to deal with them later. As for himself, there was no need to use them to enhance his internal energy. 60 years worth of internal energy sounded like a lot, but for Chu Qing, it wasn't that important. It was impossible to provide a lifeline in times of need, and it was hardly a bonus either. If anything, it was better than nothing. As for how Li Juechen lost it, that was hard to say. After all, he and Chu Qing had fought for so long, it was understandable that his clothes were torn. With Winra's innate ability to find things, accidentally lost items often ended up in her hands. Having unexpectedly obtained this valuable item, everyone was very excited. Jiangli hadn't expected to get one and wanted to refuse, but Chu Qing said that everyone who finds something gets a share, and she couldn't refuse, so she had to accept it. Li Juechen's death, coupled with the acquisition of the divine jade heart fruit, made their gains immense, and everyone was overjoyed. The heavenly eagle of the desolate domain soared into the sky. Chu Qing unleashed the undying heavenly gang to protect everyone, once again breaking through the invisible gale and stepping into the central continent. This time, the little bird didn't stop, flying straight to the Five Emperors city. Coincidentally, Lu Xiaoyan and the others received a letter from Dongfang Jinghong and officially arrived there today. However, they hadn't expected to see such a large eagle flying in the sky so soon after their arrival. They were all filled with shock. Dongfang Jinghong was also speechless. They had just successfully reunited, and then this sudden turn of events occurred? How could such an eagle exist in the world? Is it truly a case of extraordinary talents emerging from chaotic times? He had already retrieved Jinghong and was about to unleash his Azure Heaven Overlord blade. But unexpectedly, the gathering clouds in the sky were dispersed by a gust of wind. Chu Qing's voice rang out. "Senior Dongfang, do not panic, it is I." Alliance Leader Chu. Dongfang Jinghong was stunned upon hearing Chu Qing's voice. Lu Xiaoyan also looked around, and saw the divine eagle land. Chu Qing and his group disembarked from its wings, and everyone lowered their guard. Looking at this peerless eagle, they couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, "What a magnificent eagle! Where did it come from? How did it grow so big?" Everyone chimed in with their questions, and Chu Qing could only wave his hand to quiet them down. With all this commotion, he didn't know who to answer. First, the origins of the celestial eagle were explained, and everyone suddenly realized that such a creature existed in the Tongtian Ridge's perilous realm. Then, congratulations were offered to Chu Qing for taming the divine eagle. The celestial eagle was extremely intelligent, and could understand human speech. Hearing their praise, it was immediately smug, its head held high, displaying an arrogant and untamed demeanor. Chu Qing ignored it, glancing at the crowd and spotting Huang Fuixia. He breathed a sigh of relief. "Are you all right?" Huang Fuixia and Huang Fu Chongkong had been unearthed from the ruins of the Sword Emperor's mansion by Dongfang Jinghong and Jian San. Just as Dongfang Jinghong had said, many people in Five Emperors City harbored their own secrets. The principle of being prepared for danger in times of peace is not only understood by people of this era. Long ago, the Huangfu family had been considering how to save themselves should any problems arise in the future, or if they encountered an insurmountable situation. Therefore, hidden beneath the Sword Emperor's mansion were secret chambers and passageways, places of refuge. The secrecy of this place was so profound that even Jianjiu was unaware of it. It was a closely guarded secret passed down through generations of the Huangfu family. Only when the real Huangfu Chongkong returned could he take Huang Fuixiao inside at the crucial moment, thus avoiding certain death. However, when Li Juechen came and wreaked havoc, he failed to find the two of them, and destroyed the Sword Emperor's mansion. This resulted in the destruction of the secret chambers and passageways, making the entrances and exits impossible to open. If it weren't for Dongfang Jinghong's profound internal energy, which allowed him to hear the strange noises and, along with Jian San's strenuous digging, bring the father and son back to light, the two would most likely have suffocated to death in that secret chamber. Huang Fuixia learned two lessons from this experience. The first lesson was to inherit his predecessor's philosophy of being prepared for danger in times of peace, and to always have a way out. The second lesson was that the secret chamber must be deep, the tunnel must be sturdy, and there must be multiple entrances, exits, and ventilation shafts. Otherwise, this escape route might become a ready-made grave. The group hadn't seen each other for a long time, and their reunion was naturally lively. But when they saw the countless corpses within the Five Emperors city, their laughter vanished. After a long silence, they began to carefully remove the corpses, dig graves, and bury the bodies. Whether they should be thankful or not, because these corpses had died at Li Juechen's hands, all the blood and moisture in their bodies had been drained, so they hadn't rotted, stinked, or attracted rats. The cleanup work went relatively smoothly. However, because so many people had died, it would take a long time to bury them all. As the alliance leader, Chu Qing couldn't allow anyone else to get involved in such matters, even if he wanted to lead from the front. He could only sit in his study in the hastily cleared mansion, considering his next steps. Currently, the members of the heavenly evil cult are all concentrated in the northern region. Of the 4 regions and 1 state in the world, if the eastern region falls, then 3 regions and 1 state will all be in my hands. However, there are still 4 major sects in the central state. Li Juechen previously swept through the 4 major sects, but it's hard to say if there are any survivors. We need to bring these people under our control as well. Those who are willing can be recruited, and those who are unwilling can be left to their own devices. But at least they must be kept in sight, lest they do something sneaky in the shadows, and catch us off guard. Chu Qing scribbled on a piece of paper. Besides that, there's also the heavenly evil cult leader and the grand manager. These 2 remaining hidden is a constant threat. Currently, the heavenly evil cult has a playful prince, a dream prince, a swordsman, and 1 more, the mysterious prince among the 12 holy kings who has never appeared. Who is this person? What are their abilities? But it doesn't seem so important now. With my current martial arts skills, even if they were all like the heavenly evil cult leader, they would all die fighting me. Thinking this, he put down his brush. Looking at his handwriting, he suddenly felt a little resentful. My handwriting is quite beautiful too. Little Winru, you always say my handwriting is ugly. Just wait until I get my hands on you. Thinking of this, a sinister smile crept onto his lips. But then his gaze drifted to the window, catching sight of Jiang Li's back, and a thought suddenly struck him. Perhaps, this could be quite something? Chapter 599. Back at Forget Love Manor, Chu Qing clearly saw the head manager's attitude towards Jiang Li. Since leaving with the heavenly evil sect leader, this old fellow has been unusually quiet. Chu Qing didn't believe they would abandon their grand scheme. He guessed they were plotting something behind the scenes. He just wondered if Jiang Li's allure for the head manager would be enough to make him temporarily set aside his plans and come to Jiang Li first. If this could lure him out and capture him in one fell swoop, then half the unfinished business would be done. Thinking of this, Chu Qing couldn't help but speculate on the feasibility of this plan. Her fingers tapped lightly on the table. The head manager's attitude towards Jiang Li is strange. It seems like he hates her to the bone, but it's not just simple hatred. If they truly have a grudge against each other, why not kill Jiang Li sooner? Or is it that what he wants isn't Jiang Li's life, but something else? If it were her body, Jiang Li would probably already be in the head manager's hands. That would be torturing her. Pue her, to gain another kind of revenge pleasure. Chu Qing pondered this, but suddenly felt that Jiang Li's identity was probably not simple. After all, the head manager is no ordinary person. What kind of person could the head manager of Wan Beilu have such a grudge against? Could it be that my previous words really came true, and Jiang Li is truly the orphan of the family behind Wan Beilu? But if this is true, then I really dare not easily implement this plan. Chu Qing leaned back in her chair, trying to relax as much as possible. Finally, she gently shook her head. It's best to discuss this matter with Jiang Li. Thinking this through, Chu Qing temporarily put the matter aside. However, he issued an order that Jiang Li should not easily leave Chu Qing's side. Although Jiang Li didn't understand Chu Qing's meaning, she didn't object. She didn't care much about where she was. Every day, she would take leisurely walks in the courtyard, or go to Wu Qianhuan and the others for tea and chats. She was the most carefree person in the entire Five Emperors city. Chu Qing stayed in his study for several days, watching the reports from his subordinates about the changes in Five Emperors city. Because of Li Juechen's ruthless massacre, Five Emperors city had become a ghost town. At this time of reconstruction, what was needed was not only skilled fighters, but most importantly people. Without people in the city, could it still be considered a city? Therefore, Dongfang Jinghong and others led many people from the surrounding villages and towns to live in the city. For these people, this wasn't a particularly good thing, but it wasn't bad either. The reason they felt bad was because they were reluctant to leave their homeland. This era differed from modern times. Travel was slow, letters were slow, and many people never left the land that nurtured them in their entire lives. Suddenly, the thought of leaving home to live elsewhere caused hesitation. Even if the distance wasn't far, the thought of becoming a resident of the Five Emperors city calmed many of their complex emotions. Therefore, after some hesitation, most people chose to settle in the Five Emperors city. And precisely because of this, the Five Emperors city became increasingly bustling within a short period. The streets were no longer the desolate scene of the past. There were vendors lining the streets, and pedestrians on the roads. What was once a desolate and lifeless city gradually came alive with life. The Five Emperors city was developing in a positive direction, and so was Chu Qing's situation. During this time, besides silently observing the changes in the Five Emperors city, he was also meeting with all sorts of people. Chu Qing's reputation was now immense. The heavenly evil cult leader's 2 defeats earned Chu Qing the title of #1 person under heaven. Furthermore, his power was vast. The southwest regions were already under his control, and in the eastern region, after more than half a month, he had driven out the heavenly evil cult disciples. Recently, various experts from the southern region have flooded into the eastern region, uniting with eastern region masters, forging alliances, and combining with several remaining sects in the eastern region to create a considerable force. Following Chu Qing's orders, they were also tasked with guarding the eastern region's gateway to the northern region. Thus, all 3 regions were under Chu Qing's control. As for the central region, needless to say, with Lu Xiaoyan and others personally in charge, Chu Qing's reputation was growing daily, both in the martial arts world and among the common people. The surviving masters from the 4 major sects have all come to join them, causing quite a commotion and some amusing incidents. For example, the surviving disciples of the One Yu sect gathered together and came to seek refuge with Chu Qing. Their intention was to directly seek refuge in Chu Qing's bed. This enraged Wu Qianhuan. With Chu Qing's help, her internal strength was already extremely high, and having obtained the Jade Heart Fruit, she had long since become a top master in the martial arts world. In a fit of rage, she unleashed the Dawn Moon Lonely Cold Sword technique with tremendous power, defeating several One Yu sect girls, who were crying for their parents and fleeing in terror. Chu Qing was greatly impressed. In fact, Chu Qing was even somewhat flattered. After all, the matter of Wenru and Mudonger made Chu Qing feel a bit pretentious, and although Wu Qianhuan liked him, she didn't seem to care that much. Otherwise, how could she be so tolerant? But now it seemed that this girl still cared about him. When asked afterward, Wu Qianhuan was also frank. She felt that Wenru and Chu Qing had spent the most time together, and their bond was deep. She believed that if she directly refused, Chu Qing wouldn't do anything to betray her, but Wenru's heart was entirely with Chu Qing, inevitably leaving many regrets between them. It might be alright in the short term, but in the future, these would be hidden dangers. How many couples have their marriages ended because of someone like a white moonlight, idealized love interest? Rather than adding variables to the future, it's better to control the variables. Therefore, she easily accepted Wenru. As for Mudonger, it was even simpler. Shang Qiuyu was useful to Chu Qing, and his daughter would naturally become Chu Qing's help. Therefore, she could also agree. Moreover, Mudonger was truly deeply in love with Chu Qing. Keeping her by his side wouldn't harm Chu Qing. Only after hearing this did Chu Qing realize the difference in their thinking. Wu Qianhuan was a model of a proper wife, considering not only their present situation but also their future, as well as Chu Qing's circumstances and prospects. This made Chu Qing appreciate Wu Qianhuan even more. Of course, Wu Qianhuan also said that Wenru and Mudonger were one thing, but anyone else was absolutely out of the question. Especially One Yu men, with its bad reputation and the martial arts they practiced weren't exactly orthodox. If Chu Qing were to be swayed by beauty, he should be swayed by those 3, but absolutely not by such seductive and shameless women as One Yu men. When Miss Wu said this, her face was puffed up with anger. This stirred Chu Qing's heart, and he immediately launched into battle. Another period of chaos ensued. After the surviving disciples of the 4 major sects of Zhongzhou surrendered, Chu Qing had completely seized control of Zhongzhou. At this point, the power structure of the 3 regions, and 1 state over the northern region was established. It's worth mentioning that while Chu Qing was consolidating his forces, the heavenly evil sect wasn't idle either. With the deaths of Tao Emperor Xianzong and ancient Emperor Yisheng, the power of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had completely collapsed. Those fighting against the heavenly evil sect in the northern region were mostly Yisheng and Xianzong's men. With their 2 leaders gone, their ranks were leaderless, and influenced by those 2, they were unwilling to accept Chu Qing. Chu Qing tried several times to recruit them, but they refused. Ultimately, they were defeated by the heavenly evil sect, and some, in order to survive, joined the sect. Some, however, remained steadfast to the death, ultimately achieving their goal. Now, the northern region has completely fallen under the control of the heavenly evil cult. Apart from the Heavenly Alliance, which remains hidden beneath the surface, the entire power structure is now clear. However, Chu Qing had already made arrangements for the Heavenly Alliance. The members of the Heavenly Alliance are mostly seemingly harmless martial arts experts, local heroes, indistinguishable from others in their daily lives. They are simply waiting for the crucial moment to betray their cause. But Chu Qing had already confirmed the identities of many of them from the Black Robe Man's memories. Using this opportunity to continue his investigation, it wouldn't be difficult to bring them all into the open. He could then prepare in advance, and if they defected, suppress them directly. This effectively sealed Chu Qing's fate by preemptively placing the Grand Manager card on the table. Currently, Chu Qing, bearing the title of #1 person under heaven, controls 3 regions and 1 state, his power and influence unparalleled. Therefore, many renowned masters, or those whose talents could no longer be concealed, flocked to Chu Qing's side to pledge allegiance. Some who considered themselves talented also came to serve Chu Qing, willing to help him consolidate his power and strengthen his control. Among them, one named Zhou Binxian particularly impressed Chu Qing. This man did not know martial arts, but he was extremely learned and adept at understanding the shifts in people's hearts, making him an exceptionally skilled strategist. Chu Qing did not underestimate him, because he lacked martial arts skills. With Zhou Binxian's help, the various factions within Chu Qing's power base gradually solidified, making his previously somewhat precarious position increasingly stable. And among the many visitors, the one who surprised Chu Qing the most was the corpse barrier. The leader of the corpse barriers appeared to be a decrepit old man in his 60s. Chu Qing noticed something strange about this man, seemingly related to the martial arts he practiced. The man claimed to be indifferent to fame and fortune, and requested an audience with Chu Qing in the hope that Chu Qing would allow the corpse barriers to accompany him during the battle against the heavenly evil sect. The corpse barriers remained completely neutral, not concerned with the rights and wrongs of the battle, but simply wanted the task of cleaning up the battlefield to be theirs. Chu Qing listened quietly to what the man said, then shook his head and refused. Firstly, he didn't need anyone's help cleaning up the battlefield, especially since this task wasn't without its benefits. The spoils they gleaned from the enemy during the cleanup would be their rightful spoils. There was no reason to simply hand over these things. Moreover, the corpse barriers wanted to remain absolutely neutral. In other words, they wanted what belonged to the heavenly evil cult disciples, and they also wanted what belonged to those killed or wounded by Chu Qing. There was no such thing as a free lunch. Of course, Chu Qing didn't rule it out outright, but laid out several conditions. If they wanted to join him, firstly, they couldn't maintain absolute neutrality. Under certain conditions, the corpse barriers would need to obey Chu Qing's orders. Secondly, cleaning up the battlefield was acceptable, but the loot collected needed to be handed over to Chu Qing for distribution. The corpse barriers wouldn't be left empty-handed, but wanting to take everything was wishful thinking. Finally, if anyone on Chu Qing's side was killed or wounded, even if the corpse barriers obtained their belongings, they had to return them intact. Otherwise, Chu Qing could consider the corpse barriers enemies. After hearing this, the corpse barrier leader turned and left without a second thought. Chu Qing gazed at the man's retreating figure, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. Then he chuckled lightly. What a load of rubbish about being indifferent to fame and fortune. He didn't believe a single word of it. If there wasn't some benefit to be gained from this, why would they do it? Back in the eastern region, while Chu Qing appreciated the hard work these people had put in to transport and bury those rotting, stinking corpses from the city, he wouldn't sacrifice his own interests for that. Afterwards, Chu Qing issued an order. Normally it was fine, but if they encountered corpse barriers during the war with the heavenly evil sect, then, if they could be driven away, they should be driven away. If they ignored them, then they would be treated as enemies. After the order was issued, Chu Qing saw no trace of the corpse barriers in 5 Emperor City for a period of time. This busy period lasted for 2 whole months. The Lunar New Year had passed in the blink of an eye, and in the first month of the lunar calendar, heavy snow fell in central China, covering the world in a silver blanket. During these 2 months, Chu Qing stationed experts in central China, the eastern region, and the border area between the western and northern regions. Under the management of the heavenly evil sect, the northern region had gradually become an impenetrable fortress. The situation between them was tense, on the verge of exploding. However, the continued absence of the heavenly evil sect leader and the Grand Manager remained a significant hidden danger. One day, Chu Qing was reading in his study. A figure quietly appeared outside the door. Alliance leader, I just received intelligence. Prince Meng has entered central China alone, and has now arrived in Qinghe City. Chu Qing put down the book in his hand, a smile playing on his lips. Qinghe City, the territory of Yuwang Pavilion? How was it discovered? Prince Meng used the Great Dream scripture to cause trouble, and someone noticed something amiss, which led to the report. Who was he dealing with? Shinting. Who is he? The nephew of the current head of Yuwang Pavilion. A bit clumsy. Chu Qing pondered, then smiled. However, the incision was indeed quite sharp. In that case, I go myself. As he spoke, Chu Qing stood up and gave another order. Go and invite Jiangli here. The figure vanished in a flash. Soon, the door was pushed open, and Jiangli entered, saying, I've been cooped up here for months. Are you planning to take me out for a change of scenery? Chu Qing glanced back at her. I am indeed planning to take you out for a change of scenery, but only by yourself. Jiangli squinted at Chu Qing. It seems there's another reason why you've been preventing me from leaving the manor. What, is the time right? Chapter 600. That day, Chu Qing and Jiangli chatted in the study for about half an hour. The next day, Chu Qing, along with Wu Qianhuan, Wenru, and Mu Tomer, left 5 Emperor's City for Qinghe City in Central State. Jiangli also left Chu Qing's residence that day, beginning to lavishly spend money. Someone received news that Jiangli had received a task from Chu Qing to help him acquire some properties. This former owner of one Bailu possessed exceptional business acumen. When he acted, it was always a major undertaking. Instantly, this caused a stir in 5 Emperor's City. Within 5 Emperor's City, in a tavern, 2 people were drinking together. A few small dishes were on the table. They didn't eat or drink much, but they talked a lot. He's already gone? Yes. Wasn't it a bit too easy? He's the best in the world now. He should be brimming with pride. But he shouldn't be so arrogant. That's because the one who got into trouble was Chen Ting. A mere Yuan pavilion seems a bit lacking. Could he be waiting for us to make a move? That's possible. There might be a trap right next to Jiangli. So we can't act rashly. How long? 3 days? Too short. If it's too long, he'd be back. I'm afraid Prince Ming won't be able to hold him off for long. Then 3 days. If there's no trace of him after 3 days, then raise 5 Emperor's City and capture Jiangli. No. Just as we haven't laid a hand on his parents or relatives, we shouldn't make any unnecessary moves unless we can kill him outright. Otherwise, it might backfire. Silence fell on the other side. These two were naturally the heavenly evil cult leader and the grand manager. Since leaving the Jiang family's territory, they had been looking for an opportunity to kidnap Jiangli. However, Jiangli had always been by Chu Qing's side. Even though the two of them were currently in 5 Emperor's City, they dared not act rashly. Especially not in front of Chu Qing. Chu Qing had managed to let the heavenly evil cult leader escape from his grasp twice, but there would never be a third time. Because they had already heard about what had happened in the southern region. Li Juechen had appeared in the southern region and was annihilated by Chu Qing with a single move, the Maha Boundless. The landscape crumbled at the point of the battle, a scene of utter carnage. After hearing this, the heavenly evil cult leader turned pale, realizing that Chu Qing's Maha Boundless had undergone a new transformation. The first 2 times, he had escaped quickly enough. If it happened again, he would most likely have no hope. He now places all his hopes on the creation scripture of the Jiang family's territory. If he could obtain the secret technique of a reclusive family, he might find a way to break the Maha Boundless curse. And the key to all this lies with Jiangli. They dare not attack those around Chu Qing, because they all value their lives. With Chu Qing's current martial arts prowess, if his family members were captured, unless they threatened Chu Qing to commit suicide on the spot, they might not be the first to die if anything happened to them, but they would be the next to follow. They want to kill Chu Qing, not be killed by him. Therefore, they do not intend to use such methods. Not only might they be useless, but even if they were, they would most likely have the opposite effect. Therefore, kidnapping Jiangli was necessary, but it had to be done discreetly. To avoid completely enraging Chu Qing. They would rather face a rational and calm Chu Qing than one driven mad by hatred. Qinghe City belonged to Yuan Pavilion. After the 4 major sects were swept away by Li Juechen, the remaining disciples of Yuan Pavilion, with Chu Qing's support, returned to Yuan Pavilion. The current pavilion master, Qin Jingxing, was considered the best of the worst, barely managing to keep the Yuan Pavilion's lineage afloat. His younger brother, Chen Jingrui, was a merchant in Qinghe City. His family wasn't particularly wealthy before, but after Qin Jingxing became the pavilion master, his business improved significantly. Chen Ting was Qin Jingrui's only son. According to the neighbors in Qinghe City, this child was intelligent from a young age, and mischievousness was common. But he wasn't a truly wicked person. As Qin Jingrui rose in status, he also developed some spoiled habits, but he was far from being arrogant and domineering. Unexpectedly, he suffered this misfortune out of nowhere. Early this morning, Qin Jingrui was already waiting outside Qinghe City. Since it concerned Yuan Pavilion, the news quickly received feedback. Knowing that Alliance leader Chu was coming in person, Qin Jingxing couldn't leave, but he sent a message to Qin Jingrui, instructing him to receive him with the utmost courtesy. Under no circumstances should he be negligent. Qin Jingrui knew what was good for him. So before dawn, without even having breakfast, he took some dry rations and led a large group of people out of the city. Also accompanying him was the current city lord of Qinghe City. This man was also a disciple of Yuwang Pavilion. His name was Lu Zhifei. The two met on their way out of the city. Knowing each other's purpose, they decided to travel together. It was chilly in the mornings. Lu Zhifei was alright, being a martial artist, but Chen Jingrui was less so. He didn't know martial arts, and his lips were turning purple from the cold, but he persisted. It wasn't until the sun rose higher and higher that he felt reviving. With noon approaching, hungry and cold, he suddenly heard Lu Zhifei say, "They're here. They're here." Chen Jingrui snapped out of his daze, and quickly stood up straight. Looking up, he saw a group of 4 people slowly approaching from the end of the road. They strolled leisurely, not like they were in a hurry, but rather like they were enjoying a stroll in the snow, chatting and laughing as they admired the scenery. They stopped talking when a young man dressed in white glanced in their direction. The next moment, Chen Jingrui's eyelids twitched. The group moved at a leisurely pace, yet in the blink of an eye, they were upon him. Chen Jingrui immediately looked at the young man before him. This is Alliance Leader Chu. How can he be so young? Although Chu Qing was rumored to be 20 years old after the new year, this one looked only 17 or 18. Red lips, white teeth, delicate features, he wasn't quite handsome enough to be considered exceptionally good-looking. But fair skin makes all the difference. His complexion alone gave him a particularly pleasing appearance. This is the most outstanding figure in the world today? And he's only accompanied by 3 girls when he travels? Chen Jingrui didn't dare look at Wu Qianhuan and the others for long, only glancing at them before averting his gaze. Then, as if a mountain of gold and a jade pillar were collapsing, they knelt down. Chen Jingrui pays respects to the alliance leader. Lu Zhifei, on the other hand, had also knelt on one knee. Lu Zhifei pays respects to the alliance leader. But before their knees even touched the ground, both of them felt as if there was a ball of firm cotton beneath their knees, preventing them from kneeling any further. Not only that, but the force emanating from the ground also pushed them back up. Chu Qing said with a smile, "No need for formalities, you two are all on the same side. On the contrary, haven't I kept you waiting? It's truly been tiring." These words immediately filled Chen Jingrui with goodwill. Although he knew his goodwill meant nothing to Chu Qing, he couldn't help but feel moved that such a top figure in the world would speak to him in this way. Lu Zhifei quickly replied, not long, I just arrived." "Lord Lu, that's not true. Look at Manager Chen, his lips are turning purple. Alright, the area outside the city isn't a place for idle chatter. Let's go inside." "Sigh, no need for such a fuss." Looking at the people following behind the two, it was clear a welcoming ceremony was inevitable. Chu Qing didn't intend to waste time on such things, so he waved his hand. The next moment, Lu Zhifei and Chen Jingrui felt a force engulf them. A dizzying sensation followed, and when they regained their senses, they found themselves on solid ground. They were already inside Qinghe City. Lu Zhifei, with his decent martial arts skills, was relatively unscathed, but Chen Jingrui was quite shocked, looking around with a face full of horror. He finally understood the true value of this number 1 person under heaven. Chu Qing ignored Chen Jingrui and instead said to Lu Zhifei, "I accompany Manager Chen to the Chen family as a guest first. Tell me what you gathered over the past few days." Lu Zhifei gave a wry smile. "I failed in my duties. Please punish me, Alliance Leader." "Oh." Chu Qing nodded thoughtfully. "So, you haven't found a single trace of Prince Meng?" "Yes." Lu Zhifei looked ashamed. Chu Qing then looked at Chen Jingrui, who had recovered considerably. Although he still looked incredulous, he had at least calmed down. Chu Qing said, "Manager Chen, how is your son doing now?" "This child. He's been sleeping the whole time." Chen Jingrui said helplessly, "His sleep is so strange. I can't wake him up no matter what I do. He doesn't eat or drink, and he won't wake up. Even medicine can't be forced down his throat. It was only after my elder brother obtained a miraculous elixir from Yuwang Pavilion that his life was kept afloat. Otherwise, he'd probably be fast asleep by now. It's nothing serious." Chu Qing said casually, "Let's go to the Chen family first." Chen Jingrui nodded quickly and led the way. His heart was in turmoil. Chu Qing said it was nothing serious, so he must be able to save his son. But Chu Qing hadn't given a definitive answer, at least not completely. This made Chen Jingrui feel that Chu Qing seemed to have other motives. This was a businessman's intuition. As they walked towards the Chen family, Chen Jingrui wanted to talk to Chu Qing more about Chen Ting, but Lu Zhifei and Chu Qing chatted incessantly, and he couldn't get a word in edgewise. And watching Chu Qing's smooth-talking manner, despite his young age, he acted like a seasoned veteran. This only fueled Chen Jingrui's admiration. He truly felt that extraordinary people could accomplish extraordinary things. Chu Qing's achievements were no accident. However, looking at Chu Qing like this, he couldn't help but wonder if there were truly people in this world born with innate knowledge. Otherwise, how could someone so young be so shrewd? They traveled in silence, arriving at the Qin residence in the blink of an eye. But as soon as he entered, Qin Jingrui was stunned. Just as he turned the corner behind the screen wall, he saw two girls squatting by the edge of the courtyard. Each of them was holding a small wooden stick, poking at the ground, parting the snow to reveal the bluestone and soil. Qin Jingrui was stunned because he had never seen these two girls before. Where did these two come from? Just as he was about to reprimand them, one of the girls said, "Listen up, you ants inside. From today onwards, this place is mine." The other girl chimed in, "That's right. If you want to eat here, you have to be our servants. From now on, whatever I tell you to move, you move. If you disobey, I pour boiling water down your throats." Qin Jingrui was completely bewildered. What did that mean? Who were these two talking to? How did two idiots suddenly end up in the house? After realizing what was happening, he flew into a rage and hurriedly waved his hand. "Steward! Steward, someone, quickly get these two little girls out of here." Before he could even finish saying out, Chu Qing said, "You two have really grown up, bullying ants here? In the dead of winter, are there even any ants? They're probably sleeping in an anthill." Nianqing pointed to the ant nest, appearing completely confident. "You don't even understand this?" Nianen stared at Chu Qing in disbelief. She had never seen such a foolish person in the world. Chu Qing's lips twitched, and he sighed helplessly, saying to Qin Jingrui, "My two maids aren't very bright. Please don't take offense, Manager Qin." Manager Qin, taking advantage of Chu Qing's inattention, quickly swallowed back the two words he was about to say. Then he smiled and said, "My two young ladies are so innocent and adorable. How could I possibly take offense?" Nianqing and Nianen glanced at him and snorted. Qin Jingrui's heart skipped a beat. He had a feeling they had heard him cursing them in his mind. Chu Qing smiled and said, "That's good. Let's go, take us to see your son." As she spoke, she glanced sideways at Nianqing and Nianen. "You two hurry up too." Since the battle at the 10 Deadly Caves, these two girls have seemed to have vanished. Chu Qing was too busy to pay them any attention, and with his constant running around, it wasn't until much later that he realized he hadn't seen these two lively girls in a very long time. However, he didn't think much of it. Until recently, the nun from the Bodhi Temple came to visit Chu Qing, bringing the two girls with her. Only then did Chu Qing learn that after the battle at the 10 Deadly Caves, the two girls had run away. They went to find a place to become mountain bandits. Later, they were captured by the nun from the Bodhi Temple and brought back to the mountain, and after Chu Qing's fame reached its peak, they were sent here. Coincidentally, the matter of Prince Meng could utilize the martial arts of their Bodhi Temple. So Chu Qing secretly brought the two girls along. To avoid attracting attention, Chu Qing and Wu Qianhuan and the others came by main road, while Nian Xian and Nian were airlifted by birds. They came here. It was precisely because they witnessed Chu Qing's skill in controlling the territory's Sky Eagle that they were inspired to believe that animals could also be tamed. They lacked the ability to control something as large as the territory's Sky Eagle. But ants? Perhaps they could manage? Chapter 601. Before the people at the Bodhi Nunnery brought Nianqing and Nianen to see Chu Qing considered the possibility of using Jianli to lure out the head manager. He also speculated on their actions, and how he should respond. If it weren't for Nianqing and Nianen, Chu Qing probably wouldn't have actually appeared in Qinghe City this time. After all, with the current cultivation levels of Wu Qianhuan, Wenru, and Mudonger, even if they faced Prince Meng head-on, it wouldn't be Wu Qianhuan and the others who would suffer. They had finished eating the snake eggs, and fully digested the benefits of the jade heart fruit. The three girls were no longer what they used to be. Chu Qing had also taught them the heaven-shattering, earth-shattering technique to prevent them from encountering mental attacks that would leave them with powerful cultivation, but nowhere to use it. With these layers of protection, even if Prince Meng truly possessed extraordinary abilities, he would still be defeated if he encountered Wu Qianhuan and the others. But whether they could capture him, that was another matter entirely. Now, with Nianqing and Nianen's help, Chu Qing changed his mind. He split his forces into two groups to prevent Nianqing and Nianen from falling into the heavenly evil sect sites prematurely. Using the heavenly eagle of the absolute domain to secretly send Nianqing and Nianen here would be a perfect cover. Furthermore, with the abilities of these two girls, they could see if they could trace the source, find the dream prince who had been hiding in the shadows, and eliminate him directly. Chu Qing still remembered the hatred he felt for the massacre of Wu Qianhuan and the others in his dream outside Nancheng. Without further ado, they arrived at Chen Ting's room in the blink of an eye. The young man on the bed was only 16 or 17 years old, pale and thin, barely breathing. He's almost at his limit. Chu Qing first glanced at Nianqin and Yinan. You two, could you possibly find the person behind this? This is the Great Dream Scripture, Nianqin said solemnly. Yinan nodded seriously as well. Chu Qing had no time for jokes, his expression also becoming somewhat grave. Outside Xiangnan City, I witnessed it before. This Dream King's methods are astonishing. With a single thought, he can put hundreds of thousands of people into a deep sleep simultaneously. I used a secret technique to enter everyone's dreams, and bring them out of those dreams. Unfortunately, finding the Dream King is beyond my capabilities. You're taking this so seriously. Could it be that the Great Dream Scripture has some other explanation? If even you can't find this person. Nianqin waved her hand and said, Don't worry, Chief. The Great Dream Scripture doesn't have any explanation. The Great Dream Scripture is nothing, Chief. There's no need to worry. Nianqin and Yinan each spoke again. Chu Qing remained silent for a long while, his face gradually turning pale. So why were you both so serious just now? To show off our abilities, Nianqin said smugly. Yinan smiled and said, Boss, look, we even know the Great Dream Sutra, we must be useful. Could you please not send us back to the Bodhi Nunnery? Chu Qing felt the veins on his forehead throbbing. Suppressing the urge to beat these two brats out, he forced a smile and said, Then I trouble you two to help me find the Dream Prince. We can't find him. Nianqin and Yinan shook their heads simultaneously. Then what use are you to me? Chu Qing's anger erupted instantly, impossible to conceal any longer. Chen Jingrui and Lu Zhifei's legs went weak, and they knelt down with a thud. Alliance leader, please calm your anger. They couldn't withstand such overwhelming rage. Wu Qianhuan and the other two exchanged glances, somewhat amused and exasperated. They gestured for Chen Jingrui and Lu Zhifei to rise, then looked helplessly at Nianqin and Yinan. Chu Qing was usually very good-tempered. He would never be this angry. Especially given his current status and position, even without outbursts of anger, a mere frown was enough to terrify his subordinates. It was truly rare to see him so openly displaying his fury. He's broken down, Mu Tong'er muttered, unafraid of death. Wenren nodded repeatedly, taking out her small notebook to note down the methods that could shatter Chu Qing's composure. Wu Qianhuan sighed helplessly. You two, keep your voices down. Don't blame me if you suffer later. Wenru and Mudomer blushed instantly. They secretly stuck their tongues out at Wu Qianhuan, not daring to say anything more. Nianqin and Yinan, however, didn't seem to care about Chu Qing's anger at all. Nianqin waved her hand and said, Boss, you don't know, but this Dream Prince and this young man are hiding. We too can't see them from here, and we don't have the ability to delve into this young man's dream. So, if we want to find this Dream Prince, boss, we have to personally intervene and bring this young man and the Dream Prince out. Then the Dream Prince will definitely run away, and we too can use that opportunity to find his way. Exactly. Yinan snorted, You don't understand anything, all you do is get angry at us. Chu Qing was speechless for a moment. Why didn't you say so earlier? Are you blaming me now? Nianqin and Yinan exchanged a glance, looking aggrieved, and said, You're the boss, we wouldn't dare blame you. If you want to blame someone, blame that Prince Ming for being such a scoundrel. He should have just come out and died sooner. Why did he have to provoke you? Chu Qing waved his hand weakly. All right, enough nonsense. Be careful. He finished speaking and directly touched Chen Ting's forehead with 2 fingers. The next moment, Chu Qing closed his eyes. A faint aura swirled around him. Chen Jingrui was puzzled but dared not ask anyone else, so he could only signal to Lu Zhifei with his eyes. Lu Zhifei shook his head mysteriously, making Chen Jingrui realize that this was definitely not an ordinary matter. Little did Lu Zhifei know that he was completely unaware of Chu Qing's methods. But since the alliance leader was involved, victory was assured. Although he didn't understand, he trusted him. Time ticked by. Suddenly, Chu Qing opened his eyes, a flash of killing intent crossing his gaze. He then looked at Nianqin and Yinan. These 2 girls were usually unreliable, but in crucial moments, they were surprisingly trustworthy. Before Chu Qing even turned his gaze to them, they had already made their move. Nianqin's eyes were tightly closed, while Yinan placed a hand on Nianqin's back. Chen Jingrui stared in disbelief again. What was going on? After Chu Qing closed his eyes and remained still, it was the 2 dim-witted girls' turn? Were they taking turns sleeping here? Just as he was wondering what was happening, a muffled groan was heard. Chen Ting had woken up. However, after waking up, he neither cried nor made a fuss, but simply stared blankly at the ceiling. Chen Jingrui was both happy and anxious. He wanted to go and see his son, but Lu Zhifei held him back. He wanted to speak, but seeing Chu Qing's focus on Yanqin and Yan'an, he didn't dare to disturb them. His heart was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, yet he couldn't do anything on the surface. Finally, Yanqin suddenly opened his eyes. He said to Chu Qing found him. Did he notice? Chu Qing asked immediately. Does he even deserve it? Yanqin sneered, my Bodhi temple is their nemesis. Chu Qing's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't say anything more. Instead, he turned to Chen Jingrui and said, your son encountered something extremely terrifying in his dream. His mind isn't very resolute, so he was severely traumatized. He needs to be comforted. He's just woken up, and might not be able to tell whether what he saw was real or a dream. So you all need to be patient. Always try to comfort him, don't be impatient, remember that. Yes. Chen Jingrui quickly knelt down. Thank you for your guidance, Alliance leader, I understand. Chu Qing glanced at him, sighing inwardly. Actually, what Chen Ting experienced in the dream was similar to what Wu Qianhuan and the others went through. It was being killed repeatedly. But Wu Qianhuan probably woke up from the dream because Chu Qing had taught her some secrets of the heaven-shattering, earth-shattering technique back at Wan Beilu. Chen Ting didn't have that ability, but he remembered every experience in the dream. This was the Dream King's new trick, making those trapped in dreams repeatedly experience despair, making it easier to destroy a person. But Chen Ting lacked Wu Qianhuan's temperament. A young man's defenses are more easily broken. Repeatedly sinking into despairing dreams, even upon waking, left his spirit severely traumatized. Recovery wouldn't be easy. After hesitating for a moment, he asked Chen Jingrui to bring pen, ink, and paper, leaving behind a mantra for Chen Ting to recite often to alleviate his mental anguish. Chen Jingrui was naturally extremely grateful, and Lu Zhifei was also deeply thankful. The one who had the accident today was Chen Jingxing's nephew, who was considered a member of their Yuwang Pavilion. If someone close to him were to encounter trouble in the future, he could seek help from this alliance leader. Given the leader's character, he would most likely not ignore it. This thought made him even happier. Chu Qing didn't linger. Although Chen Jingrui tried his best to persuade him to stay, Chu Qing, along with Wu Qianhuan and the other two, as well as the Yanqin and Yan'an sisters, left the Chen family directly. Following Yanqin's directions, they left Qinghe City directly. They continued along the path, and soon found themselves nestled among mountains. It was about 30 li, approximately 15 kilometers, from Qinghe City. Upon entering the mountains, it was clear that Yanqin was completely unfamiliar with the surrounding terrain, simply pointing out directions. The paths she pointed to were clearly uninhabitable. Fortunately, Chu Qing didn't care, easily traversing ditches, ravines, and cliffs. After walking another 5 li, approximately 2.5 kilometers, of mountain path, the group finally stopped. Before them lay a protective array. The shepherd girl glanced at it and laughed. This array isn't sophisticated, it was hastily set up, clearly just intended as a first layer of protection. Husband, you could easily push it away with a single palm strike. Ever since experiencing the side effects of the snake egg for the first time, the shepherd girl had become obsessed with calling Chu Qing her husband. Chu Qing reminded her about this twice, but she ignored him, so Chu Qing let her be. He shook his head. This Prince Meng is slippery. We better have him firmly under our control. If you can break the formation, then lead us in silently. Okay, watch me. The shepherd girl, not to be outdone, knew that when it came to the art of formations, even if everyone present were tied together, they wouldn't be a match for her. She immediately took the lead, diving into the formation, with everyone behind her following. They circled around, seemingly going in circles, but soon their eyes lit up. Looking up, they saw a cave. A muffled groan was coming from inside the cave. Judging from the sound, the person inside was seriously injured. While groaning in pain, they cursed and muttered, the name Chu Qing appearing frequently. Prince Meng was indeed seriously injured. Dealing with Chen Ting was. The cult leader gave the order, and although he didn't know why the leader would inexplicably target a nobody from Yuwang Pavilion, as his subordinate, he couldn't disobey. Just then, Chu Qing's fiancée outside Xiangnan City had given him a lot of inspiration, which he could use to try it out. The whole process went smoothly. Until Chu Qing suddenly descended from the sky again. Not only did he shatter all the dreams he had painstakingly created, but he also suffered a backlash from the Great Dream Scripture. This time, the injury was even more severe than the last. His head felt as if it had been stabbed with an iron rod, and then constantly stirred. It was truly excruciating pain. Chu Qing. Chu Qing. I will make you wish you were dead. Wish you were dead. Prince Ming knew he couldn't do anything to Chu Qing, and he knew these words were impossible to fulfill. But saying them wasn't enough to alleviate the agony in his mind. "Oh, you want to make me wish I were dead?" A voice suddenly came from outside the cave, and Prince Ming's expression changed drastically. He looked up sharply, and saw a group of 6 people swaggering into the cave. The one leading them was none other than Chu Qing. Prince Ming was completely dumbfounded. How did you get here?" Having learned his lesson in Xiong Nancheng, Prince Ming was extremely cautious this time. Even though he hadn't expected Chu Qing to personally intervene, he had still made his hiding place far away and inconspicuous. Now, only a short time had passed since the incident, and he thought that although Chu Qing would search the surrounding area for his whereabouts, it was impossible for him to find him so quickly. He had plenty of time to escape at will. But then, Chu Qing appeared, looking so radiant. How did this person find him? Did he really possess supernatural powers? "Prince Ming, long time no see." Chu Qing smiled slightly. "The gift from outside Xiangnan City, I haven't forgotten for a moment since. Today, I settle the score with you." Prince Ming's expression changed drastically. He wanted to attack, but all his skills were contained within the Great Dream scripture. In a real face-to-face encounter, he was utterly inadequate. While his internal strength was enough to be renowned in the martial world, facing Chu Qing, it was like wielding a large sword before Guan Yu. His heart sank. What do you want?" "Nothing much," Chu Qing said softly. "Prince Ming acted ruthlessly in my dreams, so today I will repay you in kind. Come, Prince Ming, let's meet in our dreams." With that, a palm struck out. Prince Ming tried to defend himself, but how could he? Chu Qing pressed his head down in one swift motion. Immediately afterwards, he felt a dizzying sensation. Chapter 602. That night, there was wind. Not only wind, but also snow. Jiangli stood by the window, watching the snow fall heavily, her thoughts drifting far away with the snowflakes. Chu Qing had been away from 5 Emperor's City for 3 days. During these 3 days, Jiangli had ignored everything else, focusing solely on the business layout. She had many things to do for Chu Qing. Clothing, food, housing, and transportation are all trade. For an ordinary person, it would be impossible to expand such a large operation. But for Chu Qing, and for Jiangli, it was all very simple. Sufficient silver was all that was needed. Plus Chu Qing's reputation, many things were a piece of cake, making the whole process feel effortless to Jiangli. Now, the Jianghu Tower where she worked was already one of Chu Qing's properties. Jiangli wanted to make it a landmark of 5 Emperor's City, so that when people mentioned 5 Emperor's City, they would think of more than just the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, or simply the number 1 power in the world. And then, there's this Jianghu Tower. However, 3 days is still too short. She needs more time to get everything on track. Her thoughts drifted to the horizon, focusing on her newly established business empire. Then, they landed on the ground, recalling the ordeal of being trafficked by human slave traders. Looking at the site that should have been Wanbao Tower, now a barren wasteland, she remembered the hardships she endured there. Her thoughts were chaotic, and so was her heart. A knock at the door interrupted her reverie. She slowly exhaled, a sudden tightness in her chest. At this hour, who would come looking for her? She knew the plan. Chu Qing had talked to her behind closed doors for half an hour, and it wasn't about trivial matters. Chu Qing laid out her plans completely, and sought Jiangli's opinion. Jiangli had no objections, because the head manager was a sword hanging over her head. If she couldn't remove, shatter, and destroy that sword, her future would be constantly in a state of anxiety. Chu Qing's plan was risky, and Jiangli was well aware of it, but it was indeed one of the best solutions. For the past 3 days, everything had remained calm. But this didn't make Jiangli lower her guard. The calm before the storm is often like this. Jiangli slowly exhaled and softly said, "Come in." In fact, by this point, Jiangli already felt that the person outside couldn't possibly be the head manager. Because if the head manager wouldn't knock, he wouldn't have given her time to overthink. But she never expected that the person who opened the door would be an old man. It was at the small river bend, the site of the opening of Wanbeilu, where the 9 manifested divine dragon had once fought Song Tong. After Jiangli was kidnapped, Chu Qing entrusted this man with the safekeeping of the fragments of the weeping divine iron, and had not seen him since. Unexpectedly, he came in the dead of night, knocking on Jiangli's door. Jiangli looked at the small old building before him, his expression neither sad nor happy, only his eyes slightly cold. "You come for the head manager?" The old man smiled and shook his head, stepping inside and saying softly, "I come for the young lady." Jiangli was slightly taken aback. The young lady you're talking about, is that me? The young lady should know this old man somewhat. In her heyday, she was quite a figure. At his peak, his reputation was no less than that of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Of course, in terms of skill, he's far inferior now. To fight a mere junior from the heavenly evil sect to a draw is quite shameful. However, the reason for this predicament is that Tao Emperor Xian Song suddenly attacked me back then. I was defeated by his 108 heavenly and earthly fiend sword formation, so I have nothing to complain about. But what you don't know, miss, is who saved my life back then. The old man's words seemed somewhat abrupt. He started recounting these old stories without a word, which would seem strange to anyone. But Jiangli didn't care. She simply asked quietly, who was it? Your father. The old man said with a smile, his name is Jiang Yuan. His martial arts are unparalleled, yet he has no reputation in the martial world. But if you mention his other identity, many people will know. What identity? Jiang Li's voice trembled slightly. She knew the old man wouldn't appear here for no reason, addressing her as young miss. Nor would he tell her this story, which had been buried for who knows how long for no reason. If he did tell it, it was probably related to her. And she vaguely guessed the answer, but wasn't quite sure. Wan Bailu, the head manager. The old man said with a smile, the Jiang family is the most mysterious family in the world. Disciples of the family rarely appear in the martial world. Their only means of livelihood is Wan Bailu. Every generation of the Jiang family head becomes the head manager of Wan Bailu. When I was critically injured and on the verge of death, it was the head manager who saved my life. That's why I humbled myself and became a lowly warehouse manager at Wan Bailu. The Jiang family is the family behind Wan Bailu. Jiangli slowly closed her eyes. Why should I believe you? Miss can disbelieve me. But it was the head manager who gave me my life back then. In the years that followed, I naturally served the Jiang family. The old man said, but no one expected that the Jiang family would suddenly be reduced to ashes. Now that this head manager has taken over, I neither want to believe nor accept it. Moreover, he's highly suspected. But I'm powerless and have no room to object. Especially since the current head manager has a complex and intricate relationship with the Jiang family. So I can only remain still and wait for the right opportunity. You think the time is right? Jiangli asked softly. Yes, the old man said with a smile. I am truly delighted that Miss is returning to the business world. I came here not for any other reason than to tell Miss about this old story. And also to let Miss know that you are not without capable people under your command, and that you do not need to rely on others. Although Chu Qing is capable, he is not enough to make Miss serve you. If Miss is so inclined, she can use him as a stepping stone. Shut up, Jiangli said coldly. The old man immediately shut his mouth. You must not say such things again, Jiangli said in a deep voice. Young Master Chu saved my life and protected me with utmost care along the way. It's like a second life. I could only help him with some trivial matters to repay this kindness. It's already a great favor. I don't want to hear you say you're using him again. Yes, I understand. The old man nodded. Jiangli glanced at him. How did you determine my identity? What exactly happened to the Jiang family back then? Why? Do I have no memory of it? What happened to the Jiang family back then? This old man doesn't know either. Even with extensive inquiries, it's difficult to find out the specifics. As for your identity, I actually guessed it the first time I saw you. Your appearance is strikingly similar to your father's. After observing the head manager's attitude towards you, I was basically certain. But at that time, you were still in Wan Bailu. I dared not speak plainly, for fear that you would be blinded by hatred and make an irrational decision. The old man paused here, then continued, and the slave traders who kidnapped you back then, I found them many years ago. After repeated torture, we finally learned. It was because you refused to obey them back then that they beat you with sticks. Perhaps one of the beatings was too severe, causing you to lose your past memories. I see. Jiangli nodded calmly, then waved her hand. All right, you can leave. The old man was taken aback, looking up at Jiangli. Miss, are you taking your leave, or leaving? I leave first. If anything comes up later, I contact you. Jiangli spoke slowly. The old man breathed a sigh of relief, clasped his hands in a fist salute, and said, this subordinate takes his leave. He really did leave the room, closing the door behind him. Jiangli was left alone in the room. She sat in the chair, staring at the blank sheet of paper in front of her, her mind starting to race again. She knew her memory was faulty. No one is born with all their memories from a carriage full of children. How she was captured, what she experienced, she remembered none of it. She thought she was just an ordinary orphan, but it seemed she had an extraordinary background. However, she didn't believe everything the old man said. Even if you investigate something yourself, you can't completely believe it to be true. Even more so when it comes from someone else's words. Jiangli rubbed her temples in frustration, about to get up to rest, when suddenly a hand landed on her shoulder. The hand was strong, easily pressing Jiangli back into the chair. The head manager's nightmarish voice reached his ears. Having heard about your past, why is your reaction so calm? Jiangli's pupils contracted sharply. When did you arrive? With that old man. The head manager said with a smile. When you went to open the door, I went from the window to the rafters. Is what he said true? Jiangli asked coldly. The Jiang family isn't as suspicious as you. The head manager shook his head. But I heard that the Jiang family's ancestor seems to be very paranoid. I don't know if it's true or not. What he said is true. You are indeed a member of the Jiang family. And back then, the Jiang family was burned to the ground by me. It really was you who killed everyone in the Jiang family. Jiangli was somewhat incredulous. The legendary, almost mythical Jiang family, actually wiped out by the head manager? It was me. The head manager stepped out from behind Jiangli and stood before her. You are the only exception. I thought I would never see you again in my life. But I never expected that, after all the twists and turns, someone would bring you to me. Do you know what I felt when I saw you? Hell, what feeling? Fate. The head manager said. I think it's fate. Even God thinks I did nothing wrong. That's why I brought you, the last remaining bloodline of the Jiang family, to me. What kind of hatred do you have with the Jiang family? Jiangli's eyes remained calm. The hatred for her parents was naturally deep-seated. However, Jiangli didn't have any real feelings towards these so-called parents, or the legendary Jiang family. It would be somewhat difficult to expect her to immediately become filled with bitterness and hatred after learning about her origins. Right now, she was mostly curious. The head manager looked at Jiangli, about to speak, when a voice came from outside the window. You don't actually intend to chat with her here, do you? Jiangli's expression changed slightly. It was the voice of the heavenly evil cult leader. Chu Qing had discussed the plan with her, so she wasn't particularly alarmed by the head manager's appearance. But she hadn't expected that the heavenly evil cult leader would also be there. Where are you taking me? Jiangli asked in a deep voice. The Jiang family's territory. The head steward chuckled. Come with us. After this trip, I give you a release. With that, he grabbed Jiangli's shoulder, and the two figures shot off like arrows towards the outskirts of Five Emperors City. But at the same time, another figure silently followed. This person was naturally Chu Qing. The matter of Prince Ming had been resolved. In the spiritual world, Chu Qing had made him experience the cruelty of this world and indescribable pain. Not much time had passed in the outside world, but Prince Ming had endured 1,000 years of torment under the torture of the spiritual world. Therefore, when he opened his eyes again, his sanity had completely collapsed, and he had become a madman. Chu Qing severed his limbs and destroyed his Dantian and Qixi, then returned to Qinghe City, instructing City Lord Lu Zhifei to find a way to send Prince Meng to Wudi City. Afterwards, he dared not delay any longer and hurried back to Wudi City. He stood guard outside Jianghu Tower. However, he hadn't expected that the heavenly evil sect leader and the head manager would arrive together. He should have acted immediately and captured both of them. But when the old man appeared and recounted Jiangli's background, the head manager acknowledged it and even wanted to take Jiangli to the Jiang family's territory. After some hesitation, Chu Qing decided to put it aside for now. He would wait until they reached the Jiang family's territory before making his move. Otherwise, if the head manager died, Jiangli would never be able to find his home again. And so, two figures leaped ahead, with Chu Qing silently following behind. The heavenly evil cult leader possessed unparalleled lightness skills, but Chu Qing, with his immortal wind and flowing clouds, could follow them leisurely no matter how fast the cult leader went. And so, they left the Five Emperors City and headed east. Before long, they arrived at a valley overgrown with fragrant grass. Chapter 603. This valley is located in the Central Plains, and is the only place in the Central Plains ranked among the 10 deadly wonders, 9 fears, and 13 shocks. Its name is Desolate Valley. A layer of deathly aura permeates the valley, shrouded in poisonous fog year-round. When the wind blows, mournful cries echo from within. Over time, it became known as Desolate Valley. Among the 10 deadly wonders, 9 fears, and 13 shocks, Desolate Valley is not the most terrifying, but its remote location, sparse population, lack of treasures, and minimal disturbance from martial artists mean it is rarely visited. The few who do occasionally venture there either fall into the valley's deep pools or are harmed by the poisonous fog. The head steward and the heavenly evil sect leader brought Jiangli to Desolate Valley and, without hesitation, plunged inside. Chu Qing quietly followed behind them, unconcerned about the poisonous fog within Desolate Valley. His heavenly ultimate formless divine power had long since reached a divine level. Earlier, having only obtained the 9-yang divine skill, ordinary poisons were already difficult for him to affect. After obtaining the Yi Jing Jing, this ability was further enhanced. Now, he was truly immune to all poisons. Even if there were 101 deadly poison in the world, it would be unable to harm him in the slightest. Not to mention, the heavenly evil cult leader and the grand manager were both safe in this place. Chu Qing followed behind them, without any incident. However, the further they went, the more exaggerated the surrounding poisons became, gradually reaching a state of blotting out the sky. People walking among them were like shadows, and it was easy to lose track of them. After walking for nearly 10 more miles, suddenly, a bright light appeared before them. All the poisonous mist had dissipated, but what came into view was a scene of ruins. Chu Qing looked around, feeling a mix of emotions. The location here was exceptionally advantageous. The desolate valley served as a natural barrier outside, while within lay a secluded paradise, a verdant haven. A babbling brook flowed around the ruins, the water murmured gently, the mountains were picturesque, and the grass was lush and green. It was January, and while it was freezing outside, here it felt like a long warm spring. To call it a paradise was no exaggeration. This is the Jiang clan's territory? Chu Qing thought to himself, admiring the Jiang family's excellent choice of location. How did they know that there was a hidden paradise within the desolate valley? Establishing their family's secluded residence here was truly enviable. It was a pity that everything here had been destroyed by the head steward. The head steward and the heavenly evil cult leader continued on their way, leading Jiangli forward, crossing the ruins and traversing the grasslands, finally arriving at the deepest point between two cliffs. Between these cliffs was a narrow sliver of sky, towering thousands of feet high, its top invisible. Passing through this narrow sliver of sky felt like walking through the jaws of a giant beast, inevitably causing a sense of pressure. Chu Qing quietly followed behind, a move that truly showcased his skill and daring. Anyone ahead, who glanced back would have seen his figure. However, the head steward and the heavenly evil sect leader, on the one hand, hadn't expected Chu Qing to be following them, nor had they sensed his presence. Most importantly, they were about to bring Jiangli to the crucial point, and their minds were filled with uncertainty, making them less vigilant about their surroundings. Thus, the group crossed the narrow sliver of sky, only to find themselves before a deep pool. However, the pool was surrounded by a fence and a viewing platform. Beside it stood a stone tablet inscribed with, "Reflecting Moon Pool." Chu Qing looked up, and saw a circular hole above him. If the moon were high in the sky, its reflection would hang in the water, visible whether one looked up or down. Truly a wondrous sight. The head manager, meanwhile, moved to the other side of the tablet, and stood before a statue of a strange beast. He reached into the beast's mouth and pulled, producing a mechanical whirring sound followed by the rushing of water. The water in reflecting moon pool began to swirl wildly, creating a hole in the center. The heavenly evil cult leader, gripping Jiang Li's shoulder, leaped into the air, the head manager close behind. The three of them vanished before reflecting moon pool. Chu Qing didn't rush to follow them. The situation below was unknown, and turning back and stepping on the heavenly evil cult leader's head would put him in a somewhat passive position. Therefore, he waited until the water in reflecting moon pool returned to normal before restarting the mechanism. He then leaped into the air. The entrance was ingeniously hidden. Those who built it were masters of water manipulation. By cutting off the water flow, the mechanism activated, revealing the entrance. Once someone entered, the entrance naturally closed, the pool filled again, and the concealment was seamless. It was indeed the work of a master mechanic. The only flaw was that the mechanism was somewhat hastily implemented. However, considering this was originally Jiang family territory, and its location was so secluded, it's likely they never imagined that years later, outsiders would so brazenly come and go as they pleased. After leaping into the entrance, he was plunged vertically downwards. After about 10 zhang, approximately 33 meters, Chu Qing finally landed on solid ground. He didn't simply stand on the ground. Instead, he used immortal wind and flowing clouds to float half a foot in the air to avoid triggering the internal mechanisms. The head steward was a regular here, but he wasn't, so he had to be careful. Looking up, he saw a passageway leading forward. It was quite spacious, enough for 3 or 4 people to walk side by side. The air circulation was excellent, clearly well designed. On either side were stone chambers. Chu Qing glanced at the first chamber. It was empty, but on the opposite wall was a relief carving. At the top was a line of text. 9 strikes to startle the gods, first form, startling ghosts and gods. Oh! Chu Qing was slightly taken aback. Looking closer at the text, he realized it was indeed a sword technique. With Jiangli and the others not ahead, Chu Qing didn't dare linger, hence the fleeting glimpse. But he had a photographic memory, and as he walked forward, he pondered the sword technique. The more he thought about it, the more extraordinary it seemed. It appeared simple and brutal, but in reality, it contained profound meaning, reaching the highest level of simplicity within complexity. This is the sword technique the head steward used at Forgetlove Manor. A single stroke of the blade startles even ghosts and gods. Chu Qing murmured to himself, yet he was also astonished. Why had he never seen such a formidable sword technique in the martial world? What kind of existence is the Jiang family? They seek neither fame nor fortune, but the question is, possessing such a divine skill manual, how could they be content to live in seclusion? He had seen many sword technique manuals along the way. The 9 stunning blades should have 9 moves, but the secret chamber didn't record them all. Many moves were ambiguous. It seemed to be just the beginning. How it developed depended on how future generations comprehended it. The lower limit was already set in the first 2 or 3 words. The upper limit depended on the comprehension and aptitude of future generations. This is truly interesting. However, there are only 6 moves in these secret rooms. No wonder I always felt the head steward's swordsmanship wasn't complete. Chu Qing pondered, but where are the last 3 moves? There were many secret chambers around, containing not only the 9 divine slashes, but also internal energy cultivation techniques and fist and palm skills. Among them was the heavenly covering divine palm, which Chu Qing found very familiar. After a moment's thought, she remembered, it was Jiang Li's signature move. So it was also a Jiang family tradition. Jiang Li had once said that her martial arts skills were all taught to her by the head manager. Now it seemed that the head manager was truly shameless, secretly learning the Jiang family's secret techniques on their own, then passing them on to Jiang Li, the only descendant of the Jiang family, treating Jiang Li like a commodity in Wanbeilu, and expecting Jiang Li to be grateful to him. The epitome of shamelessness. Just as she was thinking this, she heard the head manager's voice say, "Place your hand in the mark on the door." Chu Qing looked up and saw the heavenly evil cult leader and the head manager standing before a stone door. Chu Qing couldn't see the so-called mark. Jiang Li was blocking it. But he guessed it was probably the key to opening the door. Jiang Li didn't do as instructed, simply standing there silently. The heavenly evil cult leader grew impatient, grabbed Jiang Li's wrist, and shoved it forward. There was a dent in the stone door, shaped exactly like a human hand. As Jiang Li pressed his hand down, he let out a gasp, instinctively trying to pull his hand back, but the heavenly evil cult leader held him still. Chu Qing frowned slightly, considering whether to intervene, when she saw thin red lines spreading across the wall. This felt extremely eerie, as if the door had come alive, drawing blood from Jiang Li's body. At the same time, the sound of machinery whirring filled the air. The stone door before her slowly opened. The head steward's eyes lit up immediately. Sure enough, only a member of the Jiang family could open this door. The heavenly evil cult leader also wore a sinister smile. Chu Qing, however, was dumbfounded. While it's true that not everything in this world needs to be thoroughly investigated, the problem was, what was this? Even in modern times, let alone in ancient times where technology didn't exist, such absurdity wouldn't be possible. How did this door record the Jiang family's biological information? And how could it detect the Jiang family's genes in the blood of the person who opened it? With this kind of advanced technology, paternity testing might not have been impossible in ancient times. Should he take this door away and have someone study its secrets? Perhaps it would be another way to make money? Lost in thought, Chu Qing watched as the stone door before him opened completely. A scorching heat emanated from the stone chamber, as if a giant fireball were hidden within. But upon closer inspection, it wasn't a fireball at all. It was a piece of wood. It sat on a platform in the very center of the chamber. The moment he saw this piece of wood, he felt as if time had reversed, as if he were witnessing the ancient times millions of years ago, when the divine phoenix chose the parasol tree to perch upon, leaving its unique aura there. The Wutong divine wood, one of the 9 treasures of heaven and earth. The head steward blurted out. But the next moment, the Wutong divine wood was already in the hands of the heavenly evil cult leader. The flames, and all the strange sensations emanating from it vanished completely. It was as if what the heavenly evil cult leader held in his hand wasn't Wutong divine wood at all, but just an ordinary piece of wood, looking rather old. The head manager's expression changed drastically. What are you doing? The Wutong Divine Tree, lost for 1,000 years, a priceless treasure that even during the height of our great Qian dynasty couldn't find, is hidden here. The heavenly evil cult leader gently stroked the Wutong Divine Tree, a hint of madness in his eyes. The Jiang family is truly outrageous, daring to hoard such a treasure. Their crime deserves death. The head manager's face darkened. You want to take it for yourself? What are you saying? The heavenly evil cult leader laughed heartily. Under the whole heaven, all land belongs to the king. On the shores of the earth, all people are subjects of the king. Back then, our great Qian dynasty unified the world. Everything in the world belonged to our dynasty. Even the Jiang family is merely subjects of my great Qian dynasty. To possess such a treasure, and not hand it over, is a crime punishable by the extermination of 9 generations of one's family. So this was originally mine. What do you mean by taking it for oneself? The head steward sneered repeatedly. The Wutong Divine Wood is a rare treasure, a peerless gem. Such a treasure belongs to the virtuous. The downfall of the great Qian dynasty was the will of heaven, which shows that those who possessed no virtue were not virtuous. Why should this belong to you? Moreover, if you put this down today, our cooperation can continue. Otherwise, with this broken piece of wood, I'm afraid you're no match for Chu Qing. Upon hearing this, the heavenly evil cult leader suddenly sneered. Cooperate? You think you're worthy? With that, he swept the Wutong Divine Wood in his hand. A phoenix's cry instantly resounded throughout the area, and raging flames erupted, carrying the phoenix's form. With a flap of its wings, it lunged directly at the head manager. The head manager dared not be careless. He heard a clang of a blade and raised it with both hands, slashing down fiercely. The blade's movement was so powerful it startled even ghosts and gods. The unstoppable blade light seemed capable of severing everything in the world. In an instant, flame surged wildly, and immense force erupted with each swing and slash. Jianli, her pressure point sealed, couldn't withstand the terrifying force. She was thrown backward by the shock. But then she felt a hand behind her, fixing her in place. A wave of the hand followed, and a gust of wind swept by, suppressing the blade light and flames. Chu Qing's voice rang out. I have been waiting for you two in 5 Emperor City for a long time, but I never expected that not only did you not come to 5 Emperor City to seek revenge, but you also secretly started an internal conflict here behind my back. You didn't even call me. That's really not fair. Upon hearing his voice, the heavenly evil sect leader and the head manager's expressions changed drastically. How could this person be here? Wasn't he being held back by Prince Ming? Chu Qing looked at the Wutong Divine Wood in the heavenly evil sect leader's hand, frowning slightly. Hand it over. The heavenly evil sect leader subconsciously hid the Wutong Divine Wood behind his back. The head manager's eyes darted around, and he immediately pointed his sword at the heavenly evil sect leader. The alliance leader told you to hand over the Wutong Divine Wood. Are you deaf? You dare speak to me like that? The heavenly evil sect leader laughed angrily. If I don't hand it over, what will you do? Then I have to fight you. As soon as he finished speaking, the head manager was about to draw his sword. But at that moment, Chu Qing suddenly thrust out a palm, a powerful force erupting forth, aimed directly at the head manager. Chapter 604. Chu Qing's appearance was unexpected by both the head manager and the heavenly evil cult leader. But his arrival meant their original plan had failed. Moreover, Chu Qing was actually using a counterplan. Studying how it failed was pointless now. And because of a single piece of Wutong Divine Wood, the already fragile alliance had crumbled. Therefore, the current strategy was to focus on the consequences, not the cause. The head manager's attack on the heavenly evil cult leader wasn't about fighting to the death. He was betting that Chu Qing might be watching the show, giving him an opportunity. Up to this point, the head manager had remained clear-headed. Just like his earlier remarks about the heavenly evil cult leader, a mere piece of Wutong Divine Wood couldn't possibly defeat Chu Qing. To achieve victory, he and the heavenly evil cult leader needed to work together. The last secret chamber of the Jiang family has now been opened. Inside, not only is there a sacred phoenix tree, but the surrounding walls also bear the 3 swords following the 9 divine swords of shock. Directly opposite is the scripture of creation, but the head steward only discovered after opening the chamber that the scripture of creation is actually called the scripture of the righteous heart of creation. Next to the scripture of the righteous heart of creation is inscribed a martial art called Heavenly Demon Thought. However, the manual seems incomplete, and the head steward doesn't seem to care much about martial arts outside of the scripture of the righteous heart of creation. Now, if they can find an opportunity to memorize these secret techniques and escape, then they will have time to study the peerless divine art they have obtained. Even if he encountered Chu Qing again, he might still have a fighting chance. All of this was quickly processed in the head manager's mind. However, he hadn't expected that before he could even unleash his attack, Chu Qing struck first. Chu Qing's palm technique was infinitely profound and unpredictable in its power. Even with the head manager's confidence in his martial arts, he dared not be careless. He immediately twirled his single-edged sword, the blade drawing an arc in the air. The second form of the 9 divine slashes. All formless. This strike was like a celestial horse galloping through the sky, its blade annihilating everything. No matter what it was, before this strike, it was all formless. At the same moment the head manager unleashed this strike, the heavenly evil cult master raised the Wutong Divine Wood high in his hand. A scorching heat instantly filled the surrounding area, and the phoenix's cry pierced the heavens. Without even turning around, one already knew what the heavenly evil cult master had done. A cold glint appeared at the corner of Chu Qing's mouth. His 5 fingers clenched and unclenched, seemingly without a firm grip, yet somehow guiding the blade in the head steward's hand past Chu Qing's body, slashing towards the heavenly evil cult leader on the other side. The formless technique clashed with the Wutong Divine Tree. With a hiss, the blade sliced away half of the phantom fire phoenix, the remaining half transforming into pure internal energy that collided with the head steward's. The heavenly evil cult leader's face darkened. He wasn't ignorant. He wouldn't assume the head steward had truly submitted to Chu Qing because of the head steward's actions. But being so easily mocked by Chu Qing was unbearable. The heavenly evil cult leader, once a prodigy, had seen his aura fade steadily since encountering Chu Qing. When he first appeared at Yusong Mountain, his ability to manipulate the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors with every move was breathtaking. But now, even with the Wutong Divine Tree in his hand, he couldn't even hurt Chu Qing in the slightest. Such a dramatic shift was truly astonishing and deeply hurtful. In the small, secret chamber, the temperature steadily rose. The head steward, whose mouth was bleeding from the shock of the Wutong Divine Tree, looked up and noticed the heavenly evil cult leader was in a bad state. He quickly tried to signal to him. However, this time, the heavenly evil cult leader truly wouldn't listen to any advice, completely ignoring his gaze. The heavenly evil cult leader's features were contorted, his face contorted in a ferocious grin, as he roared with laughter, "Chu Qing, you will pay the price for your arrogance." Chu Qing was somewhat bewildered. How was he arrogant? He hadn't even exchanged a few words with him since arriving at this Jiang family secret realm. But looking at the heavenly evil cult leader's ferocious expression, he couldn't help but frown slightly. "What are you going to do?" "What am I going to do?" The heavenly evil cult leader laughed wildly. "I'm going to perish together with you all." With that, he raised the Wutong Divine Tree high in his hand and slammed it down. "He's gone mad." The head steward's face changed drastically. He wanted to run, but Chu Qing blocked the entrance to the secret chamber, leaving them nowhere to escape. In fact, Chu Qing had calculated this carefully. The fact that they went to such lengths to bring Jiangli before opening the secret chamber meant that they couldn't open it by normal means. Once inside, the only way out was through the door. As long as they guarded this place, while not foolproof, they would be fairly secure. However, what Chu Qing didn't know was that their reluctance to force their way in wasn't due to a lack of ability, but because doing so would trigger the mechanisms of the Jiang clan's territory. They knew that if the secret chamber were forcibly opened, the entire secret realm would suffer immense destruction. The head steward had told the heavenly evil cult leader about this, intending to calm him down and prevent him from acting rashly. However, the heavenly evil cult leader was inherently arrogant and prone to extremes. Although they had only exchanged 2 or 3 blows today, he discovered that Chu Qing's martial arts had improved again, while he himself had remained stagnant, the gap between them widening. His so-called genius was a joke in front of Chu Qing. Overwhelmed by this disparity, he suddenly felt suicidal, and even wanted to drag Chu Qing down with him. The Wutong Divine Wood itself wasn't meant to be used as a weapon. However, the fire energy contained within it was not to be underestimated. Simply because it contained a rare treasure, the world only knew of the Wutong Divine Wood, but not the Fire Phoenix Elixir. This hammer strike not only contained the heavenly evil cult leader's own internal energy, but also activated the fire energy within the Wutong Divine Wood. The two erupted simultaneously, instantly filling the entire secret chamber with cracks. The next moment, a deafening roar erupted from beneath their feet, followed by a series of violent explosions. Not good. Chu Qing's face darkened. He pulled Jiangli close, and with a swift movement, smashed through the roof with a flick of his sleeve. But looking up, he saw only the water of an underground river. This water should be connected to the moon reflection pool, only its current was much stronger. Chu Qing pushed against the rushing water, only to find himself in a dark underground cavern. However, he could see many signs of human construction. Numerous wooden frames supported gears in motion, and now, violent explosions were emanating from these structures, causing the entire Jiang clan's secret realm to shake precariously. Chu Qing glanced down at his feet. The area was encased in layers of rock, making it initially impossible to discern anything. However, the explosion shattered the rock, revealing a bottomless abyss below. At this point, Chu Qing understood the self-destruct mechanism of the Jiang family's territory. This place was built underground. The rock layers beneath the secret realm had clearly been surveyed to ensure that, under normal circumstances, they were strong enough to prevent the secret realm from collapsing. However, in the event of an invasion, a mechanism would be activated, destroying the rock layers. If the enemy was not skilled enough to escape from the secret realm, which had now become a prison, they would be swept along with the secret realm by the water flow above into the bottomless abyss below. From such an unknown height, there was no chance of survival. Chu Qing only glanced at his surroundings. It wasn't entirely safe. He used immortal wind flowing clouds, covering himself with undying heavenly chi, and with a deafening crash, smashed through the rocks above, gaining control of his surroundings in a state of perfect harmony with nature. A loud bang was heard. A huge rock beside the moon reflection pool shattered, and Chu Qing, carrying Jiangli, leaped into the air. Feeling the tremor beneath his feet, knowing the secret realm was collapsing, he frowned slightly. Jiangli asked, "Are they dead?" Chu Qing shook his head. "I'm afraid not so easily." With that, Chu Qing looked up slightly at the narrow sliver of sky beyond, then immediately swept Jiangli up. "Let's go!" They sped away, cutting through the wind, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the ruins of the former Jiang family estate. Before their feet touched solid ground, a dragon's roar resounded. A divine dragon formed from black chi broke through the earth, soaring forth to soar through the heavens. "Come back here!" Chu Qing clenched his fist, conjuring a massive handprint of true energy, resembling a divine hand, which grabbed at the black dragon. Chu Qing hadn't studied this technique before, but with his current martial arts skills, such methods didn't require special learning. He had already mastered it through analogy. The black dragon's protective aura shattered, and the figure split into two, each attacking. One wielded the Wutong divine tree with force, the other swept a blade, unleashing an extremely magnificent blade light. Chu Qing's massive handprint of true energy shattered under their combined attack. He didn't care. The purpose of this move was to keep the guest here. Now that the guest had stayed, he would naturally treat him well. With a flick of his finger, a beam of blue and white light shot through the wind, crackling with endless lightning. The 24 solar terms divine finger. The awakening of insects. Chu Qing inexplicably had an extreme fondness for this divine finger technique. This finger strike was powerful, incredibly fast, and covered an extremely long distance, truly a versatile and effective weapon. This finger was aimed directly at the heavenly evil cult leader. The heavenly evil cult leader didn't unleash his elegy of heaven and earth, relying on the Wutong divine wood in his hand. While he wouldn't claim to be invincible, he had something to rely on. He roared, using the Wutong divine wood to directly block Jingzhi's finger strike. The two clashed, instantly scattering fiery energy, resulting in a stalemate. Then a phoenix cry was heard, leaping from the Wutong divine wood, its flames blazing fiercely, a truly wondrous sight. But before the heavenly evil cult leader could rejoice, a cracking sound rang out. The Wutong divine wood, under Jingzhi's influence, gradually began to crack. The head steward's eyes widened in fury. "Cult leader, you. He wanted to utter the words "a waste of resources," but didn't know how to begin. Such a divine object, if obtained by anyone else, would be treasured and cherished, who would use it as a weapon to smash it indiscriminately. But these words, once spoken, were already too late. With a loud bang, the Paulownia would shatter completely. A surge of intense fire erupted, as if a phoenix were being reborn from the ashes. Chu Qing felt the power within this fire, and couldn't help but pull Jiangli back a few steps. The head steward was sent flying, tumbling and rolling a considerable distance through the ruins. Only the heavenly evil cult leader, with his unparalleled martial arts, and moreover, feeling as if something had connected him to the Paulownia wood as it crumbled, was spared. The fire emanating from it not only failed to repel him, but also gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Just as he was stunned, a phoenix cry rang out, and flames soared into the sky, only to slam into the heavenly evil cult leader after circling in midair. The force pressed him down relentlessly, pitting him to the ground. Only after all the fiery energy had merged into his body, did he look up in bewilderment. His black hair, starting from the roots, gradually turned a fiery color. He opened his palms, and felt an indescribable, terrifying power within his meridians. It was comparable to, yet completely different from, his Supreme Emperor's world-shaking treasure record. The two were intertwined, creating an inexplicable harmony. Furthermore, he felt something new within his dantian. The next moment, he suddenly drew his fingers, like a knife, slashing open his abdomen to examine his dantian. He looked around but found nothing. His actions, however, caused everyone present to lose their nerve. Everyone said the heavenly evil cult leader was a madman, but they hadn't noticed his madness in previous encounters. But today they had witnessed it firsthand. He intended to die together with Chu Qing in the secret realm, and now, in the midst of battle, he inexplicably ripped open his own stomach. Was he not planning to kill Chu Qing, but rather scare him to death? No, the heavenly evil cult leader muttered to himself, withdrawing his hand as the blood on it began to flow back into the wound. The wound healed at a visible speed. He glanced at Chu Qing. How about we end things here? Not quite. Chu Qing shook his head. This is the third time we met. If I let you go this time too, it doesn't feel right. The heavenly evil cult leader smiled. At this moment, he appeared so calm, as if the person who had just tried to take Chu Qing down with him had absolutely no connection to him. Although the two of us are probably no match for you right now. But we can still hold you off for a while. The heavenly evil cult leader slowly said, Chu Qing, I advise you to leave now, and go back to your 5 Emperors city. Any later, and it might be too late. Chu Qing's expression remained unchanged. A backup plan? How could I not have a backup plan when dealing with someone like you? The head steward said with a smile, if you don't return in time, 5 Emperors city will be a river of blood tonight. Meanwhile, on the walls of 5 Emperors city, a guard who had just rubbed his eyes to clear his head suddenly saw faint flames spreading in the distance. At first, he thought he was seeing things, but upon closer inspection, all his drowsiness vanished. A sense of horror instantly sent chills down his spine. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Chapter 605. The vast majority of your forces are concentrated in the western regions, the eastern regions, and key locations in Tontian Ridge of the central continent. As far as I know, the defenses within 5 Emperors city are extremely lax. The heavenly evil cult leader stood with his hands behind his back, speaking silently. True energy coursed through his body, suggesting he might strike at any moment. Compared to the other locations, 5 Emperors city is indeed quite weak, Chu Qing said calmly. But there are many experts. You might have a way to have a portion of the heavenly evil cult slip past me and infiltrate the heart of the central continent, reaching 5 Emperors city. But how many could there be? Moreover, at our level, we should understand. Sometimes numbers are meaningless. The heavenly evil cult leader frowned slightly. He was very dissatisfied with Chu Qing's statement about at our level. How long has it been? Chu Qing has already reached the same level as me? He was dissatisfied but couldn't refute it. Their 2 encounters had proven that Chu Qing had not only reached his level, but was on a higher level. You're right, numbers are normally meaningless. But what if I have far more people than you expect? Chu Qing's fingers twitched slightly. Either you already laid out your plans within 5 Emperors city, or you have another force, a surprise attack? Who are they? A large number of people surrounded 5 Emperors city. Densely packed, almost endless. These people weren't dressed extravagantly, nor were they uniform. A layer of deathly aura emanated from them, and their eyes revealed indifference to life. Among these people, some carried coffins on their backs, while others had only a tattered straw mat around their waists. The corpse buriers. On the city wall, Lu Xiaoyan's face was ashen. Wu Qianhuan was also greatly puzzled. Why have they come here? The corpse buriers should be neutral, only here for the corpses. There's no reason for them to surround our 5 Emperors city so completely. Lu Xiaoyan said in a deep voice, could it be that the alliance leader refused them last time, leaving them with a grudge? Mere corpse buriers, offended is one thing, but they dare to act so presumptuously in 5 Emperors city. Dongfang Jinghong, holding the Jinghong blade, stood there looking somewhat cynical. Today, we teach them a lesson. Wait. Wu Qianhuan stopped Dongfang Jinghong, who was about to unleash Azure Heaven Overlord blade directly at the crowd. Since they dared to come, they must have made preparations. A hasty move might reveal something else. Let's find out first. Dongfang Jinghong didn't press the matter, nodding and saying, I do as Miss Wu says. Wu Qianhuan gave Lu Xiaoyan a wink, and Lu Xiaoyan immediately understood, loudly proclaiming, you corpse barriers, what brings you here? Disperse immediately. The group of corpse barriers remained silent, except for one figure who slowly stepped forward. He slightly raised his eyes. Corpse barriers, naturally, come to bury corpses. Lu Xiaoyan immediately recognized the man before him, the leader of the corpse barriers, who had previously sought out Chu Qing. He didn't know the man's name, but he vaguely sensed that this person was not simple. He simply smiled coldly. There are no corpses to bury in 5 Emperor City. Kill you, and you will have some. The leader of the corpse barrier spoke slowly, his voice growing increasingly deathly. You bunch of half-dead trash. Dongfang Jinghong was utterly enraged, instantly reaching the top of the city wall, his Jinghong blade particularly conspicuous. The corpse barriers. Chu Qing's expression remained calm, just a rabble. With them, I'm afraid even without anyone else's intervention, Dongfang Jinghong alone is an insurmountable mountain for them. The Blade Emperor, Dongfang Jinghong. The heavenly evil cult leader nodded slightly. This man's martial arts are quite good. But, if you don't go back, he too will be buried in 5 Emperor City today. Oh! So you have other men? Chu Qing thought for a moment and said, You abandoned Prince Ming. Was he a scapegoat? These words somehow angered the heavenly evil cult leader, causing his true energy to surge violently. His face darkened as he said, That piece of trash isn't even worthy of being a scapegoat. I thought he could at least delay you for 3 days, but I didn't expect. He couldn't even do that. Chu Qing sighed, Why make things difficult for one of your subordinates, when even you yourself might not be able to do it? The heavenly evil sect master's face darkened, feeling as if he'd been stabbed in the heart. He was in excruciating pain, yet he couldn't refute Chu Qing. If he were in Chu Qing's shoes today, it seemed he wouldn't be able to delay Chu Qing for 3 days either. Otherwise, why would he be here bargaining with Chu Qing, trying to beg for a way out? But considering the current situation in 5 Emperor City, a slight smile appeared on his lips. Fortunately, not all my subordinates are such useless trash. I reckon that one person alone can stop Dongfang Jinghong. Who is it? King Yama. Chu Qing's eyes narrowed slightly. This era didn't revere science, so the words King Yama were somewhat taboo for those in the martial arts world who didn't believe in ghosts and gods. Based on the information Chu Qing had, this person was most likely the last of the 12 holy kings. The leader of the corpse barriers? Chu Qing asked. The true energy circulating around the heavenly evil cult leader's body softened again. An indescribable rhythm was hidden within it. He slowly said, Lord Shi, Lord Yama, 13 holy maidens, plus 6 deacons from the World Alliance, and thousands of corpse barriers, I ask you, without your 5 Emperor City, how can you withstand this raging torrent? Boom! A deafening roar erupted before the 5 Emperor City. Countless blade energy shattered, swirling into a massive vortex. This was a clash between Dongfang Jinghong's Azure Heaven Overlord Blade and Lord Yama, the leader of the corpse barriers. Dongfang Jinghong never dreamed that his attack wouldn't even break through the opponent's 2 hands. The martial arts used by this person were extremely strange. One hand was pale, the other pitch black, one upright, one reversed, one yin, one yang, the massive vortex he created emanating 6 different forces. What kind of martial art is this? Dongfang Jinghong, holding Jinghong, looked slightly grave. Just an insignificant reincarnation scripture from the 7 secrets, 3 treasures, and 6 profound sects. The deathly aura in Yama's words was still as strong as ever. He raised his calm eyes and stared at Dongfang Jinghong. I have long heard that your Azure Heaven Overlord Blade has a great reputation, but its power is mediocre. Seeing you today, you truly live up to your reputation. Dongfang Jinghong chuckled, his anger barely concealed. He nodded slightly, good. With that single word, he used his body as a blade, swiftly cutting through the wind for miles, directly arriving before the King of Hell. Today I show you what it means to truly live up to your reputation. The 2 figures instantly clashed, fierce winds, violent blade energy, and 6 chaotic yet orderly streams of true energy shaking the surrounding area as the black and white palms moved. Behind Lu Xiaoyan stood 11 experts from the southwest and central regions, including Ouyang Tianxiu, Ji Yeshua, Tian Fengzi, and Yi Nantian. As Dongfang Jinghong and the King of Hell's battle unfolded, Lu Xiaoyan lightly waved his hand. Xikong Yijian and Huangfu Yijian quietly withdrew from the city wall. At the same time, 6 more figures emerged from the crowd of corpse barriers. One of them took out a flamingo, pulled the fuse, and a streak of flame shot into the sky. Lu Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes slightly, and said to Wu Qianhuan, We engage the enemy first, this place is up to Miss Wu. Uncle, be careful, Wu Qianhuan whispered. Lu Xiaoyan nodded, leading his many experts, and leaped off the city wall. The 6 experts, who had jumped out of the crowd, also rushed towards Lu Xiaoyan and his group. The World Alliance had been hidden in the martial world for many years. Although these 6 stewards weren't as skilled as Jianzhou, their martial arts were far from ordinary. In an instant, they were locked in combat with Lu Xiaoyan and his group. The scene instantly became brutal. Wu Qianhuan gazed at the battlefield, when suddenly she heard a burst of laughter. A series of graceful figures, their feet treading on thin air, used exquisite lightness skills to rush towards the city wall. With a clang, the injury-hidden sword was drawn. A full moon slowly rose behind Wu Qianhuan, high in the sky, the moon and the figures merging. The magnificent sword energy was like the unrestrained moonlight, covering them completely, the moonlight, like swords. Before these 13 graceful figures could even get close, they were already covered by the moonlight like swords, and one figure immediately fell from midair. However, the remaining 12 successfully reached the city wall. Mu Tong'er lightly touched the ground with her feet, her figure like a butterfly in the wind, a swallow in the clouds. Her internal energy was originally the weakest, but since crossing the Tongtian Ridge, Chu Qing obtained the egg of the ice domain flame serpent, and she also benefited from the secret teachings within the heavenly bright sword technique. During Chu Qing's battle with Li Juechen, her internal energy had already developed a considerable foundation. Then, a jade heart fruit allowed her to break through several barriers in quick succession. Now, her inner energy circulated, surging like a tide, combined with the exquisite lightness skill she had acquired from Yuzong. Her movements were like those of a ghost. In a flash, she was behind a woman. Sensing her presence, the woman turned sharply, only to be met with a small dagger. This woman, as one of the holy maidens of the heavenly evil sect, was not only of noble status, but her martial arts skills were also formidable. She caught the dagger between 2 fingers. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, she suddenly felt an explosive force erupt from the dagger. Although she had caught it with her 2 fingers, she couldn't withstand the power. She was forcefully pushed, and the dagger pierced her throat. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wenru, as usual, used Tai Chi swordplay in one hand, and the 9 heaven star finger in the other. The sword intent within this sword technique became increasingly pronounced and pure. With her current internal energy cultivation and the skill with which she used this finger technique, even when Fusheng, if present, would have to admit his inferiority. The battle in front of 5 Emperors City erupted into chaos in an instant. Meanwhile, on a mountainside a short distance from 5 Emperor City, the playful prince, wearing a mask with the character she, play, on his forehead, stroked his chin and grinned. This situation isn't quite right. After all, their attack on 5 Emperor City with so many people was originally a surprise attack. They thought that as long as they stopped Dongfang Jinghong, the rest would be easily crushed. But unexpectedly, the situation had turned into a stalemate. When did Chu Qing's women become so powerful? Why haven't the experts from the World Alliance stationed in 5 Emperor City reacted? Many of the World Alliance's hidden experts were now within 5 Emperor City. Following the dispatches of the 6 deacons, these people should have appeared and joined the important mission outside the city. But now, the entire 5 Emperor City was peaceful and harmonious. What happened to the promised affection? What happened to the promised betrayal? Well, it wasn't that there wasn't betrayal. At least the head steward seemed to have truly been betrayed this time. Even the messenger fire messages couldn't mobilize his men. He frowned, seemingly considering something important. His gaze occasionally drifted into the distance, towards what appeared to be the Jiang family's territory. Still, not back? His tone carried a complex emotion. He seemed both happy and excited. Behind him, figures lined up densely, a rough count revealing at least several thousand people. These people seemed planted in the ground, unmoved by wind and rain. Then, let's wait a little longer. He seemed to have persuaded someone, and succeeded. His expression showed he was perfectly content waiting here. As expected of the heavenly evil cult master. Chu Qing sighed. In terms of going all in, no one can surpass you. Not only that. The heavenly evil cult master smiled again. Do you know that prince, she has only ever done one thing in his life? He has many puppets, tens of thousands. Each one is a fearless, painless assassin. Hundreds upon hundreds of assassins, and each one possesses formidable internal strength. Once these people storm your 5 Emperors City, what will happen? I don't need to tell you, do I? Chu Qing sighed, indeed terrifying. You don't care? The heavenly evil cult master was slightly taken aback. I do care. Chu Qing nodded. However, caring now seems pointless. Judging by the time, they should already be fighting. If I let you go back, I'm afraid it won't be in time. But if I kill you quickly and take your head back, I think I can turn the tide. Don't you care about the lives of your women? The heavenly evil sect leader seemed to have seen something unusual, his face full of excitement and curiosity, as he awaited Chu Qing's answer. Chu Qing smiled and said, "Of course I care. So you better pray they're alright, otherwise, I don't know what I might do. But you don't need to worry too much. You have a backup plan. I didn't come here without a plan. Although the people of the first path don't belong to me, having Song Chengdao support 5 Emperor City shouldn't be a problem." Chapter 606. The heavenly evil cult leader did some calculations. He consolidated all the experts within 5 Emperor City, and then calculated all the forces he could mobilize in Central State. The most crucial element was the corpse buriers. This was his hidden contingency plan. Because of Yama King's special circumstances, the corpse buriers had, from the very beginning, maintained a clear separation from the heavenly evil cult. For many years, no one knew the relationship between the corpse buriers and the heavenly evil cult. In fact, even within the corpse buriers themselves, few knew these things. Those brought to 5 Emperor City today were all subordinates personally cultivated by Yama King. The number of corpse buriers in the martial world was countless. Apart from those gathered outside 5 Emperor City today, the other corpse buriers knew nothing more than ordinary people about the heavenly evil cult. He would use the corpse buriers under Yama King's control, as his main force, to weaken the disciples of various sects guarding 5 Emperor City. It was a battle of soldiers against soldiers, kings against kings. The most crucial step was for Yama to confront Dongfang Jinghong. This was to prevent the veteran Sword Emperor from shattering the burial corpse man's formation with a single strike. As for Mo Duxing, the true son of the Sword Emperor and the current successor of the Heavenly Will Sword technique, he was not taken seriously by the heavenly evil cult leader. Although Xian Song had wanted to prepare for his meteoric rise, it was a last resort. In terms of martial arts, he was still far from ready. The 13 holy maidens, plus the thousands of puppets led by the playful prince, were not only sufficient to deal with him, but also more than enough. The 6 deacons of the World Alliance were external reinforcements. After being approved by the Grand Manager, they also joined the operation. The head steward was no fool. Regardless of whether this plan stemmed from Prince Meng's inability to return to 5 Emperor City in time, or whether Chu Qing genuinely intended to use Jiangli to lure him, and the heavenly evil cult leader, both big fish, it would at least keep Chu Qing in check. The former would be the ideal scenario. In his original plan, Chu Qing would first go to Prince Meng, but Prince Meng was cunning and elusive. If he failed to find him, and then heard news of the attack on 5 Emperor City, he would have no choice but to rush back to deal with the mess in 5 Emperor City. By the time he discovered Jiang Li's disappearance and came searching, they would have already left the Jiang family territory. They could even leave Jiang Li's body in a secret chamber, waiting for Chu Qing to discover it. However, the current situation suggests that Chu Qing was using the latter method of catching fish. But similarly, upon hearing this, shouldn't he have dropped everything and rushed to support 5 Emperor City? But Chu Qing didn't. Yes, they were still missing the first rank, but the first rank was nothing in the eyes of the heavenly evil sect master. They were completely outmaneuvered by Li Juechen. What could they possibly do? No matter how the heavenly evil sect master calculated, he felt that victory was assured this time, and there was no reason for them to lose. Of course, if everything unfolded exactly as the heavenly evil sect master planned, he would indeed have a considerable chance of winning. Shang Qiuyu was stationed in the western regions, not within 5 Emperor City. With the current strength of 5 Emperor City, they could essentially match the invading enemy. But what the heavenly evil sect master hadn't anticipated was that Wu Qianhuan and the other two's martial arts were now vastly different, undergoing a dramatic transformation. In this massive battle, he was already capable of handling things independently. His intended surprise attack, Prince Shi, chose to remain inactive at the crucial moment. As a result, when the first force arrived, the burial corpse men instantly faced an extremely brutal massacre. On the hillside, Prince Shi stared unblinkingly at the distant battlefield. He watched as the first force led their men out of 5 Emperor City. Those from the World Alliance, who should have rushed out, were nowhere to be seen. The experts from other sects and factions remained within the city to set up their plans. 5 Emperor City had become a gaping maw of a ferocious beast. Anyone who dared to enter would face the most brutal slaughter. But in the current situation, not only was entering impossible, but even leaving seemed impossible. Prince Shi went from initial hesitation to wavering in the middle, until finally, he became incredibly resolute. We can't get involved. Everyone believed that the 12 holy kings would be loyal to the heavenly evil cult leader without any principles or bottom line. In truth, Prince Shi was initially fiercely loyal to the heavenly evil cult leader. Because he was invincible and a peerless genius. Because their grand plan was to sweep across the entire world, and after unifying it, each of the 12 holy kings would wield immense power. The heavenly evil cult possessed profound resources, and its leader was invincible. Faced with this situation, how could Prince Shi not be loyal? But after the first battle at Yusong Mountain, where the heavenly evil cult leader was defeated by Chu Qing, things changed. It turned out that the cult leader was not invincible, nor was he undefeated. His genius paled in comparison to Chu Qing's. During the battle at Forget Love Manor, he even fled upon seeing Chu Qing's Maha boundless. No one could imagine what truly shattered when the playful prince saw the heavenly evil cult leader fleeing with Dragon's Roar 9 heavens. The playful prince's life was one of constant struggle. His puppet show required countless people, who, from birth to death, would gradually become puppets of the puppet show. The playful prince's own martial arts weren't particularly high level, so back in Qingxi village, he hadn't even appeared before Chu Qing. Therefore, he had to possess sufficient skill to protect himself, to ensure that his title as one of the 12 holy kings was truly deserved. But with the 12 holy kings dying one by one, and the heavenly evil cult leader suffering repeated defeats, the heavenly evil cult, which had originally occupied the eastern and western regions, and was locked in a stalemate with the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors in the northern region, was forcibly driven to this one place in the northern region. What the playful prince believed in, what he upheld, had long since crumbled. The once majestic and imposing heavenly evil cult leader suddenly became repulsive. What was initially thought to be a minor incident, Chu Qing, suddenly seemed so awe-inspiring and invincible. Others were unaware of the heavenly evil cult leader's plans, but the playful prince knew. This surprise attack was a carefully orchestrated scheme by him and the head manager, using the lives of everyone present to restrain Chu Qing. Even if they were all dead, the heavenly evil cult leader wouldn't even bat an eye. This made the already wavering playful prince utterly devoid of loyalty. The only thing making him hesitate was the cost of betrayal. He feared Chu Qing, feeling that the heavenly evil cult leader was no longer worth following. Without his invincible aura, he was nothing more than a madman with a broken mind. But he was also afraid of this madman. Because this madman couldn't defeat Chu Qing, yet could easily kill him. However, after understanding the situation of this battle, he realized the truth. Chu Qing had been prepared all along. The people of the World Alliance wouldn't disappear without reason. Their silence could only be because Chu Qing had made preparations beforehand. He had them all pinned down and killed on the spot just before they were about to attack. The first was that they had been lying in ambush in 5 Emperors City, but they had never shown themselves until this battle began. And then, there were Chu Qing's women. Each of them possessed terrifying martial arts skills. Especially the young lady of Tianwu City in red. The Xiaoyaguhan sword technique was a good sword technique, and the young lady's internal energy was also unparalleled. She dominated the battlefield. Although she couldn't yet intervene in the battle between Yama and Dongfang Jinghong, apart from that, there was no one on the entire battlefield who could truly hold this woman back. 2 of the 13 holy maidens died upon their appearance, and now more than half have been killed. The remaining half are all struggling to survive. The 6 deacons are in the worst shape. They thought they would only have to deal with Lu Xiaoyan and his group, but unexpectedly, Song Chengdao took over. The situation gradually tilted to one side, turning into a brutal massacre. Faced with this situation, Prince Shi couldn't possibly rush out, and he believed that the heavenly evil cult leader was gone for good. Chu Qing's meticulous arrangements within the 5 Emperors City showed that he had already anticipated the heavenly evil cult leader's plans. It was simply a case of turning the tables. But for Prince Shi, this was more than just a scheme by Chu Qing. Similarly, this was also an opportunity for him to ignore the cost of betrayal. If I leave here now, flee 1,000 miles away, and never get involved in anything again, could I possibly survive? The playful prince began to consider the feasibility of this. Ultimately, he felt it might not be impossible. To Chu Qing now, he was nothing more than a nobody. Even if Chu Qing truly couldn't tolerate him, and wanted to find and kill him after completely controlling the world, he could simply flee overseas. He could easily find an island to live on, become an island lord, and dominate a region. The heavenly evil cult leader is no longer worthy of my loyalty. The idea of restoring the great Qian dynasty is nothing but a pipe dream. If he didn't leave now, would he really become a pawn in Chu Qing's hands, forced to choose a path to his death? Or perhaps, he would die at Chu Qing's hands. The playful prince muttered to himself, quickly making his decision. The next moment, all the puppets behind him moved. Someone hoisted the Prince of Hell onto their shoulder, and began to silently depart northward. At first, the pace was slow, but then it quickened, gradually accelerating until it was running wildly. The dark blade light, like a vengeful ghost, stained with a bloodthirsty crimson, forced the Prince of Hell back. Dongfang Jinghong sheathed the 5 extremes Azura blade, his gaze suddenly turning to the distance, his brow slightly furrowed. What's that? His eyesight was good, he could see vaguely a group of people running towards the distance, but the next moment, the reincarnation Yin Yang palm was already delivered to his doorstep. The two had already exchanged over 100 blows. They knew each other quite well. This reincarnation scripture was extraordinary. Its most deadly aspect lay in the 6 forces within it. Although Dongfang Jinghong felt that the correspondence between these 6 forces and the 6 paths of reincarnation was far-fetched, he had to admit that these 6 forces, mutually reinforcing and restraining each other, could often unleash terrifying power. Among the 12 holy kings, this person's martial arts could be considered the best. And among all his methods, the deathly aura that occasionally erupted was the most terrifying. Once touched by this deathly aura, regardless of where on the body the person struck would die instantly. Fortunately, this deathly aura was not very powerful. Its existence seemed to be a matter of probability. Even the King of Hell himself could not control its patterns. Otherwise, he could have already used it to kill himself. Having fought to this point, both men had sustained injuries, but the battle was far from over in the short term. Fortunately, Dongfang Jinghong was not in a hurry. Observing the battlefield, he saw his side had a significant advantage. It should be the opponent who was anxious, not him. Suddenly, a strange scene appeared on the battlefield. A full moon rose into the sky, followed by a crescent moon. The crescent moon, like a sickle, exuded danger in every inch. The full moon, clear and bright, illuminated every part of the battlefield with its cold light. The light from the two suddenly intertwined, forming an even more dazzling sword beam, instantly flowing like a tide in all directions. Anyone touched by this moonlight would instantly bleed profusely, as if pierced by hundreds of sword beams at the same time. For a moment, the scene was abnormally crimson. From a high vantage point, the snow-covered earth suddenly burst forth with a series of red plum blossoms. Upon closer inspection, however, he couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. What is this? Dongfang Jinghong was somewhat taken aback. This move was extraordinary. Although not as powerful and magnificent as his own Azure Heaven Overlord blade, its power had caught up by 4 or 5 points. Unbeknownst to him, this was a unique skill modified by Chu Qing from the Heavenly Bright Sword technique. The Heavenly Bright Sword technique was originally a technique for cultivating both yin and yang. However, Chu Qing's martial arts were too high. Even if he helped Wu Qianhuan master this sword technique, there was little room for its effective use. With Wenru and Mudonger joining the battle, Chu Qing subconsciously used this mental technique, further enhancing his internal energy. Then, a sudden inspiration struck him. Yin and yang, using the Heavenly Bright Sword technique should be like the sun and moon shining together in the sky. Under the heavens, the sun and moon are supreme. But if two moons shine together, lacking the ultimate yang to combine, it becomes even colder and purer. The variations were reduced, but the power increased. Why not? And the missing element of yin-yang harmony was possessed by Chu Qing. This flaw could be completely eliminated. He had now reached the pinnacle. All martial arts in the world had similarities to him, and he modified the sword technique overnight. The next day, he taught it to Wenru. Wenru also possessed unimaginable talent in swordsmanship, as evidenced by her ability to master the Tai Chi sword technique in a short time. Sure enough, it didn't take long for her to learn it quite well. However, this meant Chu Qing had to work harder. When Wenru was engrossed in practicing, Chu Qing, as the yang element, inevitably had to expend extra effort to help her strengthen her internal energy. Afterwards, she practiced many more times with Wu Qianhuan, gradually achieving a complete understanding. However, this was the first time the twin moons shining together technique had been used in public, mainly because the two women's internal energy was far inferior to that of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. If one day their internal energy could advance further, then the power of this move would be several times stronger. Chapter 607. The Jiang family estate, amidst ruins and rubble. Chu Qing and the heavenly evil cult leader still stood facing each other, neither having made a move yet. The head steward stood to the side, his expression somewhat gloomy and uncertain. The two men, in their conversation, clearly explained their respective schemes in 5 Emperors City. The situation within 5 Emperors City was likely far from good. The heavenly evil cult leader's current condition was peculiar. The true energy flowing through his body possessed an inexplicable strangeness. Furthermore, when Chu Qing shattered the Wudong divine tree with a single finger strike, the phantom of the fire phoenix within had entered the heavenly evil cult leader's body. Could the true energy flowing from his body be related to the phantom of the fire phoenix? Chu Qing hasn't made a move yet. Could it be that he's also wary of this matter? He couldn't delay any longer. He began to recall the Creation True Heart Sutra he had seen in the secret chamber, but from that fleeting glimpse, he could only remember a small portion. The head manager was different from Chu Qing and the heavenly evil cult leader. Even without the system's help, Chu Qing's aptitude and comprehension were unparalleled in the martial world. The heavenly evil cult leader was even more exceptional, the #1 genius in the heavenly evil cult for hundreds of years. But the head manager's aptitude and comprehension were much more ordinary, otherwise, he wouldn't have failed to fully master the 9 divine slashes after so many years. Even if he had mastered a few moves, he was still far from achieving perfection. He didn't possess photographic memory to be able to memorize the entire Creation True Heart Sutra in a fleeting glimpse. Now, after struggling to recall and pondering for a long time, sweat suddenly began to trickle down my forehead. Why is this creation and rejuvenation scripture so difficult and obscure? Even just a few lines of incantation feel like it requires relentless, persistent effort. To fully comprehend and master it, how many years would it take? How exactly did the Jiang family manage to master this martial art? The head steward himself was also unaware. The difficulty of this creation and rejuvenation scripture is unparalleled. Even among the descendants of the Jiang family, very few have mastered it. If Jiang Li's father, Jiang Yun, had truly mastered this creation and rejuvenation scripture, he wouldn't have been killed. Since the Jiang family patriarch founded the family, only that patriarch has cultivated the creation and rejuvenation scripture to the 8th level, then relied on the 9 divine blades to sweep across the world, becoming invincible. However, as the saying goes, times create heroes. The era Jiang Feng lived in was different from the era Chu Qing and others lived in now. As time flows by, even if the Jiang family patriarch were to reappear and contend with Chu Qitian, the leader of the evil cult, the outcome would still depend on the battle itself. But the head manager wasn't concerned with any of that. What he cared about was how many years it would take him to comprehend the mysteries of the Creation True Heart Sutra, given its difficulty. And to what extent would he need to cultivate it to be able to rival Chu Qitian? He felt that even until death, such a possibility was impossible. Then what was the point of all his efforts here? Even the Wudong Divine Tree had been taken by the heavenly evil cult leader. All this scheming and maneuvering had resulted in nothing. With this thought in mind, he no longer wanted to linger. Seeing that Chu Qingqian's attention was entirely focused on the heavenly evil cult leader, the head manager turned and left. Before leaving, he couldn't help but glance at Jiangli one last time. Jiangli, who had been keeping a close eye on the head manager, naturally caught this glance and immediately pointed, "He's trying to escape." "He can't escape," Chu Qing and the heavenly evil cult leader explained in unison. "What?" The head manager was stunned. Chu Qing's words were one thing, but why the heavenly evil cult leaders? Realizing something was amiss, he leaped away. But then Chu Qing and the heavenly evil cult leader simultaneously extended their hands. The inner force of the heavenly ultimate formless divine power and the true energy of the heavenly evil cult leader's supreme emperor's world-shaking treasure record simultaneously transformed into 2 large hands, enveloping the head manager. The head manager cursed inwardly. Seeing the heavenly evil cult leader's attack, he gained some insight. He guessed that the substance within the Wudong Divine Tree greatly enhanced the heavenly evil cult leader. This fellow was already confident he could contend with Chu Qing. So he wanted to take the opportunity to kill him. But the head manager, capable of building the world alliance, was naturally not a pushover. He gritted his teeth, his blade flashing, and a series of hissing sounds filled the air as blade-like crisscrossed. 2 massive handprints of true energy were instantly torn to shreds. The violent internal energy swept in all directions, and the head manager, shaken by the energy, flew even faster. He lightly touched the ground, trying to use the momentum to escape again. But as soon as he turned around, he felt a desolate emptiness between heaven and earth. A faint, mournful song seemed to drift in. It was the Emperor's world-shaking treasure record heaven and earth lament. Heavenly evil cult leader. The head manager was furious, his insides burning. Killing an ally in battle, could a normal person do such a thing? Alas, the heavenly evil cult leader was no ordinary man. Reasoning with him was futile. The head steward simply raised his single-edged sword high, its blade swirling in an arc through the air. With a whoosh, the 2 forces clashed in midair. The elegy of heaven and earth shattered under the formless attack, but the sword tip finally stopped when it reached the heavenly evil cult leader's fingertip. A clang! A trembling sound echoed in all directions. Behind the heavenly evil cult leader's fiery red hair, a third eye seemed to sprout from his brow. He abruptly looked up, a phoenix's cry resounding through the void, and from the eye in his brow emerged a fiery phoenix. It crashed into the head steward's brow. The head steward screamed in agony, his entire body emitting plumes of green smoke. It was as if flames were burning fiercely from within his internal organs, threatening to incinerate him completely. Before he could even figure out how to deal with the agony of being burned alive, he felt a massive shadow loom over him. Suddenly, a palm gripped the top of his head. The immense force, like a raging flood, surged into his meridians and internal organs, bang, 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 following down his meridians. It was as if explosives had been planted within each acupoint, now ignited and exploding continuously. His entire body was ravaged, black blood flowing freely. The reason it was black was because the blood was still being burned by the flames within his body. After the acupoints were blasted open, flames even burst forth from within his body. Chu Qing casually flung his body in front of Jiangli. What merit did the head steward possess to be killed by the two strongest people in the world working together? Lying before Jiangli, his eyes didn't even show a hint of resentment. He was filled with shock and anger. He was angry at the heavenly evil cult leader's lack of loyalty, that he would so cruelly try to kill him. He was shocked by his current situation with Jiangli. Once upon a time, he was the one who looked down on her. But thinking back, if he hadn't done that thing back then, everything would have proceeded normally. Jiangli would still be the most esteemed young lady of the Jiang family. He would just be a servant of the Jiang family. The one looking down on her should have been her. Is this all a correction of the past? A lifetime of scheming, yet all for naught. How pathetic. Jiang Li's gaze didn't linger on the head manager for long. In fact, not only her gaze, but she also took several steps back. Just as she uttered the words "how pathetic," flames erupted from the head manager's 7 orifices. In the blink of an eye, a perfectly healthy man was reduced to a corpse. Only the knife remained. Not only was the knife unharmed, but even the jet-black scabbard, inlaid with gold carvings, was intact. Jiangli picked up the knife and found that its blade was unevenly pitted, yet within those pits and dents, a faint golden light shimmered. It gave off a sense of understated elegance amidst its decay. The blade was blank, as if the person who forged it had exhausted all their strength to barely achieve the shape of the knife, making it impossible to inscribe any words. However, Jiangli discovered 2 characters at the bottom of the hilt: shattered gold. Shattered gold knife? Jiangli pondered, feeling that the name truly suited the knife perfectly. Sheathing her sword, she looked up at Chu Qing. Young Master Chu, this sword. It should also be a family heirloom. Chu Qing waved his hand gently. Please keep it safe, Master Jiang. Jiangli then said, Young Master Chu fought a great battle. I lend you this sword until you win, then return it to me. How about that? No need. Chu Qing said softly, with my current martial arts, grass, trees, bamboo, rocks, or divine weapons are all the same to me. Chu Qing, you're becoming increasingly arrogant. The heavenly evil sect leader coughed lightly. He hadn't coughed for a long time, since stopping his research on the Maha Boundless. However, after the Fire Phoenix Yuan pill entered his body, his true energy circulated on his surface, and his internal meridians underwent continuous changes, resulting in some subtle damage to his body. But compared to before, he was far superior. You wouldn't have dared to speak to me like that before. Chu Qing smiled slightly. It seems the things within the Wutong Divine Tree are indeed extraordinary. The world thinks the Wutong Divine Tree is just a legend. But there's a reason it's considered the #1 treasure among the 9 treasures of heaven and earth. As the heavenly evil cult leader spoke, the aura surrounding his body shimmered with the color of flames. His hair fluttered, making him seem enveloped in a massive blaze. He gazed at Chu Qing, his eyes filled with disdain. The substance within the Wutong Divine Tree is called the Fire Phoenix Yuan pill. Now that this substance is combined with mine, your Maha Boundless is no longer able to harm me. Chu Qing, even if the 5 Emperor City remains unscathed today, you, Chu Qing, will become my defeated foe, but rest assured, I will let you witness firsthand how I ascend to the throne, how I will make this world welcome their emperor amidst whales. Chu Qing chuckled. All right, if you have such ability, feel free to try. However, I must remind you, I consider myself invincible in this world, and you may be the only person I can call an opponent. This battle, you must give it your all. Don't let yourself leave any regrets. Because, after this battle, no one in the world will be my enemy. After this battle, there will be no more heavenly evil cult master. Good. The heavenly evil cult master wasn't angered by this. Instead, he laughed heartily. Such spirit is what makes someone worthy of being my opponent. Don't worry. After you die, I will give you a proper burial. Chu Qing sighed. Unfortunately, you might not even have the chance for a proper burial. Stop with your words. The heavenly evil cult leader's eyes narrowed. a flicker of fire emanating from them. His figure swirled, like a phoenix descending from the heavens. His phoenix beak was a single point, a fingertip. This single finger strike created the illusion of a desolate sea of fire, countless people struggling and screaming in agony. It was still that move, elegy of heaven and earth. However, his internal energy was infused with the power of the fire phoenix elixir, amplifying the move's power even further. Faced with this finger strike, Chu Qing didn't immediately retaliate. Instead, he waved his hand, unleashing an undying heavenly barrier that enveloped Jiangli. This undying heavenly barrier could draw upon the power of nature. While its activation required Chu Qing to use his internal energy as a guide, once unleashed, it required no further effort from him. He used this to protect Jiangli, preventing her from dying in his battle against the heavenly evil cult leader. If Chu Qing wins this battle, he can naturally come and undo the undying heavenly barrier, allowing her to escape. Conversely, since the undying heavenly barrier was originally unleashed by Chu Qing using his internal energy, if Chu Qing dies, he will become a rootless duckweed. The energy of heaven and earth will return to its source, and Jiangli can also escape. However, if things truly come to that, looking across the world, it's likely no one can escape the clutches of the heavenly evil sect master. After completing this task, Chu Qing slowly made his move. He twirled his fingertips, and a shimmering green energy, wrapped in azure electricity, rapidly swirled at his fingertips. In an instant, it condensed into two discs, with clearly visible ripples. With a flick of his wrist, a sharp, dazzling green light shot straight towards the elegy of heaven and earth. This finger strike was the breaking fiend finger of the three-finger heaven striking techniques. The three-finger heaven striking techniques are Startling Dream, Breaking Fiend, and Heavenly Enemy. These three fingers possessed astonishing power, but they also inflicted immense damage on the user, a damage that could not be recovered. However, Chu Qing had achieved the state of oneness with heaven and earth, his inner senses flowing freely, merging with the universe. His chi circulated endlessly, allowing him to borrow the power of heaven and earth to replenish his internal depletion, thus reaching the highest realm of limitless chi control. With this strike, a streak of green light and a flickering flame, carrying boundless momentum, collided violently. Instantly, these two ferocious forces surged in all directions. The first to be struck were the ruins of the Jiang family's territory, which were shattered, scorched, and burned by these forces. Then they swept across the desolate valley. The poisonous creatures within the desolate valley were inherently flammable. This attack, imbued with the power of the Fire Phoenix Essence Pill, was like igniting a powder keg. The terrifying power could no longer be contained. After a brief distortion, with a deafening roar, a massive flame shot straight into the heavens. Chapter 608. The raging flames ignited the entire desolate valley, terrifying flames shooting into the sky and scorching half the heavens. Although Desolate Valley was located in a remote area, the commotion this time was immense. People from all directions looked towards the source of the towering flames. Some were bewildered, some were deathly pale, and some even knelt and cowed out, believing they had witnessed a miracle. There were even those who, oblivious to the danger, planned to go forward to investigate. However, as the closest spectator, Jiangli wished she could leave. Although she had the undying heavenly gang protective power given to her by Chu Qing, the surrounding raging flames and the black smoke billowing into the sky still terrified her. The sea of flames burned for an unknown period before slowly dissipating. But everything around her, except for her own spot, was completely destroyed. The ground had shrunk by 3 feet. The lingering, partially extinguished mud and sand clung to the ground like patches of crimson stains. But beneath her feet, everything remained unchanged. Looking up again, however, the perpetual poisonous fog that had shrouded the Valley of Desolation was gone. Not only was the fog gone, but the entire Valley of Desolation had been razed to the ground. From this day forward, of the 10 most terrifying, 9 most fearful, and 13 most shocking events, the Valley of Desolation could be completely erased from the list. Looking around, the sky was clear and bright, as if the raging flames from before had never existed. Where did they go? Jiangli murmured to herself. A few guesses arose in her mind. Could they have died from that attack just now? The thought flashed through her mind, but she shook her head repeatedly. That was absolutely impossible. These two were among the most powerful experts in the world today. Chu Qing's undying heavenly chi technique guaranteed his survival. How could he possibly die from that single attack? That flame, capable of annihilating countless people, was likely nothing to him. Just then, a deafening roar erupted from above. Jiangli looked up abruptly and realized that after their initial exchange of blows, Chu Qing and the heavenly evil sect leader were now locked in midair, exchanging blows. Each collision created a tremendous boom, the emanating chi vibrating the void and forming ripples invisible to the naked eye. On flat ground, such ripples could split mountains and shatter rocks, let alone a person. Suddenly, a figure plummeted like a meteor, blasted dozens of miles away. Even with Jiangli shielding her eyes from the sun, she couldn't see clearly, only the continuous booming sounds echoed, as if a mountain had been shattered. Jiangli wanted to see, but she couldn't escape the undying heavenly chi. This technique is in harmony with heaven and earth, operating naturally. Unless Chu Qing actively helps her break it, she will be unable to move an inch. This feeling makes her somewhat oppressed, yet she also knows that without this undying heavenly gang, she would have been dead long ago. As long as this undying heavenly gang remains, young Master Chu will be alright, Jiangli comforts herself. Meanwhile, on the other side, what was indeed smashed was a mountain. And the one who was thrown out was not the heavenly evil cult leader, but Chu Qing. It must be said that the Supreme Emperor's world-shaking treasure record is indeed quite powerful. Whether it's the Elegy of Heaven and Earth or the Great Tranquility Zen sect, both possess extraordinary abilities, but the one thought god and demon he is using now is even more unpredictable. Chu Qing clashed with him in midair, narrowly missing the mark by a single blow, but was struck in the chest and abdomen by the opponent's palm. The blow sent Chu Qing traversing dozens of miles, crashing into a mountain. The mountain wasn't particularly high, but the speed at which he traversed dozens of miles, combined with the aura surrounding him and the force of his palm strike, created a terrifying force that shattered the mountain into pieces. However, Chu Qing was covered in undying heavenly chi, making it impossible for one thought god demon to harm him in the slightest, no matter how powerful he was. He turned his feet, unleashing immortal wind and flowing clouds, and looked up to see the black dragon hurtling towards him. He immediately sneered, his dragon claw hand shooting out, his 5 fingers, like dragon claws, instantly plunging into the black dragon's aura. Ignoring the black dragon's chi and the raging flame surrounding it, he forcefully pulled the heavenly evil cult master out of the black dragon's chi. The heavenly evil cult leader remained calm, uttering a soft shout, "Great Tranquility Zen sect." Sure enough, the next moment, a torrential downpour of fists rained down upon him. Heavenly Thrust Fist. Each punch contained the power to shatter mountains, forcing the heavenly evil cult leader to retreat uncontrollably, each time flying back dozens of miles. Chu Qing shrinking the earth to an inch technique always arrived first, striking after the heavenly evil cult leader, arriving before him before he could regain his balance. Fist after fist landed, causing a gust of cold wind to sweep hundreds of miles, covering the entire distance from the desolate valley to the 5 Emperors city in one breath. From afar, Chu Qing could already see the Azure Heaven Overlord blade brewing, and was slightly taken aback, realizing that the battle in the 5 Emperors city was not yet over. Fortunately, the heavenly evil cult leader seemed like a turtle shell. No matter how hard his fists pounded, they couldn't break through it. With a sweeping punch, the heavenly evil cult leader, like a shooting star chasing the moon, hurtled towards the Azure Heaven Overlord blade. Before the 5 Emperor city, the battle was nearing its end. The 13 holy maidens were almost entirely dead or wounded, the 6 great deacons had all perished, and everyone, including Lu Xiaoyan, Ouyang Tianxiu, and Tian Fengzi, was collectively injured. Even Huang Fuijian was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, his long sword reduced to half its original length. Wu Qianhuan and Wenru joined forces to unleash twin moons shining together at a crucial moment, helping Dongfang Jinghong fight against the King of Hell. The King of Hell, already stretched thin by the combined attack, was suddenly on the verge of collapse. Unexpectedly, just as he was preparing to confront the Azure Heaven Overlord blade head-on, he heard a whooshing sound. Turning around abruptly, he saw a massive ice block hurtling towards him. Where did this hidden weapon come from? The King of Hell roared in fury, thinking that in a life-or-death battle, using hidden weapons was not uncommon. The problem is, are you using such a large hidden weapon because you're afraid I won't notice? There's a limit to underestimating someone. This is truly outrageous. Reincarnation Yin Yang Palm. The 2 palms are divided into Yin and Yang, 1 Yin and 1 Yang, which is black and white. When the 2 palms move together, they possess the power to seize souls and steal spirits. He raised both palms, intending to throw the ice lump hidden weapon back. Unexpectedly, the moment he touched the ice lump, a terrifying force traveled along the meridians of his palms towards his chest and abdomen. His angry expression hadn't even faded before it was replaced by panic. Then, a loud bang was heard, and the ice lump, pressing down on Yama, slammed heavily onto the ground. Dongfang Jinghong had been fighting Yama for so long, and although he was injured, he was still full of energy. Under this pressure, he suddenly coughed up a large mouthful of blood. It was obvious his internal organs were damaged. His internal injuries were extremely severe. The icy figure, however, rolled over and stood up. He grabbed the already blood-spitting King Yama with one hand. Their eyes met, and King Yama's expression turned cold. "Master? Uncle, save me!" Without thinking, the heavenly evil cult master threw King Yama aside. King Yama was bewildered. "Save you? Why throw me?" he thought. Then he looked up and saw Chu Qing's 5 fingers already spread, pressing them onto his head. "Isn't this the leader of the corpse buriers? What, planning to bury corpses here again today?" "It's you?" King Yama's face darkened, but the next moment, a snapping sound was heard, and his head had been twisted off by Chu Qing. He tossed it to Dongfang Jinghong. "Go first." Taking advantage of the moment, the heavenly evil cult master suddenly slipped away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Seeing Chu Qing about to leave, Wu Qianhuan quickly warned, "Be careful." Before she finished speaking, Chu Qing was already gone from 5 Emperor City. Although he moved like the wind, he casually removed the head of the King of Hell. His methods and audacity were truly unparalleled. Dongfang Jinghong stared at the severed head in his hand, momentarily at a loss. Then he casually tossed the head aside. "Quickly, set this corpse on fire. I'm going to watch the greatest battle under heaven." He leaped up and chased after Chu Qing and the heavenly evil cult leader. Wu Qianhuan snapped out of her daze, and immediately pulled Wenru and Mudong over. "Let's go too." However, they were not as fast as Chu Qing, making it difficult to catch up. Fortunately, Chu Qing and the heavenly evil cult leader's main purpose wasn't to travel, but to determine a life-or-death battle. So, the two clashed every so often. Each fight was earth-shattering, obscuring the sun and moon. After the desolate valley, the second place to be destroyed was Tontian Ridge. Wherever they passed, every tree in Tontian Ridge suffered inhuman cruelty. The immense power was like a plow, sweeping away everything in its path. The lush green mountains vanished, snow fell, and snakes, insects, and rodents hiding in their burrows burst forth from the shadows, rushing aimlessly towards everything in sight. Some small animals, in their panic, even crashed headfirst into trees and died. The two perpetrators were completely unaware of this, continuing their battle in midair, each punch and kick shaking the surrounding earth. Even the Sword Emperor Palace wasn't spared before the two. This massive palace was shattered into dust by the aftershocks of their clash. Finally, after the heavenly evil cult master was struck by 17 wind god leg kicks from Chu Qing, he was finally kicked out of Tontian Ridge. The heavenly evil cult master seemed to have other intentions, and suddenly turned around. But the next moment, Chu Qing grabbed the back of his neck. Looking down, Chu Qing suddenly realized, so you also wanted to. This gateway between the northern region and the central state was naturally of paramount importance, hence Chu Qing had deployed manpower all around Tontian Ridge. The people who had been swept away, like a whirlwind earlier, were already cursing. But now, after leaving Tontian Ridge, he discovered that countless people had also gathered outside the ridge. A single command from the leading general is all it takes to launch a full-scale attack. This must be one of the contingency plans left behind by the heavenly evil cult master. Chu Qing ignored all this, feeling as if his fingers were gripping a chasm, powerful true energy constantly gushing from his palm, making it difficult to control. This technique would indeed be effective against others, but against Chu Qing, it was ultimately insufficient. With a sudden burst of strength from his dragon claw hand, he snapped the heavenly evil cult master's neck firmly in his grasp. He abruptly lowered his head, unleashing immortal wind and flowing clouds, and prepared to ram the heavenly evil cult master's head into the enemy's ranks. The heavenly evil cult master understood Chu Qing's intentions perfectly well. However, his expression remained unchanged. Instead, he seemed to find it quite amusing and exciting. But at that very moment, wisps of sword intent suddenly converged from all directions. One by one, strand by strand, thread by thread, they ultimately wove together into a long sword that stretched from heaven to earth. The sword was a deep crimson, like a weapon honed through countless battles. A cruel, bloody aura, carried by the gentle breeze, wafted in all directions, ultimately coalescing into the most intense sword intent. Whoosh! The sword intent aimed directly at Chu Qing's brow. Suddenly, Chu Qing flicked his wrist, shielding the heavenly evil cult leader in front of him. The heavenly evil cult leader was overjoyed. He never played like this before. This was too much fun. Just as he was thinking this, a clang rang out, and the longsword was pressed directly against the heavenly evil cult leader's forehead. Chu Qing forcefully pressed him down, forcing the heavenly evil cult leader's head to meet the swordsman's blade. Whoosh! Sword energy, brimming with battle intent, instantly spread out. In an instant, the disciples of the heavenly evil sect gathered there began vomiting blood one after another. Nearly half of them died instantly. Sect leader. The swordsman's expression changed drastically. He had seen Chu Qing fight the sect leader and knew how powerful he was, so he tried to use his own method to relieve the sect leader's predicament. How could he have imagined that this person would be so shameless, daring to use the sect leader's precious body as a weapon? Then Chu Qing's voice rang out. I didn't expect your heavenly evil sect to be so ruthless, even killing the sect leader. I admire you. I admire you. A man carrying a long sword, dressed in what looked like a flying fish robe, hurriedly waved his hands. Don't talk nonsense. I am loyal to the sect leader. Loyal? You dare to use your sword to stab your sect leader in the face? Chu Qing sneered. Just then, the heavenly evil sect leader finally gathered enough true energy and broke free from Chu Qing's hand in one fell swoop. In a flash, he was already before the leader. Wei Ming, no need for further words. Join forces with our sect to kill this fiend. I am willing to die for the sect leader. Wei Ming's swordsmanship was unfathomable, and his internal energy was extremely profound. He didn't go to Five Emperors City not because he couldn't enter, but because the heavenly evil sect leader had entrusted him with a crucial mission. He was to lead the heavenly evil sect disciples present to break through Tontian Ridge and capture Five Emperors City before the eastern and western regions could react. Unexpectedly, the sect leader had fought his way out of Tontian Ridge. Now, hearing the sect leader's words, how could he hesitate? He lunged at Chu Qing, sword in hand. But the next moment, his invincible sword was already gripped in Chu Qing's hand. A surge of internal energy followed, and a series of cracking sounds rang out. Wei Ming's expression changed drastically. My sword. Before he could finish speaking, Chu Qing had already grabbed his throat with one hand, and with a twist of the force, a crack was heard, and he died on the spot. Chapter 609. Chu Qing casually tossed the corpse to the ground, not even glancing at it. Looking up, he met the eyes of the heavenly evil cult leader. Their eyes locked, and the heavenly evil cult leader sighed. Wei Ming was also a piece of trash. In the past, when the heavenly evil cult was at its peak, some insider said, in literature, there's Chao Huichen, in martial arts, there's Wei Ming. But now it seems, Chao Huichen died because of his own schemes. Wei Ming's martial arts, which allowed him to dominate the heavenly evil cult, were nothing but a joke. Chu Qing's expression changed slightly. Oh? So it was him. Back then, when Chu Qing captured Prince Mei had mentioned that the heavenly evil sect leader had one civil official and one military officer under his command. Chu Qing suspected the civil official was Wenxin Pavilion, and its leader, Chao Huichen. But the military officer had never appeared. He hadn't expected it to be Wei Ming. If this man had appeared before Chu Qing earlier, Chu Qing might have thought highly of him, but now, he seemed like a nobody on the street, utterly insignificant. If the heavenly evil sect leader hadn't introduced him, Chu Qing probably wouldn't have realized that he had killed someone of such high status. A man. Perhaps this man's martial arts are indeed unique. Or perhaps his true abilities have yet to be revealed. But whatever the reason, he is now a dead man. A dead man who doesn't even deserve a second glance. Chu Qing's heart remained calm as he stood with his hands behind his back in the void. The leader isn't running away? Nonsense. When has our sect ever run away? The heavenly evil sect leader chuckled lightly. I was just thinking Wei Ming might be able to help, so I came to look for him. But I didn't expect. Oh well, it's better to rely on yourself than others. Chu Qing, take this. As he finished speaking, he suddenly pointed his fingers like a sword. A series of sword-like sounds suddenly came from below. Without needing to look down, Chu Qing knew that the swordsmen of the heavenly evil sect were drawing their swords. As for the unclaimed swords that had died in the aftershocks, they too were drawn. A vortex of swords swirled around the heavenly evil sect leader. His hair was fiery red, and his clothes were stained with sparks. The powerful fiery energy permeated the swords around him. Like a wildfire, a single spark ignited into a raging inferno, and the spreading light and shadow enveloped the entire vortex of swords. In a daze, it seemed as if a gale had risen in the sky, and that gale ignited, resembling a swirling ball of fire. Finally, the blazing swords, following the heavenly evil sect leader's pointed finger, spun towards Chu Qing. So it's the sword capture technique. Chu Qing initially thought it was the myriad swords returned to one technique, feeling somewhat resentful. He had struggled all this way without achieving the myriad swords returned to one technique, yet the heavenly evil cult master opposite him had used it. Upon closer inspection, he realized it wasn't. The sword capture technique appeared to be about controlling a sword with true chi, But in reality, it was more like pulling the sword. Between the sword and the user, there was a layer of true chi like a thread. This thread controlled the sword's movements and unleashed its power. A flick of the wrist could kill from 1,000 miles away, yet it was like flying a kite. No matter how far the sword flew, it could always be retrieved using this thread. The heavenly evil cult master had somehow obtained the core secrets of the sword capture technique, and with his abilities, it was only natural that he had slightly modified it to create this seemingly imposing and extraordinary vortex of swords. As for the fire on the swords, it was likely something the heavenly evil cult master had just conceived. He used the Fire Phoenix Essence pill to ignite the sword energy, imbuing each sword with raging flames. This significantly amplified the power of the sword absorption technique. When combined, they resembled a raging river of swords, seemingly possessing the power to destroy everything. When separated, they were like a rain of fire from the sky, each strike breathtaking. Chu Qing slightly raised his head, looking at the raging river of swords, a smile playing on his lips. He neither defended nor attacked. He let the river of swords sweep across the void, seemingly about to annihilate him within its vast expanse. The first sword to reach Chu Qing suddenly stopped. Then came the second, the third. Finally, thousands upon thousands of long swords, wreathed in starlight, floated densely 3 feet in front of Chu Qing. The flames continued to burn, but the swords could no longer advance. The sword capture technique was obtained from me. Surely the sect leader doesn't think this method will work on me. Chu Qing raised his right hand, his index and middle fingers joined like a sword, and casually pointed. Clang, clang, clang. Thousands of finely forged swords were instantly shattered. The heavenly evil sect leader used the sword capture technique to control these swords, intending to shock Chu Qing. But Chu Qing could do the same. The moment the sword stopped in front of Chu Qing, he had seized control of them. However, he only gained half. The other half remained in the heavenly evil sect leader's hands. If he merely wanted to prevent the swords from overstepping their bounds, he could maintain balance. But if Chu Qing wanted to intervene, he would naturally have to push the swords back. Thus, the two forces clashed on the swords. Leaving aside the fact that most of these long swords were merely ordinary fine steel swords, even if there were a few truly peerless divine weapons, how could they withstand the utterly tyrannical internal energy of Chu Qing and the heavenly evil cult leader? A clash of forces inevitably resulted in them shattering. Seeing this, the heavenly evil cult leader clasped his hands together and pushed. Flames raged, and countless fragments of long swords hurtled towards Chu Qing. Chu Qing flicked his sleeve, unleashing the heavenly ultimate formless divine power, its yin and yang intertwined with the wind and clouds, stirring up boundless and violent internal energy with every thought. All the fragments of long swords before him instantly swirled into a whirlwind. Initially appearing as a twisted line between heaven and earth, it instantly transformed into a raging storm, not only sweeping up the other half of the long sword fragments, but also absorbing all the fragments thrown out by the heavenly evil cult leader. Chu Qing unleashed a single palm strike, and the Maha Boundless technique, carrying boundless power, crashed towards the heavenly evil cult leader. The heavenly evil cult leader's eyes blazed with indescribable fervor, as he abruptly plunged into the Maha Boundless technique. Chu Qing's Maha Boundless technique was a deep-seated knot in the heavenly evil cult leader's heart. If this knot remained untied, he would inexplicably feel inferior whenever he saw Chu Qing for the rest of his life. This was the most unacceptable thing to him. Compared to it, neither the world nor the heavenly evil cult mattered. He would do anything to break Chu Qing's Maha Boundless technique. Therefore, after obtaining the Fire Phoenix Essence pill, what he most wanted to face was Chu Qing's Maha Boundless technique. And after waiting so long, now, seeing Chu Qing unleash this technique, he recklessly plunged headlong into it. This surprised Chu Qing, but he didn't intend to be polite. With a thought, the Maha Boundless began to circulate wildly. The power within it increased at an indescribable speed. This was a far more powerful Maha Boundless than the one he had used at Yusong Mountain. With Chu Qing's internal energy at that time, using such Maha Boundless would have completely drained him in 3 breaths at most. But now, Chu Qing's internal energy had transcended the scope of all martial arts in the world. Internal and external forces were in harmony. The power of heaven and earth became his own power. If heaven and earth were not empty, how could he be empty? Before the heavenly evil cult leader could even unleash the great Zen sect, his body was already shattered. Clothes, flesh, bones, meridians, everything was collapsing, all was being annihilated. Only a Fire Phoenix core remained. It burned with raging flames, unwavering even within the Maha Boundless. Suddenly, flames erupted from within the Fire Phoenix core. The flames, tinged with the boundless sword energy of the Maha Boundless, mingled with the endless, raging winds of sword energy, transforming the black storm sweeping across the heavens and earth into a raging inferno. It actually began to engulf Chu Qing. Oh! Even Chu Qing was somewhat surprised by the scene. Then, the voice of the heavenly evil cult master rang out from within the Maha Boundless. Chu Qing, thank you for helping my cult achieve nirvana. You can no longer do anything to me. Phoenix. Nirvana? Chu Qing recalled the Fire Phoenix Essence pill within the Maha Boundless, which even the endless sword energy storm could not extinguish, and suddenly understood. Then, however, he couldn't help but sigh. The heavenly evil cult master, having fused the martial arts of the 12 holy kings to create the Supreme Emperor's world-shaking treasure record, was already extremely difficult to kill. Now, well, he had an extra Fire Phoenix Essence pill, and a Phoenix Nirvana as a bonus. This guy is practically immortal. Speaking of which, wouldn't this level of power transcend the realm of normal martial arts worlds? And how did he manage to claim the Maha Boundless as his own? He pondered this, but his foot followed, stepping into the Maha Boundless. The sword energy storm, which had previously seemed like a gentle breeze to him, revealed its cruel side for the first time before Chu Qing. But Chu Qing didn't care. He directly entered the Maha Boundless, and the sword energy storm swept over him without causing any harm. If one looked closely, one could see that as the sword energy storm swept towards Chu Qing, a thin layer of protective energy surrounded his body. This was the undying heavenly qi, and a ring of sword energy wrapped around it. Although not much, it was enough to change the direction of the sword energy storm. This was Chu Qing incorporating the Tai Chi sword intent into the innate, formless sword energy that broke through the body. Using the opponent's force against them is the essence of Tai Chi. This display was exquisitely subtle. Looking up, he saw the heavenly evil cult master sitting cross-legged, with a Dharma image appearing behind him. It was a gigantic mirror. Reflected in the mirror was none other than Chu Qing's Maha Boundless. So that's it. This is Prince Martial's Martial God Mirror. Chu Qing had fought Prince Martial before, and knew that the old man's Martial God Mirror could reverse techniques. The heavenly evil cult master's method, however, surpassed even Prince Martial's Martial God Mirror. Having undergone rebirth through the Fire Phoenix Elixir, he had actually reversed the universe, forcefully reversing the Maha Boundless. This technique was truly extraordinary. However, Chu Qing didn't know that this was originally a move from the heavenly evil cult master Supreme Emperor's world-shaking treasure record, a universe treasure mirror created using the Martial God Mirror. Even without the aid of the Fire Phoenix Elixir, he could still reverse the tide of battle. But the Fire Phoenix Elixir elevated this move to a new level. Yu Songzhan hadn't used it before, not because he didn't want to, but because he simply didn't have the opportunity. Afterwards, he was terrified and dared not take the risk. Now, thanks to his rebirth and the inexhaustible fire energy within the Fire Phoenix Elixir, he finally had this opportunity. At the same time, the heavenly evil cult master suddenly opened his eyes, but there was no smugness in him. Using the universe treasure mirror doesn't require closing the eyes. The reason his eyes were closed was to mentally deduce the Maha Boundless. He used the universe treasure mirror to reverse the tide, hoping to glimpse the true mysteries of the Maha Boundless, but it turned out to be all for naught. A surge of boundless rage welled up within him. Chu Qing, you truly deserve to die. He spread his arms, then suddenly brought them together. The flames and storm began to be compressed. Chu Qing merely smiled, his figure blurring as he unleashed the immortal wind and flowing clouds technique, reappearing before the heavenly evil cult leader. His 5 fingers, like a protective shield, gripped the heavenly evil cult leader's chest, and he stepped forward. To the heavenly evil cult leader's incredulous gaze, Chu Qing forcefully pushed him out of the Maha Boundless formation. This is impossible. The heavenly evil cult leader exclaimed instinctively. If it were truly Maha Boundless formation, it would be impossible. Chu Qing's fingers dug into the heavenly evil cult leader's chest and abdomen, his 5 fingers penetrating deep into flesh. But the Maha Boundless formation you obtain through the Martial God Mirror is merely a facade. Once this technique slips from my control, it is nothing more than this. The true Maha Boundless formation was created when Chu Qing ignited the wind and cloud qi, using yin and yang qi as fuel, incorporating all his knowledge. Once unleashed, its power would continuously increase without any upper limit. Every moment within the Maha Boundless realm, the force experienced is entirely different. However, the heavenly evil cult master, using the Qianquan treasure mirror to reverse the universe, seemingly seizing the Maha Boundless realm, actually severed its upper limit. Furthermore, the heavenly evil cult master's technique was flawed, making it difficult to sustain its power, so the stolen Maha Boundless realm was actually constantly losing power. Even if Chu Qing did nothing, it would soon dissipate. The heavenly evil cult master, unaware of the underlying principles, initially believed he could truly reverse the universe, never expecting the Maha-boundless realm to be so vulnerable in his hands. Now, having lost the initiative and being held in Chu Qing's grasp, just as he was about to unleash the great meditation Zen, Chu Qing suddenly smiled. Since you possess such methods, then I'd like to see just how many times your phoenix can undergo rebirth. As soon as the words fell, the heavenly evil cult master suddenly sensed something was wrong. Something was probing into his body with Chu Qing's 5 fingers, and it was spinning wildly. A faint, twisting line extended from behind Chu Qing. Suddenly, the line transformed into a howling wind, and Chu Qing was instantly within the Maha-boundless realm. This time, the other end of the Maha-boundless realm was at the chest of the heavenly evil cult master. What? The heavenly evil cult master's heart skipped a beat, but before he could finish a sentence, Chu Qing's figure had already passed right through him. The violent force of the Maha-boundless realm erupted suddenly, tearing him to shreds in an instant. Chapter 610. The great boundless light flashed and disappeared, and the sky returned to its original clarity. Only the fire phoenix core floated in midair, flickering with a faint flame. Chu Qing steadied himself in midair and looked back at the fire phoenix core, finding it utterly bizarre. It was an existence completely beyond common sense. It contained boundless fire energy, which could even be integrated into the Dantian, allowing one to borrow its power. Could it be the inner core of a phoenix? Chu Qing suddenly had a thought. Although phoenixes didn't exist in the world today, that didn't mean they didn't exist in ancient times. What if the legendary ancient mythological era truly existed? Could the legend of the phoenix perching on the parasol tree be another explanation for the phoenix's inner core being hidden within the sacred parasol tree? Just as Chu Qing was gazing at the fire phoenix core, a huge ball of flame suddenly erupted from it. In an instant, it condensed into the shape of a human. When the flames dissipated, it was none other than the heavenly evil cult master. Chu Qing's lips curled slightly. The second time, the heavenly evil cult leader's face darkened, and he couldn't help but roar, "Chu Qing, you gone too far. That's going too far." If the cult leader hadn't led the heavenly evil cult to attack the 4 regions and 1 state of the world, how could I possibly be an enemy of the cult leader? Even if you put it bluntly, it was your heavenly evil cult that plotted against the martial world first. What? We're being bullied for not willingly submitting to slaughter? What kind of logic is that? Chu Qing put one hand behind his back, and as he spoke, a long laugh rang out. A flash of light pierced the void, landing on a distant mountain peak. He untied a wine gourd from his waist and took a sip. The Alliance leader is right. How can all the principles of the world be claimed by your heavenly evil cult leader? Dongfang Jinghong. You dare to appear before me? The heavenly evil cult leader sneered. Dongfang Jinghong didn't back down, laughing. If it were just me alone, I certainly wouldn't dare appear before you. But Alliance leader Chu is still here. I didn't come here today to slay demons, but to see how Alliance leader Chu kills you. Just based on him. The heavenly evil cult master wanted to say something defiant, but when he turned to look at Chu Qing, he couldn't bring himself to finish the sentence. If it weren't for the blood demon true scripture, and the phoenix nirvana of the fire phoenix essence pill, he would have died at Chu Qing's hands many times over. Just now. Twice in a row. How could he possibly be defiant? Chu Qing smiled upon hearing this. Since that's the case, I can't let your excellency the Blade Emperor make a wasted trip. The heavenly evil cult master's expression changed. You. Before he could finish speaking, Chu Qing suddenly vanished. His face twisted in extreme contortion. How dare you? The words trailed off. With a single palm strike, one thought God and demon. This move blends the intentions of good and evil. A single thought can grant the transformation into God or demon. The subtle interplay of reality and illusion in this technique has reached a state of perfection. A dragon's roar resounded, and the phantom of a divine dragon soaring through the heavens collided violently with this one thought God and demon. The combined force of the 2 attacks immediately spread outwards. Dongfang Jinghong felt a gust of wind rush towards him, his body swaying precariously, nearly blown off the mountain peak. He hurriedly steadied himself, inwardly cursing that neither of these 2 was normal. Looking up again, he saw that the 2 figures had already separated. But the next moment, Chu Qing's feet emitted a whooshing sound as he charged forward once more. Sometimes pointing, sometimes throwing punches, sometimes striking with palms, his wind god leg technique moved erratically, accompanied by the clanging of swords and blades. The heavenly evil cult leader roared, unleashing his full power in a fierce battle against Chu Qing. The Supreme Emperor's world-shaking treasure record was the heavenly evil cult's premier divine skill, containing various martial arts techniques from the 7 secrets, 3 treasures, and 6 profound sects. Every move and every stance was profound and subtle, brimming with deep meaning. The two resumed their battle, this time with even greater momentum. Fists and palms clashed, creating ripples in the void. Their internal energy clashed, shattering the surrounding clouds. Dongfang Jinghong watched without blinking. This was a clash of the world's greatest warriors. 300 years ago, and 300 years later, the martial world might never see another Chu Qing, or another heavenly evil cult leader. To witness such a fierce battle in this era was an immense honor. Unfortunately, of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, only he and the Xian emperor remain. Looking across the world, no one else is qualified to witness this battle. Bang! 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 Chu Qing moved like a dragon, his claws slashing repeatedly, yet simultaneously parrying and striking. His attacks appeared to be dragon claw techniques, but in reality, they concealed fist, palm, sword, and finger strikes. At times, a stunningly beautiful sword aura would erupt. At other times, a blade of light would pierce the world. Suddenly, the heavenly evil sect master made a grasping motion with both hands, as if holding an invisible treasured blade. With a swift turn, the blade descended from the sky. In an instant, dark clouds filled the sky, and rolling thunder crackled. A massive blade of light, carrying boundless lightning, slashed fiercely towards Chu Qing. The blade of light was enormous, yet its speed was such that it reached Chu Qing's head in the blink of an eye. Stealing my Azure Heaven Overlord blade. Dongfang Jinghong's expression changed drastically. Suddenly, Chu Qing's figure recoiled backward, followed by a flick of his sleeve. Rolling flame surged like a tide, the power of pure yang instantly soaring into the sky, forcefully cleaving the yet-to-falling blade in two. Boom! Boom! The severed Azure Heaven Tyrant blade did not dissipate but crashed heavily to the ground. In an instant, it left an extremely terrifying crack in the ground. Even a mountain was cleaved a third of its length by this single strike, the cut smoother than any divine work. Chu Qing's figure slid backward in midair, and the heavenly evil cult master, not far away, slowly stopped. The two silently stared at each other, then Chu Qing said, "You're about to die. With the Fire Phoenix elixir aiding me." "I won't die." The heavenly evil cult master coldly replied, unaware that his words relied entirely on the Fire Phoenix elixir, not on his own cultivation. Chu Qing shook his head. "The Fire Phoenix essence pill can't truly be inexhaustible. And you, too, can't continuously undergo rebirth without any limitations. You should have already sensed that your inner strength is not as strong as before. Although not completely depleted, you have a significant, irreparable deficiency compared to before. If this continues, your inner strength will be completely exhausted by me. In the end, you can only rely on the Fire Phoenix essence pill," he added, a strange smile playing on his lips. "But at that time, will the Fire Phoenix essence pill truly be of use to you? What are you trying to say? The 9 treasures of heaven and earth are wondrous, but most are extremely dangerous. As a descendant of the great Qian dynasty's royal family, you should know this very well. Then I ask you, is the Fire Phoenix essence pill's relentless pursuit of you due to its inherent properties, or is there another hidden meaning?" The heavenly evil cult master's face instantly turned extremely ugly. While he couldn't claim to know everything about the 9 treasures of heaven and earth, most of them certainly possessed their own treacherous aspects. As for the Fire Phoenix essence pill, he still knew very little, at least not yet. What if there truly was some danger involved? Hadn't he already embarked on a path of no return? No! Impossible. The heavenly evil cult master gritted his teeth. This Chu Qing was trying to use this to disrupt his mind and disturb his spirit. If he dared not use the Fire Phoenix essence pill, given his depleted internal energy, he was utterly no match for Chu Qing. With this thought in mind, he looked up again, and saw the 3 elements light wheel suddenly appear behind Chu Qing. The Dharma image loomed high above. Chu Qing, dressed in black, stood in the void, his hair fluttering, wisps of true energy circulating around his body. An immense pressure enveloped his heart. The next moment, fine streams of water suddenly surged forth from the 3 elements light wheel behind Chu Qing. Vast and mighty, like the Milky Way cascading from the heavens. But upon closer inspection, it's not hard to see that this isn't flowing water at all, but an endless, surging torrent of sword energy. Infinite, limitless, boundless. With Chu Qing's current state of oneness with nature, his inner strength is inexhaustible, and his innate, formless sword energy has no upper limit. The sword energy rippled out like water, like an inverted Milky Way, instantly enveloping the heavenly evil cult master. Great Zen sect. The heavenly evil cult master uttered a soft shout, and the phantom of the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas seemed to appear behind him. Countless Buddhas standing solemnly within, stabilizing his body. But in just a few breaths, a clear sound of shattering rang out. Threads of cracks had already appeared on the Dharma image. The heavenly evil cult leader abruptly looked up. The Great Tranquility Zen sect was shattered. Although the Great Tranquility Zen sect wasn't shattered for the first time, this was the first time it had been shattered using methods other than the Maha Boundless. The sword energy, like a galaxy, continued to spread endlessly, but the heavenly evil cult leader could no longer stand. A second, immense panic arose in his heart. The first panic stemmed from the boundless, irresistible, terrifying power he sensed within the Maha Boundless. It was an existence he couldn't contend with. No matter what methods he used, death was inevitable. Therefore, he was terrified, fearful, and desperately wanted to research the Maha Boundless, to find a way to counter it. But he failed. The Fire Phoenix Elixir could, at the moment of Nirvana rebirth, use the fire energy to permeate the Maha Boundless, and then, with a single move from the Heaven and Earth Treasure Mirror, absorb the Maha Boundless into his own. But this was utterly meaningless. And the second time, Chu Qing had simply treated the Maha Boundless as an ordinary move. After shattering his own body, he didn't even give himself a chance to be reborn and seize the Maha Boundless power, immediately withdrawing his technique. Now, he doesn't even need Maha Boundless to shatter his great Samadhi Zen sect. This time, the heavenly evil cult master's fear wasn't of any particular move or technique. He feared Chu Qing himself, thinking back carefully, from the desolate valley to the Five Emperors city, and now to the Tontian Ridge in the northern region. Has Chu Qing ever truly been serious along this journey? Even Maha Boundless was only used as a last resort. Where are his limits? They clearly appeared to be locked in a fierce battle, neither able to gain the upper hand. But why, after fighting for so long, is his own internal energy depleted to the point of being irreparable, requiring him to find a secluded place to meditate and fully recover? Yet Chu Qing, he is full of energy and his internal energy is abundant. The previous depletion seems to have vanished without a trace. What kind of monster is he? Everything in this world should have its limits. So should protective divine arts, and so should the so-called supreme and powerful. How can this person's internal energy defy the fundamental principles of heaven and earth? Or is it not that his internal energy is inexhaustible, but that he is not qualified to measure his limits? How could such a person possibly be defeated? The heavenly evil cult leader is not perfect. He has had a smooth life since childhood, a first-rate genius in the world. His journey has been uneventful, never encountering any setbacks. All the setbacks in his life were given to him by Chu Qing. Before Chu Qing, he was the heart and soul of the heavenly evil cult. After Chu Qing, he became the laughingstock of the world, running away naked. He is afraid to fight. And now, emboldened by something he relied on, he faced Chu Qing once more. But now, when he realized that Chu Qing's existence was something he could never reach, something he could never defeat, the thought of retreat arose in his heart once more. If you can't beat him, then run. As long as you're alive, whether you burn firewood or not, at least you have options. Once you're truly dead, you have nothing left. But at this moment, even if he wanted to run, he couldn't. Endless sharpness swept over him, and in an instant, his body was covered in wounds and blood. Then, amidst the river of sword energy, Chu Qing, accompanied by his Dharma image, suddenly arrived, his palm striking directly at him. Without a second thought, the heavenly evil cult leader countered with a palm strike of one thought god and demon. The two palms clashed. Normally, each should have taken a step back, but this time was different. The ever-changing one-thought god and demon was relentlessly defeated by Chu Qing's palm force. Explosions erupted from his arm, each acupoint bursting with blood mist. His inner energy had already penetrated his body, seemingly destroying everything in its path. Bang! The palm force solidly impacted his entire body, instantly blasting him away from the river of sword energy like a tattered sack. This palm strike left the heavenly evil cult leader's hard gates tightly shut, his mind reeling. A wave of heat from the Fire Phoenix elixir swept over him, allowing him to barely open his eyes. But as soon as he looked up, a large foot was already in front of him, a kick aimed directly at him. Following closely, the leg moved like the wind, landing heavily. Bang! 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 Chu Qing's movements were incredibly fluid, his kicks coming in rapid succession, forcefully stomping him from midair to the ground. The heavenly evil cult master had considered resisting. But resistance was futile. Having fought all this way, both sides had used numerous techniques, with the heavenly evil cult master only able to contend with Chu Qing thanks to his Fire Phoenix Essence Pill. Now, although the Fire Phoenix Essence Pill's fiery power remained undiminished, his internal energy was no longer what it used to be, and under Chu Qing's onslaught, he could no longer offer effective resistance. Seeing that he was truly about to be trampled into the mud by Chu Qing, the heavenly evil cult master was ultimately unwilling to accept defeat. With a shout, the Fire Phoenix Essence Pill's inexhaustible fiery power surged into his meridians, risking the rupture of his meridians rather than truly ending up in such a miserable state. Large clusters of flames emanated from his back, the immense fiery power growing wildly. In that instant, Chu Qing spun around, head down and feet up, his 5 fingers, like dragon claws, swiftly probing into the heavenly evil cult master's dantian. With a grab and a pull, the object, still dripping with blood, was forcibly pulled out by Chu Qing. The Fire Phoenix Yuan Pill. Chapter 611. No! The heavenly evil cult master's face paled with terror. Even with the Fire Phoenix Essence Pill, he was no match for Chu Qing. Now, Chu Qing had actually managed to extract the Fire Phoenix Essence Pill. Just as he was filled with fear, he suddenly felt that the connection between himself and the Fire Phoenix Essence Pill hadn't disappeared. But before he could even feel a surge of joy, he heard Chu Qing utter a soft "eh." Immediately afterward, the heavenly evil cult master realized that Chu Qing seemed to have vanished. Saying he vanished wasn't quite accurate. For a fleeting moment, he seemed to have completely forgotten about Chu Qing. He seemed to have become a cloud in the sky, a breeze in his ear, a tree by the river, a part of nature itself. The time was brief, only a split second. But the heavenly evil cult master was certain he hadn't misperceived. In that instant, an extremely mysterious change occurred within Chu Qing. Just as Chu Qing reappeared in his sight, the heavenly evil cult master discovered that the Fire Phoenix Essence Pill, which had previously been intricately connected to him, had completely severed its ties. A profound sense of powerlessness overwhelmed him. His body involuntarily plummeted towards the ground. Ultimately, at the last moment, it wasn't Chu Qing who trampled him into the mud, but he himself who fell into the mire. Chu Qing remained in midair, one hand holding up the Fire Phoenix Essence Pill, which emitted a scorching fiery energy. It floated an inch away from Chu Qing's palm, appearing both magnificent and mysterious. Chu Qing had just used the state of oneness with heaven and man to sever the connection between this object and the heavenly evil cult master. Now, this Fire Phoenix Essence Pill was truly ownerless. But Chu Qing dared not dispose of this thing carelessly. The fire energy within it was constantly erupting. Previously, it had been contained within the sacred Wudong tree, preventing a major disaster. Now, having lost the Wudong tree, it had found a very suitable host. But now he had dug it out. If he were to toss it carelessly, it might unleash a raging fire, burning who knows where? Give it back to me! The heavenly evil cult leader scrambled to his feet, his eyes fixed on the Fire Phoenix Essence Pill in Chu Qing's hand. He had lost his previous composure, his initial arrogance completely gone. He was naked, his body covered in mud. He staggered, his hair returning to its original color, the arrogance vanished. His eyes, however, were filled with boundless longing as he gazed at the Fire Phoenix Essence Pill. A whooshing sound rang out as Dongfang Jinghong landed beside Chu Qing. His gaze immediately fell upon the Fire Phoenix Essence Pill in Chu Qing's hand, and his expression changed drastically. What is this? Before he could finish speaking, a vortex appeared in midair, followed by a figure leaping out from it. His gaze swept across the scene, landing on Chu Qing. He immediately waved repeatedly, "My dear son-in-law." Chu Qing's lips twitched. "Senior Shang, what brings you here? You and the heavenly evil cult leader were locked in a fierce battle in the northern region, and I was stationed on the northwest border. How could I not know? I came to lend a hand." "What? You already defeated the heavenly evil cult leader?" As Shang Qiuyu spoke, he glanced at the heavenly evil cult leader not far away, somewhat astonished. "Who's this? Why does he look like a defeated dog?" Chu Qing didn't ridicule the heavenly evil cult leader. For a so-called powerful figure, the heavenly evil cult leader's current behavior was indeed rather unsightly. A true man is neither able to take things too seriously nor too easily let them go. He seemed to want to run, yet couldn't bear to part with the Fire Phoenix Essence Pill. He was caught in a dilemma, indecisive and lacking resolve, leaving everyone greatly disappointed. To describe the heavenly evil cult leader in 4 words: a scoundrel who rose to fame. He succeeded because of his unparalleled talent and comprehension, but ultimately, due to this immense adversity, even though he still had the strength, he only dared to beg Chu Qing, and dared not attack Chu Qing again. Just as Shang Qiuyu said, the heavenly evil cult leader now looked like a defeated dog. But Chu Qing didn't let this opportunity make him easy to deal with. Since he couldn't easily put down the Fire Phoenix Essence Pill, he focused his mind, connecting it with his inner force. Holding the pill in his left hand, as if it were a magical artifact, he flicked his right finger. A wisp of flame instantly stretched into a line, followed by the Maha boundless, purely fiery entity, instantly engulfing the heavenly evil cult master. Chu Qing controlled the power, preventing the Maha boundless from erupting. He confined it to a small area. With the aid of the Fire Phoenix Essence Pill's fiery energy, the power of the Maha boundless increased even further. In the blink of an eye, the heavenly evil cult master was completely incinerated. However, thanks to the blood demon true scripture, he was restored to his original state. What followed was a process of dying and coming back to life. In the endless agony, he considered escaping. However, his energy expenditure was too great. While there might have been hope at the beginning, now it was impossible. He could only repeatedly die and come back to life. The battle lasted less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, and the once renowned heavenly evil cult leader was ultimately reduced to ashes. In truth, their battle didn't end at that moment. The moment the heavenly evil cult leader's fighting spirit dissipated, and he was filled with fear of Chu Qing, it had already ended. The heavenly evil cult leader had once feared Chu Qing's Maha Wuliang. He wanted to study Maha Wuliang, to find a way to counter it. Unfortunately, he failed. Even martial arts have no way to counter them, let alone a person. Without fighting spirit, filled with fear, even the best weapons would be ineffective. The outcome was predetermined in that instant. Dongfang Jinghong and Shang Qiuyu exchanged a glance, both deeply moved. Not many people witnessed this battle. After all, few could keep up with Chu Qing and the heavenly evil cult leader. Dongfang Jinghong rushed as fast as he could, and Shang Qiuyu, after receiving the news, also traveled at breakneck speed. Even so, the latter only managed to catch the last train. They saw the result, but not the process. Regardless, the heavenly evil cult leader, who once inflicted immense damage on 4 regions and 1 state, is ultimately dead. And most of the once invincible 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are also dead. The Sword Emperor still exists, but he is no longer what he once was. Only the Blade Emperor, Dongfang Jinghong, and the Profound Emperor, Shang Qiuyu, are truly worthy of praise. The two exchanged a glance, then looked at Chu Qing, intending to ask him what his next move was. But seeing him still holding the Fire Phoenix Essence Pill, they both scratched their heads. "What's this thing? Can't you put it away?" Chu Qing was speechless for a moment. "I can't put it away. This stuff inside the Wudong Divine Wood will catch fire no matter where I leave it." He explained the situation of the Fire Phoenix Essence Pill in a few words, and Shang Qiuyu and Dongfang Jinghong looked at each other in bewilderment. Shang Qiuyu tentatively said, "How about you learn from the heavenly evil cult master and put this into your dantian? Maybe you can ascend to immortality." No, then my daughter will be left a widow." Dongfang Jinghong then said, "So, the reason why the Wudong Divine Wood is listed as one of the 9 treasures of heaven and earth is because of this Fire Phoenix Essence Pill?" I suddenly remembered something. The first saint also collected quite a lot of Wudong Wood back then. He collected them as if they were the 9 treasures of heaven and earth, but unfortunately, none of them possessed any extraordinary properties. However, if the Phoenix Wood could be incorporated into this Fire Phoenix Essence Pill, wouldn't your left hand be freed? That makes sense. Shang Qiuyu nodded repeatedly. Let's go to the 5 Emperors City first. Free my left hand, otherwise, how can Tonger have children while carrying this thing every day?" Chu Qing had long known that Shang Qiuyu was disrespectful to his elders, but now it seemed he was not only disrespectful, but also inconsiderate of the occasion. However, there was some truth to what he said. He turned around and looked at the battlefield again. The disciples of the heavenly evil sect lay dead everywhere, and the heavenly evil sect master had turned to ashes. Even with the blood demon true scripture extraordinary abilities, there was absolutely no way to revive him. Looking back, it seems he has done everything he needed to do. Initially, he was being hunted by the mirror of karma, and the system required him to kill people to receive rewards. That's how he embarked on his journey into the martial world. Along the way, they clashed with the mirror of evil, and were also invaded by the heavenly evil cult. After his martial arts skills and reputation reached a certain level, he naturally became the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance. Ultimately, the Mirror of Retribution was destroyed, and Li Juechen died. The heavenly evil sect was completely wiped out in this battle. The enormous burden he had always carried seemed to have vanished all at once. He smiled slightly. "Let's go, back to 5 Emperor City first." The 3 of them took to the air, and before even reaching 5 Emperor City, they encountered Wu Qinhuan and her group, who were rushing there. Then they joined forces, and returned to 5 Emperor City. Led by Dongfang Jinghong, they entered the core of the 5 Emperors Palace, delving into the original underground palace of the Great Qian Dynasty, and found the residence of a sage. Sure enough, among the treasures, they obtained the phoenix wood. Chu Qing tried several times, failing each time, but finally managed to place the fire phoenix essence pill into a phoenix wood of the finest quality. From then on, this became the new divine phoenix wood. The origin of the 9 treasures of heaven and earth remains a mystery. The world's affairs are never truly resolved by constant investigation. Human strength has its limits, and one shouldn't seek the ultimate answer to everything. For some time afterward, Chu Qing and his group dealt with matters in the northern region within the 5 Emperor City. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye, and Chu Qing obtained intelligence regarding the location of the Heavenly Evil Sect's headquarters. He immediately assembled his forces and headed straight for the Heavenly Evil Sect's headquarters. He discovered that the Heavenly Evil Sect's headquarters was also located within the Tontian Ridge, perched atop a precipice. The location was well chosen. There were no Heavenly Eagles of the Absolute Domain, nor the Ice Domain Flame Serpents. A vast palace stood there, its buildings arranged in a magnificent, imposing array. Chu Qing led his group deeper into the palace. The Heavenly Evil Sect disciples remaining there were few, and no match for Chu Qing and his companions. The group, either defeated or surrendered, quickly crumbled. They then expended considerable effort to search the palace thoroughly. The hall was undeniably impressive. The vast majority of the martial arts techniques practiced by the 7 secrets, 3 treasures, 6 profound sects, and the 12 holy kings were unearthed. Chu Qing categorized and laid them out before him, contemplating destroying them, yet feeling a pang of conscience. Most of these martial arts were demonic arts. Logically, Chu Qing wouldn't have hesitated to destroy demonic arts, but the problem was, aside from their demonic nature, these martial arts weren't without merit. Given time, it wouldn't be difficult for these techniques to transcend their original limitations, abandon their darkness, and become legitimate divine martial arts manuals. However, after much deliberation, Chu Qing ultimately decided against keeping these techniques. With a flick of his sleeve, they all turned to ashes. Only one. Chu Qing put it away. This manual had a bright yellow cover with 6 large characters written on it. The Supreme Emperor's world-shaking treasure record. It was the peerless manual that the Heavenly Evil Cult Master had condensed through his own wisdom and enlightenment. Chu Qing planned to take it back and study it, discarding the dross and keeping the essence, revamping it. Besides the manual, he also found a large amount of gold and silver treasures, weapons and armor, and all sorts of books. Chu Qing had the items sorted and packed away. However, when Lu Xiaoyan, Ouyang Tianqiu, and the others approached carrying a large box, Chu Qing's expression became somewhat complicated upon seeing its contents. Lu Xiaoyan and the others knelt on one knee, raising the box high above their heads. Chu Qing reached out and took it, retrieving a square seal from inside. By the mandate of heaven, may your reign be long and prosperous. Chu Qing murmured to himself, the imperial seal of the state. This item wasn't unique to the Great Qian dynasty. It had circulated for a long time. It was only natural that the Heavenly Evil Cult possessed it. Lu Xiaoyan and the others remained kneeling on the ground, clasping their hands and saying, Alliance leader, although the Heavenly Evil Cult has been eliminated, the world is still ravaged and in dire need of rebuilding. Looking across the martial world, no one is capable of wielding this imperial seal of the state. Only the Alliance leader is chosen by heaven. We beg the Alliance leader to accept this imperial seal of the state, don the yellow robe, and ascend the throne. Save the people from suffering, and rule the world. Chu Qing looked at the seal in his hand, his expression somewhat strange. He was clearly just an assassin, so how did he end up becoming emperor? He wanted to joke that his profession wasn't relevant. But seeing the serious expressions on Lu Xiaoyan and the others' faces, he couldn't bring himself to say it. Just as he hesitated, Winter rushed in from outside, ignoring the people kneeling on the ground, and hurriedly said, Sister Wu has suddenly fainted, you must go and see her quickly. Chu Qing's heart tightened, and he didn't dare to delay. We discuss this later. He quickly followed Winru away, and Lu Xiaoyan and the others also got up and followed behind. Soon, the group arrived at a bedroom. After Wu Qianhuan fainted, she had been brought here to rest by Mu Tonger and Hua Jingyan. Upon entering, they saw that Wu Qianhuan was already awake. Although her face was a little pale, she looked all right. Upon seeing Chu Qing, she smiled, I think I just strained my qi while practicing. It's nothing. Chu Qing, however, didn't dare to be negligent. He took Wu Qianhuan's wrist and placed 2 fingers on it. After a moment, he paused slightly, looking up to meet Wu Qianhuan's gaze. Wu Qianhuan blinked. What's wrong? It's a slippery pulse. Chu Qing blinked back. Wu Qianhuan was a little confused, but Mu Tonger's face lit up with joy. Sister Wu, you're pregnant. Chapter 612. After the Five Emperors' palace was completely razed to the ground by Li Juechen, many felt that referring to the city as Five Emperors City was no longer apt. Especially after Chu Qing took charge of Five Emperors City and completely rebuilt the Five Emperors Palace. At the suggestion of Lu Xiaonian and others, a lord's palace was built. Many people began to suggest to Chu Qing that the city's name be changed. However, before the city's name could be changed, Chu Qing received a joyous occasion. Therefore, Five Emperors City was exceptionally lively today. A continuous banquet was held, filling almost every street and alley of Five Emperors City. People gathered in small groups, clinking glasses and exchanging toasts. Occasionally, they would glance up and spot some imposing figures. Hearing those with broad knowledge name these figures would elicit gasps of amazement. This is Qi Liantian, the city lord of Shanghai City in the western regions. Since the alliance leader reclaimed the western regions, he has resided in Shanghai City, and this city lord status has risen accordingly. I heard he initially joined the heavenly evil cult, but later abandoned his allegiance. The alliance leader spared his life because of a momentary lapse in judgment, and now his reputation is so great, all thanks to the alliance leader's mercy. Today is the alliance leader's wedding day. It's truly a grand affair. I heard many hidden sects have shown up to congratulate the alliance leader on his wedding. Only the eastern and northern regions suffered such a tragic fate. The heavenly evil cult completely wiped out the eastern region. All the sects with any reputation were destroyed. Why don't they follow the example of the Shanghai City Lord? Even a feigned agreement would be better than such an end. I heard that in the eastern region, everyone is a hero, preferring to die a glorious death than live a shameful life. Nonsense. You think they didn't want to? It's because the alliance leader's power is too great, prompting the Seven Killings Master to try and use the killing manual to enhance the strength of his subordinates. Those who submitted to the heavenly evil sect all died at the hands of the Seven Killings Master. In the end, it was all for nothing. Back then, the alliance leader pursued the heavenly evil sect leader outside the Tongtian Ridge in the northern region, without targeting them directly. He only used the residual power of his battle with the heavenly evil sect leader to kill most of them. The few survivors were also eliminated by the alliance leader. The heavenly evil sect has brought too much bloodshed to this martial world. The alliance leader is truly ruthless, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Heaven's protection is the blessing of the alliance leader's great talent, preventing us from falling into the hands of the heavenly evil sect. I imagine that without the alliance leader, we would all be living a life worse than death. I only have one question. What do you want to ask? When will the alliance leader ascend the throne and become emperor? The lively discussion suddenly fell silent. No one could answer this question, but no one found it abrupt. The three sovereigns and five emperors suffered heavy casualties in their successive wars. The two remaining capable warriors, Shang Qiuyu and Dongfang Jinghong, both joined Chu Qing's ranks. It could be said that the three sovereigns and five emperors were a thing of the past. The martial world needed a new order. And the one who would set the rules was undoubtedly Chu Qing. Everyone was counting on him. It could be said that he was the one everyone hoped for. Ascending the throne and establishing the rules of the world through the system of a dynasty was the most convenient and effective way. However, no one knew what Chu Qing was thinking. To this day, he had not revealed a single word. Someone whispered, "I heard the alliance leader stormed the heavenly evil cult's headquarters and found the imperial seal of the state." Wouldn't that make things even more logical? Perhaps the alliance leader plans to ascend the throne after his marriage? It's hard to say. I heard things have been a bit unsettled in the northern region lately. After the heavenly evil cult was destroyed, several forces are stirring, wanting to conquer the northern region and seize power. Will the alliance leader deal with the northern region's affairs first? I'm afraid that before the northern region is pacified, the eastern region will rise up. Acting in the alliance leader's name is ultimately insufficient. The alliance leader is the leader of the martial arts world, not the ruler of the entire realm. Only by ascending the throne and becoming emperor can one command the world. Only then can all under heaven be the king's land, and all within the realm be his subjects. Alright, why are we discussing such important matters here? The alliance leader has his own plans. But I heard something else. The reason the alliance leader is in such a hurry to prepare for the wedding is because his fiancée is pregnant. Oh dear, pregnant before marriage, that seems unreasonable. Do you dare to find fault with him? Absolutely not. I heard the alliance leader is young, extremely handsome, and a truly remarkable hero. Heroes have always been known for their romantic affairs. It's not uncommon. So today, on this grand wedding, the alliance leader is marrying 3 wives at once. Too few. In my opinion, he needs 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines. The alliance leader truly can do what ordinary people cannot. One of my wives already exhausts me. So many. Who could handle that? You dare compare yourself to the alliance leader? He's a peerless master, and you? Ha! Hey, who do you think you are? Let's have a go. Drinking and chatting, things could easily escalate into a brawl, and who knows, someone might get drunk and start a fight. It's all common sense. The entire 5 Emperors city is currently in this kind of atmosphere. The crackling of firecrackers echoed in waves. It was dusk, the transition between yin and yang, an auspicious time. Chu Yunfei sat at the head of the table, looking at the guests filling the hall, feeling a little hot under his breath. Even though he had enjoyed a certain degree of power in the Northern Ridge, it was far from his current level. After all, back then, he was supported by the Heavenly Sound Palace. But now? The Heavenly Sound Palace is hardly powerful among them. After all, a casual glance reveals the Blade Emperor Dongfang Jinghong, sitting at his seat, laughing and drinking. Looking up again, one sees the Sword Emperor Huangfu Changkong, wielding his sword and singing. The current leaders of the 4 major sects of Zhongzhou, as well as the strongest sects in the 4 regions, are hardly outstanding figures in this setting. It's no exaggeration to say that all the world's top experts are here at this moment. He occasionally exchanged glances with Liu Xiaohua. Well, it was a pointless exchange. Aside from watching the newlyweds exchanging vows, with a beaming smile and pride, Liu Xiaohua didn't even glance at the guests in the hall. She's truly the young lady of Tianyin Mansion, used to grand occasions. Chu Yunfei sighed inwardly, but looking at Chu Qing again, he felt a surge of anger. That brat, utterly outrageous. He already has a fiancée, yet he's still flirting with other women. In the end, he actually married 3 girls. Thankfully, Wu Ganqi didn't hold it against him. Of course, Chu Yunfei figured the guy hadn't made a fuss, mostly because he didn't dare. However, Chu Yunfei didn't see any displeasure in him. On the contrary, he seemed quite happy. As Chu Qing's father, although he somewhat resented that his son wasn't as devoted in love as he was, the birth of more children was ultimately a good thing. His gaze then fell on his eldest son, Chu Tian, and second son, Chu Fan. The eldest son was alright, holding his grandson in his arms, with his wife by his side. The second son, however, seemed a bit of an eyesore. At his age, he didn't even have a girl he liked. That useless brat, Chu Yunfei snorted inwardly. Take them to the bridal chamber. Someone shouted. Night had already fallen. Chu Qing led Wu Qianhuan and the other 2 into the bridal chamber in the backyard and settled them in. Then he had to come out to greet the guests. Wu Qianhuan was pregnant, so Chu Qing told her not to wait for him and to rest first. Wu Qianhuan ignored him. Since reuniting with Chu Qing, Wu Qianhuan had thought a lot about today's scene. How could she refuse to drink the nuptial wine and wait for Chu Qing to lift her red veil, just because she was pregnant? None of the things that needed to be done today could be skipped. Besides, with her current cultivation level, she didn't need to worry about such a trivial matter. The 3 girls sat in a row, whispering among themselves when they were bored. As soon as Chu Qing stepped out the door, he was blocked by Chu Tian and Chu Fan. The 2 of them, one on each side, wrapped their arms around his neck, determined to get him completely drunk on this important occasion. Qin Yuqi, holding her child, joined in the teasing. Chu Qing looked at Chu Fan helplessly. It's one thing for my brother to act foolishly, but he's married and has a child. Second brother, how dare you? Don't forget, you're not even married yet. Just wait until your wedding day, and you see how you treat me today. Don't blame me for repaying you tenfold. Chu Fan had no idea about this, and upon hearing Chu Qing's words, he was dumbfounded. Chu Tian chimed in, saying he would definitely help Chu Fan. Chu Fan didn't believe it, thinking his eldest brother was treacherous and cunning. He'd be doing this by not helping Chu Qing, let alone helping him. Chu Qing silently gave a thumbs up, praising his second brother's wisdom in exposing Chu Tian's despicable schemes. Chu Tian wanted to argue, but was speechless, wishing he could ask heaven to judge right from wrong. In the end, Chu Qing pulled his 2 brothers to his side, saying that the 3 brothers were as powerful as metal, and only by joining forces could they deal with the various heroes in the hall today. Chu Tian and Chu Fan thought about it and agreed. With so many guests present, even if Chu Qing could drink a lot, it was hard to say he could walk into the bridal chamber. His 2 older brothers would have to help him out. The 3 of them made a decision and, with a fearless spirit, charged into the hall full of guests. They drank cup after cup, displaying unparalleled boldness. Just as their eyes were glazed and their ears were burning, someone rushed over and whispered a few words in Lu Xiaoyan's ear. At that moment, Chu Qing was being pulled along by Lu Qingyan, who insisted on drinking 3 large jars of wine. Lu Qingyan was already drunk and disoriented, but Chu Qing's ears twitched, and he heard everything clearly. Lu Xiaoyan remained expressionless, as if nothing had happened. But when he looked up and met Chu Qing's eyes, he sighed helplessly. "Today is the wedding day, don't worry about anything else." "Uncle, please speak frankly," Chu Qing said. "What exactly happened?" "It's about the northern region," Lu Xiaoyan said. "When the heavenly evil sect existed, these people either lived in seclusion or feigned compliance with the sect. You were magnanimous, and didn't hold it against them. After the heavenly evil sect was destroyed, these people began to stir again. They gradually started to disobey the Alliance leader's orders, wanting to continue the way the heavenly evil sect operated, each ruling their own territory. It is said that as long as the common people are not harmed, even the leader of the martial arts alliance has no right to interfere in the conflicts of the martial arts world. But once the conflict begins, who dares to say that the common people won't be dragged into it? Once this precedent is set, many in the 4 regions, and 1 state of the world will surely follow suit. Not just the northern region. Meng Qianfan, the pavilion master of Luyin Pavilion in the western region, also stood up, alliance leader. Since the complete collapse of the heavenly evil sect, the western region, which had originally been unified, has gradually seen different voices emerge. Especially the Creation Court. Recently, some of their disciples have come out of the mountains, wanting to plunder the power of the destroyed sects, such as the Great Sumeru Zen Temple. The Creation Court of the Western region? Chu Qing raised an eyebrow slightly. Chu Qing didn't know about this place before. It was only after talking with Huang Fuishio at Xia Hewen that he learned that there was a hidden sect called the Creation Court in the Western region. When the heavenly evil sect existed, the Creation Court remained hidden. Unexpectedly, after the heavenly evil cult was destroyed, this reclusive sect also decided not to remain hidden. In the 4 regions and 1 state, there were 5 major reclusive sects: Bodhi Hermitage, Sword Inquiry Pavilion, Creation Court, and Fish and Insect Valley. Among them, Fish and Insect Valley was the most fierce. It was a reclusive sect in the eastern region, and it was completely wiped out in its battle with the heavenly evil cult. The northern region Sword Inquiry Pavilion maintained an ambiguous stance. And after the battle with the heavenly evil sect, the northern region had also suffered heavy losses. Now, they were stirring with restless ambitions, and no one dared to say what role the Sword Inquiry Pavilion was playing in all of this. The western region's Creation Court was even more openly defiant. Only the first Taoist of the Central Plains, though not yet subjugated, was grateful to Chu Qing for saving his life, and had always followed his lead. Chu Qing's brow furrowed slightly, and the atmosphere in the entire hall instantly froze. Everyone watched Chu Qing cautiously. The brothers Chu Tian and Chu Fan exchanged a glance. Although they knew of Chu Qing's current achievements, seeing these influential figures dare not utter a word because of Chu Qing's slight frown, and no one dared to make a sound, they were still deeply shocked. In the silence, Dongfang Jinghong laughed. "Alliance leader, there's no need to worry. If the Creation Court dares to act so recklessly, I just draw my sword and kill them. You can kill 1 Creation Court, but can you kill hundreds or thousands?" Huang Fu Chongkong said calmly, "That's a last resort." "Old fool, then tell me, what's the best strategy?" Dongfang Jinghong glared at Huang Fu Chongkong. Huang Fu Chongkong ignored him and looked at Chu Qing. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors intimidated the world with their unparalleled martial arts. But such intimidation is still insufficient to bring true peace to the world. Alliance leader, if you only want to repel the heavenly evil sect and don't care about the lives of the people, you can already retire successfully. But in doing so, those martial arts masters who were subdued by the heavenly evil sect and now submit to you will be drawn into one conflict after another in the years to come. The world is bound to repeat the darkest hour of 300 years ago. These few reclusive sects are nothing. Today, the Alliance leader can single-handedly slay them. But the real key lies not in them, but in the Alliance leader. That's right, as long as you raise your voice, who in the world would dare to act rashly? With your current prestige, if you so desire, we are all willing to follow your lead. Hearing these words, Dongfang Jinghong looked at Chu Qing and suddenly understood. After a moment of confusion, he suddenly knelt on one knee. "Alliance leader, declare yourself emperor." "Alliance leader, declare yourself emperor." Lu Xiaoyan also knelt down. Huang Fu Chongkong laughed loudly upon seeing this, and also knelt down, clasping his hands in a fist. "Alliance leader, declare yourself emperor." The crowd exchanged glances, then rose from their seats and knelt on the ground. Alliance leader, we beseech you to ascend the throne and unify the world, ushering in an era of lasting peace. Someone even brought the imperial seal of the state. Kneeling on the ground, they presented it. Chu Yunfei and Lu Xiaohua both stood up from their seats, watching the scene in disbelief. Ascension to the throne. This imperial position wasn't just a title like those of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. It meant truly establishing an imperial dynasty. Qin Yuqi felt her hands trembling slightly. Once Chu Qing became emperor, Chu Tian would be the reigning prince, she would be the princess consort, and her child would be a true member of the royal family, a young prince. For a moment, everyone was watching Chu Qing. He slowly exhaled and took the imperial seal of the state in his palm. He slowly said, I was originally just a commoner, but by chance, I have come to this point. Greatest dream was once simply to settle my grudges, and finally live a carefree life with my beloved. However, the turmoil continues, and the world is in turmoil. Now that I have your support, for the sake of the world and the common people, I cannot refuse any longer. Very well. I, Chu Qing, today, right here in the city lord's mansion of the 5 emperors city, proclaim myself emperor.